hey there and stuff. Geez, I didn't, I didn't even bother to check to see if the uh, mini half marathon, so quarter marathon, is that a thing? People do that. About 6.5 hours. Probably ended up going about seven actually. From earlier tonight, had is even up on the channel. Uh, lots of foul language, lots of foul language, but mostly towards the end, I guess. And I bring this up because plenty of it was with this card showing, um, and you see here it's it's not a duplicate. And for those of you that have no idea, I have a temp ban going right now on the auction market, so I wouldn't. I this is like legit not a duplicate. So when we were talking about this before, it was an it was an unowned property, so it was more abstract, and that was there's more than some of those seven. Well, not yeah. There's just a lot of that 7 hours was this card specifically, and how it for me was a major representation of this event, at least for week one. Wish I was sipping some tea right now. That'd be more appropriate. Just water, and it's not Gatorade, which is also super weird. Um, I, I I can't. I was gonna say I can't even tell you how many um, empty, therefore finished bottles of Gatorade are within within my sight. Well, I mean, if I kind of turn a little bit to see, but double digits. And I mean, this is also clearly the first Gatorade sponsored event of the year. It's actually the first anything sponsored event. Really feels like an Adidas one is coming soon. Because that, I mean, that relates to the featured squad and squad battles this week, and I'm guessing some stuff over on Shell that I don't mess with. But I mean, it it definitely feels like that's gonna have to come over here a little bit. Hopefully, in um, for me, in a less I don't know, commercially egregious way um, than it did on NBA 2K. Um, but yeah, point for me there on mentioning the Gatorade whole thing is that there's actually, I'm sure, plenty of uh, footage of of previous live streams, that uh, I couldn't even tell you what is and is not still up there on the channel that you're on watching this, unless someone clipped my stuff and put it somewhere else, which would be weird. Oh, did we lose the sound? I want the sound back. Um, but there was more than a couple times, I while drinking Gatorade while streaming, um, none of which obviously seen because there's no cam here. Um, I had said that you know this stream brought to you by Gatorade or whatever. It's not even in the realm of being close to funny at all. But I did it several times, and now would be way more appropriate for me to say it because it'd be true at least of the event, not of the actual stream. So I just needed to go with a little bit of a tangential aside, as I could allow my brain to process that I just pulled this friggin' card. Not the word I want. Um, Geez, what can I say? What can I say about this card and this event that hasn't already been said by me? Um, Today, well, it's now tomorrow. I'm into the next morning, but um, in the last 12. I mean, the event's been up for 13 hours, but about the last 12 hours or so of me doing this stuff and getting into the nitty gritty of some of the specificity of the actual cards outside of the MSPs. If you have no idea what I just said, other than the fact that I regularly say stuff that people don't understand, and that's me. That's how I speak. But generally, if you don't know what I just said, that's because you probably are not playing the game, or you're completely not familiar with any of the terms that are used, which is understandable, I guess, if you don't watch anything. Um, but I mean, if you go into the place where I'm, banned from actually participating, but I can browse. Um, so it's um, I, yeah, I was gonna go with a bad reference there, but let's just leave it at that. So if you go into the auction house, there's one of the quote unquote collection. What the hell do they call it? I mean, you spend a week off the sauce off the house. You forget a lot of the stuff if you're trying to actually explain it. Um, and I would just go to it, but I haven't actually finished this pack. There could be more to come. Could be more to come. Um, but one of the I don't know what they call it, collection. Is it collection type? I don't know. It's collection something. I don't really care, to be honest, because I just know that it's collection something, and then that's referring to the different, I don't know, types of collections. And so which one is that? And so this one would be under this event for Young Stars. So you'd go to, if you want to look at other Young Stars or this one specifically in the auction house, you'd go to the collection, whatever the hell, and then go down to, or it's probably easier honestly to press up, because it either is alphabetical order, or even if it's not, it might be based on something else, which puts it at the bottom of the list as opposed to the top for Young Stars. However, already on that list and was there from the first event, because it's just that's how they work, is when I said MSPs. So it's Master Set Players. This event, like last event, the Heavy Hitters, and the event before that, the Leaders, but slightly different than the first events. Um, all the ones that I just mentioned have, jeez, YouTube at the moment is like just like it, like an annoying ant, like AUNT, as in like relative, not like the super strong. Ants are insects, right? I have no idea. Anyways, okay, back onto the card. So this event, Heavy Hitters, Leaders, all had 5 MSPs. So Master Set Players. So top end, supposed to be cream of the crop, best cards in the quote unquote set, or event, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's really an event, not so much a set, but whatever. They are grouped into sets though, so I guess that's a thing. And you certainly can do the sets in the sets tab for that event to get stuff done. That's how I got my 2 MSPs for this event so far, and needed and wanted another one. But this particular card may impact that slightly. We'll find out. I don't really think so though. So that's what I just meant by MSPs, the master set players. They're the I don't think there's a better term for it. It's the master cards of whatever the event is that's going on. And again, there were 5 for this event for young stars. There were 5 for heavy hitters. There were 5 for leaders. And then the classic NHL happened to have 6. I don't know if that was just something that they decided to do because they wanted to make that a vote event to add an extra synergy to the winning side, and the side that won was the alumni rather than the current players. And I don't think most of the stuff was meant to be new this year, and is being explained as being drastically different from anything previous, including last year in 19. As I said more than a couple times on the live stream, it is in fact being worked on by a new director for content. So there's that. But yeah, that first event, they split into 3, and the one you chose for your loan, if you kept it in your, if you, I don't know, if you didn't quick sell it for 0 or put it into a set, or I don't even know what else you could have done with it. As long as it was still in your collection by whatever it was, like September 19th, I think it was, then that counted towards a vote, and then the votes were counted and results posted like on the 21st or something like that, I think, if I'm remembering those dates all correctly. And as far as I know, about like 95% of the people had no idea how it actually worked, and I didn't know, so I'm in that group, so it's not me like talking down to anybody, other than if it counts if you're talking down to a group that you're putting yourself into. So my interpretation of it was that you voted for like it doesn't make sense now that we know how it actually worked, to be honest, but at the time I thought it was like that you voted for like the card that you wanted to see win. I believe it did say the winning group, but I might have thought of the group being like the conglomeration of the votes for a specific card or something. I'm not really sure. Or maybe I thought that it would be like order ranked or something, and the top vote getter would get theirs, and maybe the second, maybe even the third. I don't really know, but looking back on it now, it makes a whole lot more sense, and I guess could have possibly been worded a little bit better for us idiots out there, which was just, hey, dummies, there's 3 current players and there's 3 alumni. Pick one of those 3 as your loan that counts as your vote, and you're either voting for alumni or you're voting for new players, and the votes will be aggregated, all the votes for all 3 on that side versus all the votes for all 3 on that side, and long story long, the alumni won. They got an extra synergy. No one cares. So I honestly have no idea if the, call it, logic behind that was, as far as 6 MSPs there, and yet we've seen 5 in the 3 successive was that it's just kind of easy, a 3v3 type vote versus what would have essentially been a 3v2, even if, in fairness, I don't know how much having Jeremy Roenick on the alumni side really mattered as far as the vote was concerned, considering that the other 2 were Stevie Yzerman and Wayne Gretzky. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure JR's massive ego that seems to be, for some reason, growing as he ages, um, said as lovingly as I can of as a Blackhawks fan who he was on our team when helping um, cut short the '94 season. Um, but yeah, so I don't think he probably impacted his side very much. But admittedly, I don't think that that Carter Hart impacted the new players all that much because he was with Rantanen and Dahlin, um, which are basically the two best cards from that group, and I can I can gather that if somebody actually listened to everything that I say on all these things, it would probably start to get like extremely annoying, like more so just than the normal annoying things, because it seems as though I'm always praising the cards that I have and still have and generally have as an untradeable and can't do anything about, and then talking crap about all the other ones that I either don't have never had, or had and sold. Um, in other words, it's like extremely biased. It's like the opposite of fair and balanced. But I'm not fucking reporting this. I'm just talking. So yeah, I mean I don't know how anyone can argue that the Dahlin was not the best card from that pack. The 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 Gretzky one, from what I remember, was fine, but the '91 Gretzky was already out and significantly better, like way, in my opinion, way more better than just a +1 overall. And yeah, so I was trying to think. I was like, wait, was it the Stevie Y or the Gretzky? But it was the Gretzky actually, because I had the Stevie Y and it's not this across the board. The '90, the classic NHL uh, '94 series, or whatever the full name of that thing was, for the '90 overall Gretzky, was literally '90s across the board. So going back to the thing that you see on your screen here, underneath quote unquote stats, starting with acceleration down to wrist shot power, next line deking down to durability, next line offense awareness down to fighting skill. Every single one of those, literally every single one of those, was a 90 exactly, for the '90 Gretzky, which was totally weird. And compared to the '91, there's definitely some quote unquote stats that are under 90 on the '91. And kind of importantly, fighting skill, discipline, and aggression, because he never ever fought, so that makes sense. And 90 is way too high for him for that. But he had some other stuff too that I think was a little bit under 90, but mostly across the board, that '91 is well above 90 in a whole bunch of stuff, and therefore just a way better card. Um, and then the Eiserman is good also. The Roenick isn't terrible. It was certainly better than his Silver Master icon. It was sort of strange because Stevie Y also had a Silver Master icon, and then obviously the Gretzky '91 was considered a Silver Master icon, but did not have the set to create it yet at that time. Um, Welcome to the history of NHL 20. Just what the fuck? But yeah, I mean, even to this to today, with the MSPs that came out today, it's the first event since the Classic event that has had an MSP that included that, or an MSP grouping or set. I don't know if what would you call a group, or a group of groups, or a set of sets, or whatever. The set to end all sets. I'm not really sure, but today was the first one, which makes it sound more than it is. It was because there's only it was really heavy hitters and leaders were the only two like true event sets that came out. There was also fantasy. I was gonna mention that, but it's kind of whatever. There technically are two MSPs in the fantasy event. Ilya Kovalchuk was week 1, and week 2 is Brady Tkachuk. I actually have Brady's card, and still looking for upgrades there. Um, and I had most of the fantasy cards. Uh, you know, clearly not the one that turned into a 91 today and was already has already been well above this 85 for quite some time. Made the brilliant decision to not spend 250,000 coins on that particular card at that time, thinking that seems a bit much, and I'm not really sure that fine gentleman will keep it going, despite the fact that I like where he's at as far as on the lines that he's on, and et cetera, et cetera. It seems like a good position to be potting home goals, which is the only point of the fantasy event. And the next game, he scored four goals in one game, and it was you'd be lucky if you could get it for 500K at that point, and then soon 750. And I actually saw, well, we'll just call him out. Verda um, actually bought, was it? I thought he said 5 of them. I think he bought like about 5 of them when they were 250. So he pulled the trigger. I think he also had plenty more coins than I did at that time, and also I wanted to have a somewhat manageable bankroll. So those were all thoughts that helped me have paralysis by analysis there. He pulled the trigger. I think it was a pretty bold move. It definitely paid off for him, but then he also sold them really quick, because I don't know if it was when they turned into 500 or maybe a little bit more than that. Turned around and sold what I guess was like all 5 of them, didn't hang on to any of them. So then had to go back in and rebuy, and bought. I'm pretty sure he spent 1.5 million for one to rebuy, because he liked having it on his team for like the minute that he had them or whatever. And I believe that he went through the full math to indicate that it was that like he still had profited from it. So it couldn't have been five um, 5 times 250. That does not add up. Um, that would in fact be 1.25, and that may have been what he bought it for, but I could have sworn that it was a bit more than that. I could have sworn it was more towards 1.5. And I also thought that it had gone down in price since then, but I have seen people trying to sell that. I'm talking about the James Neal fantasy hockey card. If for anybody that was following along or wanted to know or whatever, but I have seen people trying to sell it for 1.9 and higher, but then again, people are selling cards like this one in front of you for that much, but they're not getting bought because it doesn't actually sell for anything close to that. I already looked early today. So if we could bring that all back around, I don't know how that's going to work, but the fantasy hockey event was an event, lasted for at least 2 weeks, and technically did have a couple, literally 2 MSPs, but they both started at, I think, 80 overall. When they were released, and the kind of true would-be heroes of the event at the time, and I certainly don't intend to talk bad about them on the off chance that I'm going to get back access to the auction house at some point, even though I would like to have them and see them get run up, one of which started doing so back from injury just this week, and that would be the Johnny Tap Tap Tavares and Taylor Hall. They both started in the low 70s. I mean, no lower than 70, but no higher than probably 73 or so. And they've neither one have really put through a whole bunch of goals. I could actually check, but I don't feel the need. They're both still under 80 as far as I know. Which even if they were exactly 80, or say just make it easier and say they're both 79, they would still have 20 more goals to get on the season if you'd want them to get to 99s. And both cards are actually really good in terms of if they were to They don't even really need to get to 99 in order to be either end game or just really really good on a stacked team such as what I have now and what I would have been able to continue building if maybe I don't know a million coins of mine had not been just ripped from my account and kept me from the auction house for 7 days, keeping me from getting some um, of my objectives and daily collectibles and stuff like that done, as well as being able to sell some cards at the peak of their price because they all have diminishing marginal value. All that fun stuff. Um, so if yeah, um, what? How did I even? I don't know how I got. I'm a little salty still a little salty. I don't know what that was. Just let that out, but I'm not really sure. Um, oh well, it was just about how the Tavares and the Hall specifically don't really need to get to 99 in order to be really solid cards. Certainly, if I recall correctly, either one of them just even getting to 90 would be pretty solid. However, specifically with Tavares, I guess I'm the one that jinxed him into getting injured. Is that I had looked at last year as I wasn't the only one to do this, and there's actually really solid well, pictorial representations of this, of taking every single one of the fantasy cards, at least the early release ones. So I don't know if they've adjusted it for the 85 Adam Henrique that was released yesterday only. Or well, not mean. So I don't mean Friday. I mean it was available from Thursday at 2 p.m. Pacific time until Friday 2 p.m. Pacific time. So that's what I mean when I say yesterday. I'm speaking in terms of game days. So yeah, that was off for a day, and I didn't even. And I think it also indicated at the bottom like what they considered his starting overall on the card to be, which I think was like about a 79. So he'd had like 6 goals, I believe, is what that meant. But I also have no idea how many he had last year. But if it was like most of the other cards from the fantasy group, at best, if he had the exact same amount as last year, that would put him at about at 98 or 97, which is perfectly fine and would be right now immediately the best card in the game. But that's over the course of the entire previous season, and Tavares was legit the only exception to that. Not only did he obviously go well above and beyond, exceeding what he needed to get his card to 99 through the number of goals scored in the previous season, but he in fact did it right before the new year. So that was part of my thought process as to why I was willing to pay an exorbitant amount of coins for him specifically, and while being told by the experts that we were paying essentially the end game price for the card, and there's no sort of guarantee that it actually will be a 99 or whatever. But I definitely did jinx the fuck out of him, because I thought, well, I mean, all he's got to do if he replicates last year, that means he'll not only is he going to be 99, as Taylor Hall would have as well, and a couple of others, but he unlike Hall, he would have actually done it by the new year, whereas Hall would have been a little bit later in the season. So that was my logic, not working out so far, I guess. But as you see on the bottom there, we're into November 9th technically right now, and so got another not full 2 months, but more. You've got more of the season between now and New Year's than there've been of the season so far. If that's any consolation for any others that are out there looking for Johnny taps to tap some of those home. So that was the fantasy event, and it's weird, and it was this year's Evos. which is always weird, and its own special brand of thing. That happened after the Classic event, which again was 6 MSPs, 3 alumni, three current players, and those 3 alumni all had existing Silver Master icons. Weirdly, though, as I said, the one being Gretzky, his Silver Master icon was kind of like the MSP of Silver Master icons, and may actually even be listed under MSPs in the auction house. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've looked at that, but point being, he had a 90 come out when he already had a 91, and it was clear how much better one was than the other. And when I'm done with this, if I really wanted to, if there's anybody in here asking questions, which there's not, I could go in and go into the sunsets and show how you can. They made it a thing, and now it looks like it's gonna be a thing forever. That if you in fact have that 90 Gretzky, you can put that in with some gold collectibles to turn into the 91. And I'm fairly certain that it's more than just one collectible. I was thinking it was 3, but it might be 2. And if it is 2, that means I blocked it out of my memory because I was so extremely pissed that was what they considered the difference to be. Because at best, those gold collectibles were going for about 50K. They're more today because of this event than they were literally yesterday. Which, because I couldn't play the market, I decided to go ahead and post that for some folks on Twitter. Somebody, I'm sure, profited from that. It was a quick little 75,000 coins on just the ones that I had pointed out. They were under 51,000 coins, and later in the day we're selling for at least 58. As I said, I mean, if it was two gold collectibles at that time, there were actually a lot of times where you could get those for less than 50 if you buy them at the right times and wanted tradable ones for some reason. So for me, it was definitely a slap in the face because the difference in price in their market in the auction house was way more than 100,000 coins between the 90 Gretzky and the 91. And so if I'm remembering that correctly, that it was 2 gold collectibles, which you would think would be totally fine to convert a 90 to a 91. It absolutely was not, as far as its quote unquote true current value in the auction house at the time that this set was put out. And I'll take it so far as to say that even if it was actually 3, that's still only 150,000. And I literally do mean only 150,000 because the 91 Gretzky was one for a while in which you'd be lucky if you could have got it for, say, 750,000. Plenty of us paid much closer to $1 million. I ended up reselling mine when I converted to the untradeable one, and that was 12 gold collectibles. And luckily, I didn't pay for all of those, and even if I did, that would have been much like the MSPs for this event that required 12 gold collectibles for the first time. And that, again, obviously 12 times 50, you're talking about 600K. So that was part of my thinking, was that for both the Gretzky and Lemieux, that instead of paying more than 600K for a tradable version of the best cards in the game, why not trade in some cards that I can't really get any value from in any other way, and then possibly get a little antsy and buy a couple on the cheap for the collectibles and just do those sets and turn them into untradeable. And so I did, and that meant that at least the Gretzky, and probably the Lemieux too, but at least the Gretzky I was then able to turn around and sell when it still had pretty decent value. And again, that value was significantly higher than like the highest price that the 90 ever went for. So I was definitely pretty pissed about that, and that is sort of an irrational thing to do. it had kind of no real impact on me, but we do that as people, and as consumers and as whatever, right? I mean, you 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 learn, however you find out, potentially from the 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 I'm trying to use a general term, like the business that you're looking to continue your business with, that you have been continuing your business with. Like, you find out about a special offer that they're offering at that time or whatever. If they say like, oh no, that's only for new customers, well then you're gonna get super pissed. But if they say like, maybe either accidentally at first, and then they're willing to give it to you, of like, oh yeah, no, like we got this thing that you can do now, and the thing that you were paying X for, now you can pay Y for, and you might actually be able to get it for free for a few months, or maybe even up to a year. Not really anymore, but it used to be a thing. And so if you learn that there's a special promotion for new acquisition, new customers, while you're a current customer, and because you're a current customer, you can't access the deal for the new customers, you tend to get pretty pissed. Kind of no matter how zen you are. So, part of it, especially on the lower ends of things, is just, it has to be just understandable. Someone's giving like a free trial for a week, or maybe even a month, or a discounted rate or something like that. It's understandable. But this game specifically, the NHL series last year in NHL 19, the full game as is, that was paid for by all of us with pre-release, when EA Access was not over here on the PlayStation side. So we paid full price, didn't get the 10% off, and also didn't get any extra additional pre-order special, which I got both of those this year. So I basically paid the second tier price for the top tier version. I believe those proper terms would be that I got the ultimate for the deluxe price, as opposed to the standard, which is the lower one, and the minimum that you have to do to get the game, if you're going to own it. Jesus Christ. Fucking Brits. Fuck the fuck off, Brits. Jesus. Is it just because I've got half of me Irish that I swear, half the time I'm just like, I'm like the opposite. What's the opposite of an Anglophile? Like an Anglo. Wait, hold on. I could actually figure this out. I can put words together. Took Latin in high school, like every good loser did. Because I'm trying not to say some of it out loud though, because I don't like some of the words. But yeah. So the file is supposed to be if you're, like quote unquote love of it, but the hate, if you hate something. Am I Anglicist? I think I put an extra C in there. Angloist? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, I don't know. Can't quite do it right now. But yeah. So moving on to things. The thing that I was trying to say about last year's game that plenty of people expressed quite a bit of rage about was that they had paid full price, whatever their full price was. Even though generally, again, without EA access, and I don't know, maybe they had I think that's what I got this year too, was like a loyalty bonus, because I had bought the previous year, even though I also bought 18 before. I don't know. So it's messed up that if there was a discount for loyalty in 19, I should have had it because it's over there somewhere. I've got a disc copy of 18 that I only played while waiting for 19 to be released. So that was like a week or two. It was like the 18 was like the most boring game in the world. It's basically, for me, it's kind of like playing with like very low end silver players in this year's version of the game, or maybe some high end bronze players that are not fast at all as far as their skate stats are concerned. I'm gonna keep doing this until I, either move on and actually talk about that card and what's going on with the event, or whatever. I don't know, because I just want the sound of the ice in the back there. This is technically a purple, even though they didn't even give you the. That's stupid. They're not they're not doing this for any of the special cards, and I don't know why. It's definitely frustrating enough on the team of the week and the prime times. If you get one that's, say, like 81 to 83 or 4 as an inform, as a prime time or a team of the week, I don't think you can get maybe as salty about it. But I mean, you pull a 91 primetime McDavid as of today. You pull a 90 primetime Ovi the day before. You pull a 90 primetime Marchand today. You pull an 88 primetime Patrick Kane, and you don't get a purple. Seems like there's no justice in the world, right? But you have the nice little ice sound, which I think you just get for kind of anything that's above 81, actually, or not. Maybe it has to be 85 plus, which are supposed to be the purples. Anyway, long story, extremely long, was just that last year there were the set prices when you start, basically 60, 80, 100 for the 3 different editions, particularly on pre-order, but there wasn't really much of a discount for however long. And then coming up soon, end of this month, Black Friday rolled around, and I don't know if it was available as soon as Black Friday came out. I know there were deals, so there was a discount on the game immediately that on Thanksgiving night at midnight, as Black Friday technically began. And then sometime between then and Christmas, for sure, what they did was release a technically different version of the game, even though everyone plays with the same updates and stuff like that. But the content that people got was different. They didn't get this. At least I believe they didn't get the same type of pre-orders and stuff like that. We got special packs. We got I think they were just like gold packs or whatever last year. The diamonds this year are just way better. You only get them each month, and there's a bunch of restrictions as to like when you have to claim them, when you have to open them and stuff. I have no idea. I just open them right away because I don't want to have them, do something that seems totally unfair, like take 1 million coins out of my account and then block me from being able to use the marketplace and force me to use my coins on packs that I don't really want in the first place, but might have done if I was buying them with points, because money doesn't really mean anything, right? So they released a different version of the game, and best I can tell, the only real difference between that, other than a lower price, was that it kind of more featured Gretzky as the would-be hut cover athlete, which I guess because it was the first year with true legends, supposedly, but it seems like they have had alumni and other types of would-be legends previously, but I don't know how long that had been since they had done that, but it was supposed to be a newer thing, or newish, or whatever the hell, and was all the buzz before it was released, and then everyone got in a big fury because it was only available. Those cards were only available to be played in huts. So that was the first thing that people got pissed off about back in September of last year when that game was released, and then pissed off again when a different version of the game was released with different Gretzky. That's really all it was. The hut cover athlete the whole time was always PK Subban, obviously leading to his fantastic year and helping his team at that time, the Predators, go on to win the Cup, and then oddly being able to just move on to this year's Cup winner, the New Jersey Devils. So I mean, he was technically the HUD cover, but they do this thing where it's not Madden. There's like 7 different HUD covers, and in fact, you get a HUD cover choice now. So like because nobody has the actual discs. So this year, as long as you bought it before July 18th, unless you're in the other group that I'm in of people that bought it before July 18th and had that purchase, taken, like paid for, money taken from the account, and then just not delivered come September and had to buy another one. We did not get some people that did that got one, but I did not get a hut cover athlete card. And probably not a huge deal besides the fact that they were at best 85 overall. I don't think they were all the same overall rating. There were slight differences in the cards and stuff like that, but it was Patrick Laine and who was the third? I know who the second one is, and that's why I'm holding off on that. I'm trying to think of who the third one was. Patrick Laine and come on. If more people would play with the cards, I guess I would know who they are. Because I feel like I can't really look them up. They're untradeable, so they're not a thing you can find on the auction house. The second one's Elias Pettersson, so I know that. But who the hell was the third one? Probably Austin Matthews. Makes sense because he's the actual HUD cover athlete this year, so that sort of would make a little bit of sense if he actually was one of the HUD cover choices. So last year for the holidays, not sure exactly when. Again, could have been as early as Black Friday, could have been as late as Christmas Eve, I guess, but I'm pegging it more likely somewhere in between that and closer to Thanksgiving than to Christmas. They made a special edition of the game available to come out, and best I can tell, the only real difference was that upon loading that version of the game, which was cheaper and on sale, that you got to choose your Gretzky. I shit you not, that's what it was. There was a Gretzky hut cover athlete that was in the game. And my version, you actually had to choose him. I did choose him, and the other one was Mario Lemieux. They were both 85 overall, which was pretty decent starting cards to get as part of like your whole starter pack or whatever in last year's version. Kind of similar to this one this year as well, but then I just kind of went balls to the wall at the beginning of the year and just made it so wasn't completely impervious, was still a little annoyed, but made it a little bit easier for me to deal with the fact that I was missing, one of the top cards in the game that I had bought and paid for and didn't receive. And I mean that like literally, I guess figuratively as well, but like literally paid for, didn't get. Sucks when it happens. So I think that's what it was, is you could choose between Gretzky or Lemieux, and like the people in the know took Lemieux and all the rest of us took Gretzky. I think that's what it was, because there was also a Messier, but I was just back into 19 like within the last 24 hours trying to figure out what this event today was going to be. trying to anticipate as best I could, and then also pretend like I could be, prognosticated or whatever. None of which worked out. But I was in 19 for a second. I got a daily reward back, which shouldn't be that shocking because they come every 8 hours, and it's been almost 2 months since I played. No, it's been 2 months. It's been almost 2.5, 3 months since I played. So I got that and checked out a couple things, including what $1.50 in points bought you as far as pack odds in last year's game. Not as good as this year was part of the point of that tweet. But yeah, going through that, I was basically just kind of scouring through the remains of my team since I had sold almost everybody other than who I basically depleted my entire collection at the end of the year, outside of those that were still going to be playing on my team. And what I learned from doing that was that there were also a good number of cards that I had that were untradeable for whatever reason. I probably pulled them in sets. I was a little bit crazy with sets last year, but got some pretty crazy pulls, especially end of the year, and so and the sets themselves were way more costly last year to do. You had to turn in 2 80+ cards to get one 80+ card. I shit you not, that's literally what the fucking set was. This year you can turn in 8 74+ cards for one 74+ card and one 80+ card. Seems a little bit better until you say it out loud. Don't do that set. But yeah, so who the hell knows? But I had some untradables, and that's why the number of items in my collection seemed higher than it was as far as player items. But I just quickly glanced at that, and there was really only kind of one 99 that wasn't the greatest, 99 overall, the card that wasn't the greatest overall that was tradable, that I still had in the collection. Outside of that, most of the ones that weren't on the actual team were untradable, and I had a fair amount of 99 overall untradables as well, because there were so many of the monthly legends that got their upgrades up to that point as well. But having done that, I saw the 85 Gretzky and the 85 Mark Messier. So those were two cards that I guess I chose or whatever, which just proved to anybody that ever saw those cards on my team that I was an idiot and made the improper choices. So part of explaining that was just to explain why I was even more confused when people got super pissed about how the new purchasers who were 3 months behind and at best 9-10 month, if you're lucky, cycle game, got to pay a little bit less for mostly the same thing, but none of the pre-order benefits. And the difference on the lower price game was again a different Gretzky. So their Gretzky was also 85 overall and had the exact same stats. So I mean, if I got to use something on the screen, you're just looking at this Cale Makar card here, and it's an 85 overall, so just pretend like this is a Gretzky, or we'll just turn Cale Makar into Gretzky and say that in this year there's going to be a release that's going to come out that's going to be slightly cheaper than the overall $60 for the standard edition. You're going to get essentially nothing for it other than just the game and probably the starter pack that it comes with that does at least help you field your team with historically it's been bronze and silver cards, but bronze are super rare in this year's version of the game, so basically just silver cards and maybe some low end golds if you're lucky, I guess. And you do that, and then you play some challenges, and you turn in your tip sets, and all of a sudden you're looking at a couple of okay cards to get you off the ground and running. So maybe that version of the game comes out this year with a young stars, Cale Makar, 85 overall with these exact stats, right? So all the way down the board, like acceleration, agility, and speed all at 97, endurance at 96, balance at 88, shot powers are 84, and wrist shot accuracy is 82, slap shot accuracy is 80. On down the line, literally every single one of those is exactly the same. Synergy is exactly the same. One to X Factor, one to Workhorse. You can't really change a person's, bio info, even though I'm sure you could probably prove that, particularly the people that join, at 18, if not, say a grade one who was allowed to join at 16 years of age, may have actually grown while playing. There are definitely players as they age who can add a little bit in weight as they age, and there's also a decent amount who get pointed out how on their in their programs on the live games list their height at an unreasonable number. So I mean, Cale Makar is not actually a good example here because to me he actually seems like he's taller than 5'11". But if there was somebody that was listed as 5'11", it's usually more so people are getting listed as like 5'10" or maybe 5'9", and the joke is that they're basically like 5'6", and they're being very generous in the program. So you take this exact card, everything exactly the same. And again, you can't change height, weight, handedness, nationality, age, salary doesn't mean anything in HUD. So it's the exact same card, right? And then you just take this, and I think they gave four choices? You get to take 4 choices where the difference would be, I guess, a little bit as far as the art and the color on it, and then on this screen only, the kind of Are you kidding me? And who is in the room and not talking, by the way? Just lurking on my ass at 6 a.m. Wow, an hour? That's insane. I guess this is because the broadcast technically has been, quote unquote, all the pack openings. This being the 3rd, possibly of 3. Here I go. I'm so out of it that I'm trying to get in, and then I click on the wrong thing. Okay, so I'm in now as well. There'll be 2 of us, possibly. It says I'm in, and it says 1. Who knows? Anyways, yeah. Okay, so that was an hour. So let's get another gameplay recording going. Here we go. So just picture, and it would make no sense at all, but just picture that Cale Makar gets another young stars. I kind of want to call them youngsters. Maybe they did intentionally. 85 overall, but instead of listing him on the Avalanche, they list them on up to 4 other teams, or maybe it's like 3 other teams and one of them, like, so 4 total, and like plus the Avalanche. So like you could choose Avalanche if you want to, but you can also choose one of the other 3. And I don't know, for him, I guess that would mean that it would have. I'm sure there's been at least 1 or more junior teams that he's played for. Like at least one that's actually in the game, and that's kind of important because they just don't let you choose teams that aren't in the game, and therefore they're in the universe of this game, and they don't exist. But for a player who's still on his entry contract, it wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense to put him on a bunch of different teams. But that's how I'm using this to try to make a point, because it was in fact an 85 overall card. Not quite the same speed, or some other stat that he's got going on here, but you basically just picture this exact same thing and put him on up to, say, 4 other teams, and that was it. And you might think, well, yeah, it's important to me which team he's on, and specifically like for Gretzky, like maybe you would be thinking that like he has to be on on the Oilers, or he has to be on the Kings or any of the other teams he ended up playing for. And people were very weirdly like specific about which one they wanted, whereas those of us that had the game from the beginning, you just got whatever it came on. I think it was actually the Kings, and it doesn't matter at all. It's literally it's technically cosmetic, but only as far as like what you see when you're on screens like this that are not gameplay related. Now they did add, I think during, right? Isn't that how that worked? It was during? Yeah, I think during NHL 19, like towards the end of it or whatever. I believe it's been part of NHL 20 the entire time. Is that when the cutscenes are newish or whatever when you score a goal, but after that does that, it pops up with the goal scorer mostly highlighted, and then shows any primary, secondary assists. Next to that with the actual cards of those. So I've always liked that for myself. And why is Icon Thomas Steen so cheap? Something I'm missing about the card. I haven't finished opening this pack. If you want to give me like 2 minutes, I'll finally make my point on this pack, and I can go check that out for you. Unfortunately, I can't jump from here without finishing the pack. So I'll stop talking about the thing that happened last year, which was just a different teams listed on the card art for the Gretzky that came out, and the cheaper version of the game that everyone got super pissed off about. That I thought was completely pointless because it's technically cosmetic, but only for the card art, and has basically no impact on the actual gameplay whatsoever, because you choose your jerseys, so you can literally put Gretzky on every single team that exists in the game by just putting your entire team in that jersey. Absolutely. Okay, cool. So the reason why I actually I don't know if I've been. Oh yeah, so I have been broadcasting this entire time, but the reason why I put the mic in and started talking, which is why we're now up to an hour, is because I went in hard for my disdain for this event today, and my extreme disappointment compared to other options that I thought that they could have done, including the one that I guessed was going to happen that didn't happen, and I guess could still happen 2 weeks from now. But as far as this event goes with young stars, I think it totally missed the mark. I won't go off on too much of a rant or tangent on this. Do we not have the ice sound anymore? Bring that back. All right. So for me, young stars should be actual stars. Stars to me are people who have been proven, could actually go to like an all-star game. This event, for me, features basically one actual star, and I only say that because he being EP40 has actually produced in the beginning of this season his sophomore rookie of the year. So for me, he basically should qualify as a star, but would even still do so with an asterisk in my mind, where it's, if he like just falls off a cliff and stops playing well, or he gets injured and can't play ever again. I think that for me, the entire talk would have to be about how like he played well at a rookie of the year, and then it's all just about the potential of what could have happened but didn't actually happen, which is kind of important. So for me, stars would be more people who are actually stars in the game. So for me, being young, there should have been people like Patrick Laine, even Austin Matthews is pretty young. Guys who are still on the younger side of things, but who have actually, kind of done things. I'd have to look to see like what McDavid's age is, because it feels like he's been in the league for like forever. But kind of like Gretzky, he started when I think he was just like a couple years out of the womb. So there's others too. Don't need to go through all of them, but I mean, like when I was looking through, like Clayton Keller, for example, hasn't really, um, in my mind, done like a ton to be like, yeah, he's like a perennial all-star at this point, but he's certainly done more than somebody who's yet to even technically even be drafted and play in a single NHL game yet. So for young stars, I felt like it should have been those guys, like actual stars who are on the younger side. For these guys who are not that at all, there absolutely should have been a flash forward event, and it shouldn't have been what this is, which is basically, taking either what their actual current stats are and or taking the actual current stats and maybe giving slight boosts in a couple areas. Supposedly the whole event was supposed to be just boosting endurance and deking. It kind of made it sound like they were all going to have 99s the way that the leaders event did. Clearly they don't. This is one of the cards in the game. You can see endurance is 96 and deking is 93. So for me, especially with a player like Cale Makar, who's already fast as fuck already, there's no point in trying to bring his speed up anymore, and he already has cards that are basically at this level as far as the overall is concerned, and he's going to get informs that are going to go up above that anyways. So there's a ton of things about him specifically that just really, really bother me. Cool, so we got a second person in the room with us here. And right next to him, with also a ton of fanfare, is Jack Hughes, and another player who's already pretty close to his overall rating for the card in this event, and it is certainly capable of getting some informs himself and getting higher rated cards throughout the year above that card. So for me, I think even if you wanted to say he was an 85 overall, fine. Like, I probably would have been okay with that. I don't think that he really should have deserved to like lose his skate stats or his speed stats. In a like flash forward, like, hey, what's this guy gonna look like when he's at the peak of his career? At probably around I don't know, depends on defenders are a little bit different, but normally around like age 28 to 30 or something like that. Could maybe lose a step a little bit in doing that, so I could see that technically happening. But clearly, his shot would have been tremendously improved. And being that he is technically a defender and on a team like the Avalanche that doesn't really suffer many fools over there, would probably need to be stepping up his defensive game and therefore his defensive stats and attributes a little bit as well. In becoming a prime time performer as opposed to a potential future superstar. So for me, I would have been actually a little bit okay with some of the skate stats coming down a bit if they also came with higher shot stats, at least a little bit more towards 90 as opposed to 80. I don't really care about basically anything in the middle. Awareness needs to be higher. I do actually kind of care a little bit about hand-eye, and then for defenders, I do care a little bit about passing and sometimes puck control too. So that's not true that I don't care about any of that. But body checking and strength, I don't care about much at all. Having come out of the heavy hitters event with plenty of people who are fully stacked in that and have no impact whatsoever. Aggression, discipline, and fighting skill are their own thing. They're actually tendencies. They're not really stats. Fighting skill is technically a skill, but it's whatever. Those three just go together as being completely pointless. I completely disagree with Brainstormed and Revive Legacy and the rest who say that durability, poise, awareness, sometimes even hand-eye, puck control, balance, endurance, etc. don't matter. Yes, thank you very much, Lee. His defensive stats are absolutely lacking. Especially for what's supposed to be like one of the premier cards of the event. And he's also an offensive defenseman, so his offensive awareness could also be higher. At 82, on both of the awareness stats are garbage. But the problem is all they are is just taking his base card that wasn't much lower than this and turning it into an 85. So he's only getting. I could go over to the Avs I put the quick little vids on Twitter, I believe. I don't remember if I did him, but I know I did all the MSPs. Um, I think it might be like maybe he was like an 82, and he got like a +3. I think for some reason he was actually closer to 80, but whatever it is. Say he was an 80, then his base card stats on awareness were 82 -5, so 77 on both of them. So because of that, they just kind of gave you a linear progression across the board, and then gave slight boosts to endurance and deking, specifically just those two stats. And so it's like if you're going to kind of artificially deflate his overall as an 85, his shot, his all of his defensive stuff, even all of his hand deftness outside of deking are all going to be really lacking. He's not built, so he's really small at 5'11", at being 187. So you're not really expecting much as far as body checking and strength. And for him, I actually think that 79 and 80 are not the worst ratings as far as that's concerned. He's a defender. Faceoffs don't matter. The other defensive stats also not great. Shot blocking is 80. Stick checking is a bit better at 84. And technically body checking would go into that group as well. And again, not really all that great. Durability at 87 for a normal 85 would not really be all that bad. Poise is atrocious at 72, but he's a 20-year-old who hasn't played a year yet. So I think that that's reasonable as far as like current stuff goes, which goes back to my entire point, which would have been a flash forward for him would have been phenomenal. Like what this guy could look like, if you want to say 8 years from now. So what the hell, we're talking about NHL 2028 at that point, in the year 2027 for some strange reason. His skate stats might be a little bit lower than this. They might have to kind of, bring them down to account for stuff or whatever. Shot stats are going to go up. Hand deftness is going to go up. Obviously, defensive across the board is going to go up, including defensive awareness is going to be super high. But he's an offensive defenseman who can absolutely score. He can really shoot the puck, but he also knows where to be on the ice. He can find those spots, and so his offensive awareness should really be higher as well. And at that point, as a 28-year-old player, his poise would be higher. His durability might be improved. The endurance is boosted for this event. He's not actually a 96, but again, in the future card, he could have that also, right? So 72 poise is poo as well. Exactly. Basically, it's a terrible card with speed. And with his height not having weight, he doesn't have balance either. He is a defender, so you kind of, again, be looking more for strength, and that combined with puck control to be able to kind of hang on to the puck and not get tossed off in the defensive third, as opposed to with a forward, since you got to play defenders on defense and forwards on offense this year. Deking at 93 for an RD is obvious stat padding. Yeah, if you're not familiar with the event, that's basically what this event is. It's a Gatorade sponsored event where they're Gatorade fueled to get boosts in endurance and deking specifically, nothing else. So everything else is basically just, let's just make it easy again and say that his base card is an 80. I know that it's 80 plus, so that's the lowest I'm willing to go on that. And so everything here you see is just 5 up from that. So acceleration, agility, and speed all at 97. His base card would be 92 on all of those. Again, the awareness stats at 82. -5, they'd be 77 across the board on those two as well. Deking and endurance are the exceptions to that. They are, as you said, padded. They're boosted because Gatorade sponsored the event, and it makes sense for them to think that their sugar water with salt is going to help a player have more endurance. Yeah, and then not really sure how that has anything to do with deking, but I guess they just figured they had to pick something out to give an extra boost to. Obviously, I would have preferred like literally any one of the 4 shot stats, or any of the attributes, just give a boost to awareness on offense for the forwards and on defense for defenders, and I would have been totally fine with that. Um, I personally don't care about deking at all, and I think that if you're playing a 5'11", 187-pound right offensive defenseman, Cale Makar, looking to deke someone off their skates, you're probably not playing the game correctly, right? So, do you think Gatorade paid EA for this event? Yeah, yes, they did. I don't think I know. I went through I mean, I did like 7 hours earlier today, technically yesterday. And if it's up on the channel now, I don't know. It takes a while for YouTube to officially process the live streams into replays, and it's going to do it for this one too because we're already over an hour. But I explained about how as very quickly as I can. I've been in those rooms, and I like this didn't happen with a single meeting. So even though they did a Gatorade event last year, so it should have been somewhat abbreviated in terms of how much interaction was required between the two parties to kind of come to whatever agreement they did, which I guess is what we see here. And I can, if I'm going to say anything for this horrific event for EA, outside of the fact that all 5 of the MSPs are all tremendous, they're all amazing cards. I already went through the process of creating 2 of them. I would like all 5 though. Outside of that though, every other card is basically terrible, and this one's included. And so if I'm going to give any sort of I wouldn't really even call it positive, but a sort of what would you call that? Like just a willingness to let EA slightly off the hook on this is knowing what that's like. Is that they for sure 100% not only did Gatorade pay for it, and therefore when they pay you for that, it's literally a sponsorship, and so they a lot of times, and especially that specific company, a lot of times it's a really weird thing because they're only paying to sponsor this one-off event that only lasts for 2 weeks, even though the cards themselves are technically available from now until, well, in perpetuity. But the game basically dies when the next version of the game comes out. If you need that to be proven, go and play NHL 19 right now with the Gatorade cards from that year. So for an event that basically lasts for 2 weeks, and in which the sponsor actually gets, they get I don't know, we'll just call it eyes. That's all they care about. They get eyeballs on it when it's going on. Although, if it gets it did get me to look around here at some empty Gatorade bottles and be like, I kind of wish I had one right now. But I don't think that everyone, certainly not, and I'm not sure how many average people see the event. Even when you have to do the collectibles that are like the whole card is basically a full Gatorade bottle. I'm not sure how many people see that and go Pavlov's dog and start salivating for some Gatorade or whatever. But the point is the sponsor gets eyeballs on it. But the real problem is that they really only they're paying for a specific thing, right? So they're paying for this promotional event that lasts for a couple weeks in the game. And unfortunately, especially when, as you said, money changes hands, they way too often they end up having sort of this really weird sense of entitlement towards like almost complete and total ownership over the entire game, and it a lot of times it sort of like kind of creeps in, right? So like it'll creep in with them feeling like they need to have as much sort of power, control, and just authority and say so, etc., as far as it relates to the event, and therefore aspects of the game, even as far as gameplay and how the challenges play out and stuff like that, um, as it relates to the event, and some of that is justified because again they are paying for it, even though there are also plenty of times, particularly with corporate sponsorships, not so much in stuff like this, but in other places too, where if you go, begging for a corporate sponsor on something like, and you're like, hey, you just got to pay $2,000, and we'll, you'll get a banner ad at the charity event or whatever. Like they don't give a shit at all, and they just give you the money to make you go away more or less. And if they get any sort of goodwill from it, then it's fine because they're a multi-billion-dollar company, and like it's not just that $2,000 is literally a rounding error for them. It's I shit you not, they're paying for that out of the fund is literally called petty cash. So it's like if they're petty about it at all, it's justified because it's literally the word for it. But with something like this is a bit more of, hey, it's a collabo. They've been doing it for years now, and so as I said, I think one of the biggest problems with this is that they start to not just take ownership over the event itself, and then therefore that branches out to them trying to take ownership kind of over all aspects of the game while the event is going off, as well as some of the promotion involved in prepping ahead of time for it, and then the continued promotion that goes to the very beginning of it, which definitely includes right now and while we're in the first 24 hours of it. But from there is the real problem when it then kind of seeps further and further from there. They want to almost take kind of full ownership over the entire game. Like they want to have, they're giving notes for the event, and then they want to kind of take those notes and spread them out for their thoughts on literally the entire game. So where I'm talking specifically about issues for Cale Makar as it relates to this card, and then how it's going to relate to future things that are going to come, as well as the things that are already part of the game. Gatorade is doing that as well, with their heads up their ass and knowing basically nothing about this, and then you have to have EA, come to the table with them, and a lot of times the people that are dealing with them are just more on kind of they're more marketing folks, who deal with it kind of from an S&M, some sales and marketing, AS&M kind of perspective, where they might not even really know anything about hockey or how the game play functions or anything like that, and they would just look at this and be like, hey, he's a future star, everyone loves him, he's got some boosted stats, he's got some fun synergies, isn't this such a great card? Gatorade gets on board, they're happy. But it's not. It's a fucking terrible card, and the event is terrible because of it. And I don't know the specifics of this year and how it went down. I just know from being in those rooms, there's a non-zero possibility that I don't know how high it does go, that Gatorade is partially to blame for how bad this event is. But there's also a non-zero possibility that absolutely EA Vancouver, formerly EA Canada, is also to blame for it, and they're the ones that should be ultimately responsible for it. So as I finish up on this card, to then get to finally answering your question about the Icon Thomas Steen. Yeah, we already talked about the card, why it's garbage, right? So that's bad enough. For anybody that doesn't know the synergies that are listed there, I said them briefly, but it's 1-2X, which is X Factor, and 1-2WK, which is Workhorse. They do a couple things besides just the one thing, but they both do the same thing, and they're the only player-based synergies that do that one thing, and that one thing is giving you a +2 for speed. As you see, he is already at 97 speed. So, I guess, because I was so brutal earlier today, I guess we'll say the bright side of this, and I did say this, but I didn't say it with any sort of positive tone, I don't think, but I guess the bright side of this could be that you would really only need to activate one of those two synergies and not have to worry about having them both activated for him specifically, and his 97 would get maxed out at 99 with that +2 from either the X Factor or the Workhorse synergy, and they do impact things other than speed. X Factor, in fact, impacts some shot stats, so that would definitely be helpful for this particular card, in my opinion, and is a pretty popular one as far as player-based synergies. Most people went with either 1T and or SP for their team-based synergy, and looked for X Factor for your player-based synergy at the beginning of the game. And there are some players, if they're free to play or whatever, they're just kind of catching up to that point right now, and are now looking for other players that they can get those 6 X Factor synergy points to get that activated. Workhorse only needs 4. And if you've got top cards, the silver master icon Guy Lafleur has Workhorse. So put that with this, and you've already got I forget which one he adds. He adds +2 to one and +1 to the other, but I don't want to go off on too much of other stuff. The whole point is that these 2 synergies on this particular card are absolutely fucking moronic, and one of the worst choices that I've ever seen out of not just that house in Vancouver, but for all of EA Sports, and I mean honestly probably for all of EA, as far as decisions that have not been made directly by his CEO Andrew Miller. This is just the worst. He doesn't need any help at all for his skate stats. If he does, he needs it in balance. He could also use an additional boost to endurance, and I don't know what the fuck. It's a Gatorade fueled event that's supposed to give you boosts to endurance and deking alone. So why are we stopping at 96 and then needing to have something like For the Boys activated to get that endurance even higher? If you think that you need to have it higher. Right now you probably don't, but endgame you do. And this is not an endgame card for many, many other reasons. Most because the things we talk about, his shot is terrible and his defense is not much better. But yeah, specifically X Factor and Workhorse are just beyond absurd. They're the worst possible choices for this card. And effectively what this becomes, for anybody that does bother to play with this card, and I understand if you have it as an untradeable that you would do that, I'm going to play a game with him for sure. He'd be lucky if he gets 2 games out of me, even if they're only 2 minutes against the AI, because I already know that it's going to play terrible. His base card was he was not just my top 5. Like at times I said he was my number 1 pick for sleeper pick for the year, and I think that's part of the reason why I'm so infuriated by this, is because it's just completely fucking ruined. If you wanted to give him an 85, and I don't know why it needs to be that low, and you wanted to have these be the overall stats, and it's a Gatorade event, so it's going to have deking and endurance, but for some reason they're going to be 96 and 93 as opposed to other stuff. Like some of the other cards are 99 endurance, and there's other ones that are like close to 99 deking as well. You have the 89 untradeable, the Olofsson. It's actually probably one of the best untradeable non MSPs that you could get from this event. But every single card in this event that's not an MSP is basically terrible. But for some players and their builds, that 89 Olofsson and the 90 Bowen Byram can be okay, I guess. Some more people are joining? Cool. So I guess this happens. If I rant and there's one other person that's in the room and they're actually asking questions, for some reason it brings other people in the room. I feel that only the Team Sin are worth it. Thoughts for the 89 untradeable? What are you talking about for the Macar? Oh, you mean in general? Well, worth it. I mean, if you get player, yeah, I agree. I'll just go with that. That's my simple answer. Is I agree. If you're doing anything based on synergies, clearly it's better. It's more beneficial to focus on the team-based synergies and have it impact every player. When you get a team like mine, even though I've had SP since the beginning of the year, and I try to have it on at all times, and it gives everyone a +3 to speed amongst other things. The team that I have at this point has, I mean, this card would be a perfect example, but it's got plenty of cards that have a base speed of 96 or above, that effectively are either going to get maxed out with SP being activated, or I also have cards that are basically 98 or 99 base speed, right? Or at least I did. Like I had the primetime McDavid, his the +2, and his base card was 90, or maybe it was 96. It was 96 or 97. I forget. I have another. I just got an untradeable version of the base one in the last couple of days from a reroll, so I could go check that later, but it's not really that important. Point is, there's plenty of cards that I have, and there's other ones that exist that are pretty much close to max speed. So like at some point, that SP kind of becomes almost a moot point as far as adding speed to your players. It's extremely helpful if you've got the slow old icon players, because this year again, for some reason, they wanted to make sure that kind of all the alumni are basically as slow as they would be if they were still playing now at their current fucking age. It's so ridiculous. I don't know, still salty, clearly. So yeah, I think that getting the team synergies makes a whole lot more sense, because it literally impacts every single card in the game that you're playing with. As opposed to like this X Factor early game was definitely great. You can add +2 plus other things besides just speed to your players, but only though the player-based synergy is only obviously those that have that synergy, and you have to have it activated. So you got to have at least 6 players on your team that have that, or you got to get 6 points. So there could be some, and there are already, even from the first day, from talking about the Silver Master icons. There's some players that have +2 for X Factor. So that gets you to 6 that much quicker, that much easier. But yeah, to your point, I mean, if you had to choose and you could only have one or the other, but all of your cards would be exactly the same, and you could choose from having exactly 10 points, however configured, towards SP, versus having 6 points exactly, however configured, for X Factor. Every single time, you'd always want to be choosing SP in that scenario. And even in like the best case version of the player only based synergy, specifically X Factor, although this one has Workhorse and you can use it either way if you're only talking about speed. Say you have some sort of hypothetical nonsense where every single player on your team has X Factor synergy. There are enough players in the game that you could do that, obviously outside of the goalies, that don't have any type of player-based synergies, and the coaches don't have that either. But for the position players, you could have all 12 forwards and all 6 defensemen have X Factor. It'd be a really, really bad team, but you could have that. And if that's like your best case scenario, you're only adding +2 for their speed after going through all of that and creating a super subpar team, compared to, it's way easier just to get SP if it's the only team-based synergy that you're going after. You can get, I think it's Dale Peterson. I'm focusing so much on Elias today that I've been saying the other coach's name wrong. Dale Peterson, you can have him. I believe he's the SP coach, +3 with just him. So you really only need 7 other points for that synergy. And again, the really helpful thing there when you're looking to get your synergies going are the Silver Master icons. If you can play a game that's got some of those on there, since particularly like the 85s, for example, can be a bit rough to try to continue to have on your squad with the kind of sub 90 speed and acceleration. How often do you even control the players that have, say, WM, for example? I feel like they're a waste. Well, wingman specifically, you would look for base Connor McDavid. You would look for shit. Again, I'm in a pack that I haven't fully opened yet, so. Obviously since he was the highest overall base card in the game, it's going to be the highest overall that's got wingman. But there were a couple others, maybe even the base Marchand had that also. I just really didn't like Marchand's base card. I'm only starting to like his November inform that just came out 2 days ago. Like a lot of cards, for me it's like December or bust. Like they need to be the December informs or higher for me to even consider putting like standard current players, like meaning like not cards like this, like not special event cards onto the team. But wingman specifically impacts acceleration and not speed. So for base McDavid specifically, he's basically the same thing as Makar here. So he's either at 96 or 97 on his speed and acceleration. And so on my team, if I had him on there, which I had for like a second earlier today when trying to determine what team I wanted to play with today, and then ended up taking him off for whatever reason, and because he was going to be like my fourth line right winger. Yeah, his base stats are 96 on speed and acceleration, and then with wingman, obviously, again, as I said, does not impact speed at all, but on my team, I've got SP, so that gives you +3 to the 96, so speed gets 99, and then if you do activate his wingman, which only needs 4 points, same as workhorse here, it's +3 for acceleration and some other things too. So if you got base McDavid and you've got him on a team that's got SP, and you activate wingman, he's going to have 99 acceleration and 99 speed just on that base card that is probably super cheap right now, and that's kind of part of why I'm glad that my version is an untradeable one, so I don't have to worry about how few coins I would get from selling that right now compared to the massive amount of coins that I got from selling it at the beginning of the game. Obviously in a tradable format in that case. So acceleration is absolutely huge. There are some examples. I can't think of kind of the best one off the top of my head. Okay, so leaders 87, Alex Pietrangelo. Speaking of another right-handed defenseman who happens to play RD, that card, all the leaders card have something that's 99. His something that's 99 is speed. It's a base 99 speed. So again, he doesn't need synergies, team or otherwise, to impact his speed. However, it only comes with a 90 acceleration. So he would be a player that, like, if that specific card came with wingman synergy or any of the other ones that are capable of impacting acceleration, because acceleration is one of the ones that is impacted by, I think, like at least 3 different types of synergies. Anything you can add +2 or +3, turning that into a 92 or 93 would be a huge deal, because the thing with acceleration is that the speed stat is their top end speed. So once they've kind of got up and going, right? So when you look at, I don't know why I just totally brain farted on the dude's name. The super fast dude who won the speed competition the last 2 years in the All-Star game, who's young. In doing that competition, they basically get to go like around the ice a couple times before they even start their speed trial. So it's kind of bogus because there's no acceleration really involved. They're kind of starting their speed trial at or close to top end speed. Whereas in actual games and in this game as well, whether you're controlling them or not, they do not they're not immediately playing at their top end speed, even if you select them to control and they were already out on their skates to like go for a loose puck or to try to get open or whatever it is they're doing. Although you're never unless within HUT you're never controlling a player that doesn't have the puck except during times where your team does not have puck possession. If you have puck possession, you're controlling the person possessing the puck. And so I don't know if that was kind of the question that you were asking of like whether players with wingman activated that you're not controlling if you see a noticeable thing there. I kind of do. And I think that the difference between McDavid's base card, which is an 87, and the leader's Pietrangelo, which is also an 87 overall, is kind of the perfect example of that. Where certainly Alex is quite a bit taller than Connor as well, but you can tell for sure if you play enough with it and you play in certain situations sort of early in shifts where they're not supposed to be too gassed, whether they have boosted endurance like this, the 96 or not. It absolutely takes Alex specifically way longer than you would think it would to kind of get up to that top end speed, and so being a defender, you're usually not looking, even with 99 speed, for me, I'm usually not looking to kind of get any of those guys, any of my defenders, to get kind of too involved in the offensive third, too much aggression out beyond the blue line. And for him at 99 speed, for Makar here with 97 speed, I look at that in terms of their ability to get back on D if I do try to get a little aggro and it doesn't work out. For Makar, having no shot whatsoever, it's not like I'm going to be just taking rippers from the point or from the blue line and not being concerned about them getting blocked and then having to get back to avoid an on-man rush or a breakout or whatever. But Pietrangelo is that because he's got better shot power as well as just better shot stats across the board and has slightly better speed, technically speaking, but has much weaker acceleration. And that's where that's going to kind of come down from. If you're trying to get into a play, even if it's something as simple as just off of an offensive face-off win that goes right to him, whichever side you're playing him on, and he just takes a ripper, you have to be more concerned than you would think about that shot getting blocked, and either the closer that the shot blocker is to you when you're taking that shot, or the kind of potentially greater distance of deflection that comes off of the block, particularly in the opposite direction away from their net towards yours, is a serious problem for a person like him. First off, you're gonna need agility to be able to get him to turn to go in the opposite direction. Then you're basically starting at zero. So like in a car, it comes down to the acceleration of how fast you can get from 0 to 60. So certainly at a 99 speed, dude is more than capable of basically going 240 miles per hour in his car, but he'll take closer to 8 to 10 seconds to get from 0 to 60, and that's not exactly something that you want in what I consider to be a relatively small space on a hockey ice rink. So it does have an impact. There's an icon card that has acceleration in the 70s, but speed in the high 80, maybe low 90. Forget. Yeah, you just don't really want that. Again, it's likely that you're talking about a defender, and so you almost can't really use them for the speed. Like if you do, you kind of need to be on your own odd man rush, preferably an actual breakaway. Maybe maybe you got a 2-on-1 and he's the 2. And he's just kind of coming up into the play, and so that suggests that you've got another 3 guys that are kind of back already or whatever. But yeah, it's generally something that you can't really use. You just know if you do go to use it. I tend to I don't necessarily get sweaty in those spots, but I know how other people view them as sweaty spots, and I understand why. Because at least for me, I'm thinking all right, I have to pot this. If I'm gonna pass this over, it number one at least has to get onto his tape. But then he needs to do something here. At a minimum, he needs to put it on net and have it get held by the by the goalie, because even if you do everything right, you get the pass through, it somehow gets past the one man defender that's back and gets over to him. He gets the shot off. He doesn't crack the ice with it. He actually gets it on the tape and gets the shot off. If he goes wide or has some sort of crazy rebound deflection, whatever you want to call it, off the rebound off the goalie, or a big hit off of the post or something like that, then you very quickly can be looking at breakaway or odd man rush in the other direction. And sure as shit, if that dude's got a acceleration in the 70s, even high 70s, you could basically be completely screwed there. Okay, so was Moore saying that using those four guys that have whatever player sync isn't going to be very often? And Magician, why do defenders have it? What the fuck? Sandy McCarthy, RW, 79 acceleration, 91 speed, lol. What is Sandy McCarthy's overall rating? And is he left-handed? But to answer the two previous questions, and then hopefully I can finish my thought on Makar and finish opening the pack. Using those four guys that have whatever player sync isn't going to be very often. Well, the thing is, it's not. For some reason, I feel like this year's version of franchise works a little bit differently, where like you have to have guys like on the same line that have either the same synergies or the same like play types and all this other stuff. I haven't really gotten into that, but that's not how HUT works. So, like either one of these two player-based synergies, all that matters is that to have them activated, you have players on the team that fill those out. So you need 6 points to get X Factor, you need 4 points to get Workhorse. And as long as you have that, it's activated. And then so specifically for Cale Makar, it would get activated. Now, it doesn't matter at all for speed unless you don't have SP, which makes no sense as to why you would do that, but whatever. But like X Factor, as I said, impacts shot stats. Workhorse impacts a couple of different things as well. I think I don't know, probably agility. I don't remember. I looked at it earlier today, but I actually forget. But it's not this thing where like whether it's Workhorse or Wingman or Magician or whatever. But I'll get to Magician about how terrible that is as a synergy, and it's basically been voided as being completely useless now this year. But it's not this thing where like in order to have Wingman work that you gotta like have a play like goes from like one person with Wingman activated to another player with Wingman. That's not really how it works at all. To the point where, especially on earlier or cheaper builds, and especially if you're going to be just playing like stuff like HUT challenges with their 2 minute periods, or you're playing technically in offline mode in squad battles where you're not really trying to max out points versus superstar AI and stuff like that, you absolutely can put. You might have an issue with this year with as a lower end player, but certainly both wingers in that position, as well as both defenders on the blue line, the third line, and if not that, across the board every single time, even on a max team such as mine, there's all that matters on your backup goalie is synergies, and again, they only have team-based synergies, so they go with that with the coaches. Which the gold ones are really not that hard to come by nowadays. I have every one of them. I've actually got duplicates of most of them, and I've tried to sell both the bronze and the silvers in the past, and like for like the minimum, and people weren't willing to buy them, so I just ended up being like, all right, I guess I'll just quick sell these things. Yeah, you put the coach and the bronze, backup goalie together. And that's going to be +1 to 3 different team-based synergies from the goalie, plus a +3 to 1 of the team-based synergies from the gold coach. So you've got right there 4 points to 1 of the team-based synergies. If it's Takeaway Kings that only needs 8, you're halfway there. and the other ones generally need 10. And your starting goaltender should have some decent points towards synergy as well. So that's kind of the way that I look at it, is that you can kind of backfill, and you can have at a minimum both your, as I said, both your wingers and then both of your third line defenders, and then depending upon your ability to play with it, maybe even your fourth line center as well. So potentially up to 5 position players, a backup goalie, and a coach can work all those together, where all of the players and the goalie are all bronze. So the position players are giving you +1 to 3 different synergies, and unlike all of the base 80 plus position players that only have player based synergies, you don't have that situation with anything that's under 79, which includes the golds between 74 and 79, as well as the silvers and the bronze. And bronze is just a little bit cooler than silver because it's 3 synergies as opposed to silver being 2, and then obviously all the standard golds are just the 1 synergy. So that's kind of like the sneaky way of getting those synergies in, if you can kind of handle having what is, undeniably just absolutely atrocious cards. Like when I say that this card is shit, I do mean it, but I mean, compared to a bronze, he's, amazeballs, just terrific, But if you need help with synergies, that to me that's kind of the way that I would go. So you're saying he's an 82 overall, and again, you didn't say what handedness he is. Most right wingers tend to shoot left-handed, and there are 2 lefties for every righty in the game, both as forwards and defenders. So there's more competition, and so somebody with 79 acceleration and 91 speed, 82 overall, left-handed shot is probably going to be shit. For me at that point, I'm looking for other stuff, maybe synergies, or if there's any kind of underlying stats that are kind of boosted in a weird way, or just size can have an impact. I generally would be not looking for players like Makar. Having played with his base card as often as I did at the very beginning of the game, I know that he definitely plays a lot taller than 5'11". And in fact, I'd say that, I mean, he is lanky for sure, but the 187 for a 5'11" player, it's a bit misleading. It's not. I actually feel kind of like Elias Pettersson plays like kind of way skinnier, and then even Kucherov does as well. But that's because Kucherov is on a steady diet of cocaine at all times. Right-handed as an RW, that is interesting. So right off the bat, from day one, that this random McCarthy card that I've never heard of. 99 fighting though. Well, if it's fighting skill, you're kind of okay. If it's paired though with high traits for discipline and aggression, then he's going to come in there and fight quite a bit. And as far as being an icon and having that, then he should absolutely be an enforcer as far as his playstyle. So let me just take maybe 60 seconds here and just give my final riff on Cale Makar, and why I decided to jump on the mic and talk about this specific card and this specific event is because I did this for hours earlier today and used this card specifically, and then a little bit with the Jack Hughes, which isn't quite as egregious as far as how shitty his synergies are on the Jack Hughes card. What's going on here? Get out of here. Shit. So yeah, again, the synergies are just obnoxious. The skating is all perfectly fine. It doesn't really need any boosts from that. I'm not looking to deke with any defenders, and particularly not somebody who's 5'11", 187 with only 88 balance and 80 strength. They can get knocked out the puck pretty goddamn easily. And then his hand deftness is no bueno either. It listed it, the whole thing is 83, and that's only because the deking is up as high as it is. Hand-eye passing and puck control are all 82, which is not the worst as far as a defender is concerned. but it does not come with any awareness whatsoever. 82 is definitely scraping the bottom of the barrel there. Shots are same shit. I pointed all this out already. I'm just doing it again to reiterate. 84 on the powers, and 82 on wrist shot accuracy, and 80 for slap shot accuracy. It just mostly doesn't make any sense. And all of these are mistakes that were based off of how they decided to set up his base card. And I thought that early game, speed was going to be, one of the things that people were going to go after right away, and that later things like the shot stats would trail behind that, and effectively every card gets to max skate stats, not just even max speed. And you see here, the skate stats including speed are not boosted on this 85. You go and look at his base card, and this is literally just a standard. This is a standard 85 for Cale Makar, except again for endurance and deking. He does not need any help for speed. That was part of the reason why I had him as a sleeper, because I literally said in the beginning that he gets a couple informs, and all of a sudden he's one of the fastest cards in the game early on. Now that was with the caveat that he'd be able to get an inform in September. That would have helped out quite a bit, because then he'd be maxed here in October as opposed to November. But it is what it is. The rest of the stats are basically garbage, and he's going to have higher rated cards that will have lower endurance and lower deking, but will be better basically across the rest of the board. And the synergies are the absolute dumbest thing in the world. So I'm sure that there's people that listened to my rants in the live stream earlier today that can come back and watch this replay and just laugh their ass off at me pulling this. But you had some questions, and so I went with some of the questions as well. So that actually kind of diffused my bomb of how fucking annoyed I was with pulling this. I got what's here about some purples. That's a special card, not really what I had in mind. Although it is kind of nice for once to see a shitty team of the week be 78 as opposed to 74. And the the 80, 81, and 82s golds are not showing up as duplicates only because I did all the trade-ins for these MSPs for this event today. I gave up over 1,000 gold cards for the gold collectibles. All right, so we'll send this off. It'd be a bit ridiculous to do the trade-in of 62.15 for that. I need another 12K before I can open up another one of those. So clearly not doing that right now. So we'll go check out whatever the hell this was that you asked me about. Okay, it's like unopened packs. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so we're looking at alumni. Do you know what team the player is on? That'd be helpful for me. Who are we looking at? I got to scroll all the way up for this. Thomas Steen. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have any idea what team he's on? And also, did you say how his overall is? I guess I could look at the overall. I pulled the other Murray, not Glenn Murray. I pulled a Murray icon today. So a player that I've never heard of. I'm just trying to randomly guess what team he could be on here. You still with us, Lee? I knew all these cards. That was stupid. I sometimes forget about crappy cards like the Premiere. Who's what? Oh yeah. He's 89. The Thomas Steen. All right. Well, then we'll go to we'll go to the place that I'm banned from being able to actually buy or sell, but I can browse. I can do that. Look at this. Ugh, gross. Trying to get 70K for it and it's not even coming off. Hold on, I just need to check as long as I'm here. Oh my god, it's so gross. I gotta wait 2 days just to be able to do this. And then that's what I have to look forward to. Compared to like PK Subban's going for like the same exact amount on an RD 86 overall. I mean, I think the Subban's actually a better card, but whatever. All right, so we'll go with regular icons. Overall 89. So there have to be one. Oh, geez. Well, that helps. I was gonna say there's have to be one that's out there for sale. Yeah, he's just across the board, really average. He's got workhorse, so that would help the low end speed, which might sound like I'm contradicting everything that I just said for the last 2 hours about Cale Makar. But this guy's not 97; he's 89. So if you get workhorse activated and have SP, the 89 becomes 91 with workhorse, and then 91 becomes 94 with SP, and suddenly he's a little bit quicker, but still has to deal with that 88 acceleration, and workhorse does nothing for acceleration. He does have good shot power, but it's weird. They're both 90 with 84 acceleration. He's a center who's a grinder, and is shit at faceoffs. His awareness is awesome. I really like his awareness numbers on both ends. Especially for a 59-year-old. But and some people would be like, well, yeah, he's an 89. He's going to come with high some stuff. Well, sure, but I like his stats are just wrong. Like even if this is who he really is, I think that the play. So first off, how much are these going for? For you think 70K is and up to 100? Oh, that's Cam Neely. Hold on, my bad. Let's make sure we're only looking at Steen. Oh, so there's one with a 65K by now. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think that he's worth that much. But you had said, yeah, an 89 for 70 or 60K-ish. I'm here trying to remember the team. No worries, it's up on the screen now, bud. He's a jet. He's a jet all the way. He's fighting the Sharks in West Side Story. He has a lot of problems. Almost nothing but problems, to be honest. The way to play this card, and I don't think that there's all that much value in doing this with the $65,000 card, or 65,000 coin card, or whatever. Is he's shit at faceoffs, so you don't really have to play him as a center, anyways. But I'd say 87 endurance for me is definitely the bottom of the range of anybody that I'd be willing to put on the fourth line. And if I did that, I just understand that with that really weak endurance and garbage speed and skate stats, that he'd have to be paired up on the same line with two others that are also really bad as far as endurance is concerned. Because if you put Cale Makar and I mean he's a defender, so that's a bad example, but you put two other forwards up who have high endurance, like the Jonathan Toews leader card, which I don't know why you'd be ever putting that card on any fourth line because he's the best card in the game, but he's got basically max endurance. And so you put him and somebody else with very high endurance paired up with Thomas Steen. You do get to obviously switch your lines, but you don't really get to choose like when a person like automatically has to come off when they get gassed. And so there might be some cases where you do that, where you got two. So this is just my view. That's definitely different from kind of the common knowledge that other creators put. I shouldn't call them other creators, because I'm not actually a creator, but what content creators put out there as far as this game is concerned, which they say, that it's idiotic to ever put an 87 endurance up with guys that are anywhere close to 99 max endurance, because he's going to get gassed and then the line is going to get taken out. That can happen, and your lines can get changed even when you're not manually changing them if a guy gets gassed. But what can also happen sometimes is that, like in that specific example, is that Steen will go off kind of first. The other two will stick it out for a little bit, and you'll have somebody else who's coming on in Steen's stead. But generally, that new person's not going to stay out there on that kind of makeshift line very long, and at that point you probably noticed the line change, and you can use your buttons to select whatever proper line you actually want at that point. So more to the point, especially when you're controlling the line changes as much as you can, is that when he gets gassed super quick, you're going to have less ability to kind of put his line back out there, and when you're looking to make those line changes, it's always going to look like those guys across the board are super gassed, even if it's basically just him. So that's one thing. So then now you got to decide, this is clearly a third or fourth line, winger, because his faceoffs are shit. So it doesn't matter that he's technically a center. If you're really, really good at counters and can win versus almost anybody that you play against with a face-off stat of 81, then by all means play him as a center, put him on your fourth line, and you don't have to be worried about anything. But what I would do, I think the way to play this card, when you look at this, he's not a forward. He never was a forward. He's not a forward. He's a defender. It's nice to be able to have the offensive awareness at 93, but this card is almost perfect, and almost at the right price point too, as a defender, despite the fact that he's left-handed, which also sucks. He's also got no size. He's 5'10", 172. He's small as fuck, and coming with that, the body checking at 89 and the strength at 91 is a bit misleading. I sincerely doubt that he's any good at taking people off the puck. Everyone does a line change, so that's why my third line has missing energy when they haven't even been on the ice picking up the slack. Yes, probably. I mean, I don't know exactly, but yeah, hopefully what I explained makes a bit more sense as to why it might seem like like energy is kind of lacking at times, and also different games and who you're playing against, and whether it's superstar AI on squad battles is going to be a little bit different than even like a superstar AI on a simple hut challenge. Yeah, I think that's the play here for him, if there is one at all. As an offensive player, he's got 91 defensive awareness, 93 shot blocking, 95 stick checking, and supposedly, I'd like to see this actually in action, but as a 5'10", 172 dude, but supposedly body checking at 89 and the strength to back it up at 91. I don't. It's very hard for me to believe that that's gospel. He's got no durability, and his poise is okay, and it might seem weird to say that like poise at 88 is okay, whereas endurance at 87 is really not. But particularly for a guy who you have to, for your even strength lines, you have to play him as a forward in some capacity. And I can't imagine very many teams in which he would deserve a spot on either of the two front lines, no matter where you play him. As a left-handed shot, if you're the type like a lot of us where you want to have lefties on one side and righties on the other, I play inverted, which means he's got to play on the right side for me, or I got to fill him into a center spot, and I am not good enough on the counters to be able to win enough faceoffs with a dude with 81. Plus, I've gotten complacent, lazy, whatever, because I've got so many guys that are 99 and some that are 98. in the face-off stat. So I get to win if there's ever anything remotely close to a tie, and I get to win some even when I've been countered because my rating is so much higher than whoever I'm going up against. Um, so yeah, I think that's how I would view this. This card last year in NHL 19, um, in terms of NHL 20 coin value currently on the auction house, would be a minimum of 150K, a minimum. Like, so sincerely, like more than double what it's going for right now, closer to 3 times what it's going for right now. And there's not a single fucking person with half a brain cell that would actually play him on any of the forward lines, whether even strength or any of the special teams. But it's not NHL 19. If they're listed as a forward, you got to play him as a forward on the even strength lines. So you got to pick one of those 12 spots to give to him and take away from somebody else. But nicely, then every special teams line, you can put him on as a defender, and he would be, according to the stats, really good at that. Um, and like actually one of the best. Like he's it's actually crazy to me how good his stats suggest that he would be as a defender. Still severely lacking on his skate stats. If you get workhorse activated for him, though, as I said, suddenly that's a pretty big help, or at least his top end speed would be 94. And there's some the team sins that you can put up to get that acceleration up a little bit. But again, like I said, for basically all the other defenders, if you are playing him as one of the two defending spots on the special teams, when there are at least two spots, obviously, 3-man OT. Technically, you're usually only going to play with one defender, and 3-man PK is up to you. But they're listed as such that you can put the two 3-man PK lines you can put four defenders and two centers on there, who are just, with all the defenders being people that are good at killing penalties. And from what I'm seeing here, I think that's the other part that's also kind of nice as far as forcing that to be how you play with him this year, is that he'd probably be pretty good at killing off penalties for sure, and wouldn't really be the worst for a power play line either, because it's not like he's offensively lacking. He's definitely slow, but as a defender, he can kind of trail the play with that slower speed. And you're not controlling him, so you're not gassing him too much by using hustle or whatever, and so he'll kind of trail up behind it, and then you can have something like passing back to him on the blue line for a one timer or a D to D one timer, and then obviously once you've established in the offensive third and taken a face off there. Particularly on the power play where you have the advantage, where it seems like the what would you call that? The kind of there's a term for it. I forget what it's called, but the like the modulation, the fairness modulator of the game is such that more often than not, you will find yourself winning more and more face-offs in the offensive third when on the power play. And weirdly, especially if you're only playing against the computer and an AI, again, either in offline squad battles, technically against other players' teams, but again, against the computer, or any hut challenges or anything like that, you ought to be able to find that, not with a guy like this with 81 face-offs, but generally speaking, you should be a little bit better at winning face-offs in your defensive third when killing the penalty. That sounds like completely counterintuitive and completely contradictory, because how can you be good in your defensive third on the penalty kill and good in the offensive third on the power play? Wouldn't that mean that the other player is doing the exact same thing and they would be in the exact opposite spot as you when you're doing that. If you're on the PK and you're defensive third, then they're on their power play and they're offensive third. So they should have the same advantage that you would have had, yada, yada. And at that point, it would typically then come down to the difference in the overalls, quote unquote reverse ice tilt. It's not as bad as people say, but it is a factor, particularly later in the games. And then almost more importantly is how the game is played out to that point. So if you are behind and on the PK, and particularly against a better opponent later in the game, generally not in the first period, particularly in the 20-minute period games, 60-minute games, you're going to find yourself winning that face-off more oftentimes than not. Not like it's all the time. It's not automatic. Kind of is for me, but you get a definite advantage with that. All right. So what do you say now? There's a group of wingers that have 90s in fighting, checking, etc. All regular icons. Thought it was odd. Well, they did. Unfortunately, my database does not cover that. I guess I could probably go over to HutDB and see if they've bothered to punch in that info yet. But what those were, and none of them. I don't think any of them should be out in packs at the moment. So we'll check here real quick. Yeah, I totally forgot about Nady Mac there. Oh yeah, well there you go, Thomas Dean. So how did I not notice that until the 12th? Yeah, I got Murray. Guess I should check him out. Can't even tell what team that is. Canucks. I was actually when this came out, I was actually super pissed because 5 minutes into the reset at 2 p.m. Pacific time, as you see there up in the top corner, that's when that ends, is on Tuesday because of the holiday on Monday. So on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Pacific time, otherwise known as 1400 in what we call military time here, and the rest of the world just calls normal time. I played against the dude in Rivals as these cards were coming out on whatever day that was. I hope to God it wasn't at the reset. It wasn't at the reset today because I was paying attention to the event. So it would have had to have been at least yesterday that these were released, meaning not Friday but Thursday. And when I played the dude, he had the Northern Lights jersey, and he had the guy in the middle there. That's Rustlainen, not to be confused with the 4 other dudes that have a similar name. And I was super pissed because I guess there's a chance that like he ripped a pack super quick and then managed to get into a matchmaking situation that put him up against me. And I'm honestly in a lower division in Rivals as well. So yeah, I was pretty pissed. Obviously, like seeing the card, in the when you look at a player like in intermission where you get up to 30 seconds and it never feels like that long. You don't really get to see their face stats, I don't think. But I think you might be able to see like the overall, especially like when they score, I guess, or whatever. And I think that maybe that's what happened. Like he either scored or he was part of an assist or something. And I saw the card and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I know I haven't been paying that much attention to icons, but I have not seen that before. And I feel like I would have noticed an 87 overall RD because they've been so severely lacking. So I was definitely pretty pissed to be up against somebody who had that in their lineup. And was also playing me in jerseys that I was under the impression were only able to be had through completing the at least I guess minimum of one game of squad battles this week that just ended today, meaning Friday at 2 p.m. So this being yesterday, Thursday. I know it's already Saturday, but on Thursday when that happened at the reset, as these 6 cards came out, I was basically just like, what the fuck? Like, how are you just not pure cheating? You had to have ripped like the quickest pack in the history of pack openings, which I guess you can click the skip all thing, but then you would have had to have gone and put the dude in your lineup and then taken that lineup over to matchmaking and matched up with me and had that jersey. Now I've realized, because people have been asking me questions about stuff on the exchange all day today, so I've been in the exchange for a couple of things. I did happen to notice, that I saw at least one person that was selling the Northern Lights jersey. So I would have to actually go. Um, I'd have to actually go into my inbox and see. I think that if it's like the previous ones, yeah. So they're tradable. Um, Hold on a second. Somehow I didn't notice that they put my collectible in there. Get out, you damn spots. Um, so oh, that's much better. 69 in the item inbox. Um, so yeah, now they're tradable. So that makes sense, and so you could trade them, and so they could be on the auction house, and you could buy them if you didn't get one, which was like, why didn't you just play the one squad battle game and get it for yourself? And if you already have one, why are you buying more? It doesn't really make a ton of sense, in my opinion. Um, Peter Worrell on Panthers, St. McCarthy on Calgary are similar, both enforcers, both 81 overall. Terrible cards, but interesting the roles they can play. Worrell is actually awesome. So I disagree. I have not seen Sandy McCarthy, um, uh, PD Dubs on the pants. Um, I really hate that I have to go all the way over like that to get to alumni. I also hate that from these screens you can't click L1 or R1 to go to the ends. But luckily, Panthers with F are not the furthest thing over in the world. Um, but yeah, no, this is actually not a bad card, except for the fact that he's left-handed and and a forward. But he's a unit. He's 6'6", 235. One of the few cards that you would notice outside of base Geno Malkin that has AD Arm Day as a synergy. Um, I know that more than once during this year, I've been thinking that that was AD from last year, which was a defensive um, player-based synergy. But yeah, like obviously slow, as all icons are. 86 speed isn't really doing any favors, and 80 acceleration is kind of making that worse. And again, if you kind of need him to get back on D, pretty tough to do with that acceleration combined with the agility and lack of balance for such a huge dude. Um, and then endurance isn't really doing any favors. You're not playing offensively with this card, and if you are, you're doing kind of something wrong. You'd be mostly okay with taking some snapshots, because the wrist shot power is 81, the accuracy at 75 is admittedly bad, but I'm just trying to put a good spin on what is mostly a bad card, right? So again, there's no reason for anybody who's 6'6", 235 to be doing anything related to hand deafness and particularly deking. So I'm perfectly fine with all of his hand deafness stats being basically shit, um, particularly deking. But however, you see where this is going. I'm making the same kind of case that I made for your other dude that you asked me about, who's an 89 and way, 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 way better. Um, you would be looking for passing and puck control out of this guy. The hand-eye being the better of the stats at 80, and combined with an offensive awareness of 88, um, you it really comes down to the fact that, as you said, he's got 99 fighting skills, so he's basically just in there to kick people's ass. That's really his job. That was his job in real life, so it makes sense to do this. Um, I, there's arguments still going on today if there's if there's even any spots in on current teams, particularly at an everyday type of focus, for for just a goon, as they refer to them now. Um, and some say never, some say sometimes, so others say like, yeah, guarantee you got to have, if you're coming up against players like Tom Wilson, or I mean, they used to say that about coming up against Lucic, but at this point he fights everybody and loses anyways. What's the difference? Um, it's more so his cheap shot hits and all that shit that you have to worry about. And Wilson is not beyond that either, but Wilson knows that his job is to fight to protect the actual star players on the team of Backstrom and Ovi and um, just the rest doesn't matter. Anyways, um, and he can hit too. So I'm pretty sure this was one of those cards that came out kind of around. Well, I guess we could check if anybody's selling them. That would help. We get a date. Jesus, he is really cheap. I mean, that's one of the other things too, is that you can get these cards for basically nothing. So yeah, this came out at the kind of end of the heavy hitters event. So it's all it is honestly is just an icon slash alumni who is effectively a heavy hitter, but just not part of the actual event, technically speaking. Um, he's got body checking at 95 and strength at 90. For a dude who's 6'6", 235, he absolutely will lay people the fuck out. And the other part about that's nice, I don't know if you've noticed this at all, Lee, is that for me, for sure, even guys like Wilson and other actual like the heavy hitter cards, like the actual heavy hitters, um, if I am fortunate enough to be able to lay somebody out, which is you know easier if I'm playing like an offline hut challenge versus a pro AI, compared to literally any human component or any human opponent, is like I can definitely get people on the body, but if there's a certain number of hits that I have to be able to get, like that's no bueno. Like that's not going to happen. A lot of the times when I get those hits off, it's usually with me getting aggressive towards somebody who has the puck and keeping that aggression as they pass off. And a lot of times, particularly if they're counting your hits towards something as far as a stat for, I don't know, again, like that's mostly just more for hut challenges, but also towards the milestone if you don't have that, for the the objectives and the milestones overall, um, that those are only for online games. So even if it's squad battles or rivals where hits is technically not like a specific thing, you might have some dailies or even weeklies that have that. My weekly has that right now. I also have to block like fucking 65 shots or some shit the next week, which I hate doing that one. Um, and I have a dude who's literally 99 in shot blocking, the 82 liter Nicholas Fryman, and he's untradeable, so that's part of the reason why I still have him. But like I can put him out there and change my uh, um, what do you call it, Jesus, I'm tired. It's almost 8 a.m. here. Um, you change the settings, whatever. It's a word with an A though. It's not settings. So you change that from don't block to block, and you'll get some more of those blocks in. But I definitely feel as though um, in previous weeks when I've had to do that, or if it's where you have to get, I don't know, whatever. I don't even know what the daily one is, if it's like 10 or 12 or something. And then some of the hut challenges, it's kind of like that, where you got to get, X number of hits. For me, a lot of times it's where I have to like basically control the player myself. And I have like a little bit of a thing that I do that I feel like is a nice little button combination that seems to be able to get me to be able to get the block off more often than not. But obviously, the biggest part of that component is to be able to always be closing. So to always be between the person taking the shot and their direct angle on the net. Um, Definitely as they're passing off the puck, smash time. Yeah, but unfortunately, if if you're completing a hut challenge or even the overall milestone for the online games, um, a lot of the times they don't actually count as hits, and that's because that's how it works in real life too. Um, I think it'd be kind of fun if you were just basically allowed to like practically hit whenever, as long as the person's like not defenseless and it's like not up against the boards in a bad way, and people don't actually die or end their careers, then have at it. Um, but and like that should count as a hit, like just because the guy just like just shipped the puck like as far away from him as he possibly could because he knew that you were coming. He shouldn't like just be allowed to just like stand there and just like stare at you like what like you should literally be able to lay him the fuck out if he's gonna do that kind of shit. And I'm not an aggressive person. I'm like the biggest pacifist in the world. But it's like if you're playing a game like this where fighting, actual fighting with fists is like a part of the game, and a guy like this is going to get in fights all the time. I have fought. Part of the reason why I thought that he was awesome before actually checking out his card, I'm not taking that back. I don't think he's quite as awesome as I initially projected. I think that his awareness is pretty good, and obviously, the defensive stats aren't really all that bad. Shot blocking at 86 and stick checking at 82 to go with the body checking at 95 and strength at 90. With being as huge as he is going to be able to take that down. And the thing I was saying about durability was just that that's definitely very helpful for me, both in terms of if he's finding himself getting hit quite often, especially if you're honestly kind of dumb enough to try to be moving the puck with him possessing it, he's going to get lit up because he's just way too slow. Um, but whether it's him getting taken off the puck or and literally knocked down, or when he goes in to lay the body on those, particularly from a dude like this, again 6'6", 235, 95 body checking, 90 strength, not really great balance though at 80. He's going to um, he's going to light people up for sure, and sometimes you can just kind of get those clean ones, particularly if you get them like right as they're passing off the puck, or maybe right as they're taking a shot or whatever, and those are always lots of fun. But if there's like kind of any little bit of delay in that, or if there's a weird angle or something like that, he's going to find himself on his ass quite often when looking to lay people out. And so that durability at 98, beyond other things, because it's supposed to be two things, and the other thing that doesn't matter for Hut is supposed to be like their ability to kind of come back from an injury. And there technically are sometimes in a Hut game where, especially 20-minute periods, and especially like something that happens in the first period, that a player can like come back. Almost always, if they go back to the locker room, then they're done for the game. Um, and so as far as like returning from an injury, it it seems like in Hut that there might be times where a person can take a real dinger, get knocked on their ass, and it eventually leads to a whistle, a stoppage of play, even if there's no penalty called or whatever. Um, and they might just kind of go on the bench with their bell rung and a coach in their ear or whatever, as opposed to leaving the game and getting taken down down into the locker room. There's a chance that maybe that happens in Hut, but more so the injury thing relates to franchise and other offline modes, and the ability to kind of come back from those sort of injuries. When you get knocked out of the game in Hut and need to use one of your injury cards, I haven't really seen a thing where it seems like I haven't necessarily taken like what seems to be like the same kind of injury in a hut game, and then had like maybe somebody who's got more durability and needs like less time to come back, and now I'm totally gonna fucking jinx myself, and it sucks. I don't have a, a crazy abundance of healing cards, um, but I have yet to have any injury to any of my hut players that required using more than one healing card, and they only give you 3 games of healing. So particularly from the production house that gives us FIFA and pretty much only cares about that game, um, healing works like just way different in foot over in FIFA than it does in this game. Um, where I think first off, you get more than 3 games on the healing, and it's also specific to either the body parts or you can do the one that's just all injuries. And the auction house, they cost a lot more for those. But more to the point is that you can have like say an arm injury, and you can have the standard arm plus whatever injury healing card or whatever, and you'll need more than one if you want to get that football or soccer player back out there on the pitch, for your next match or soon thereafter or whatever. Um, Nicely though, you actually have people who are not actually in the game and don't have to go into the game in FIFA without getting into that whole thing. There's only I forget exactly what the normal bench that FIFA the game makes you play with, because in real life you can do different things and you don't have to have this a certain set of number of goaltenders suited up and stuff like that. But um, let's just say that it's more than 6. But so let's just say it's eight. So like if it's 8 guys that you get to choose as your bench, and that seems actually kind of a high number. Um, there's always a maximum of only 3 of them that can come in at any point in the game before it ends, um, for whatever reason, doesn't matter what it is. And so there's always, if it was 8, there'd always be 5, but I think it's less. It's either 7 or 6, which would make it, again, either 4 if it's 7, or it would be as low as 3 if it's 6. But there's at least a few guys who are effectively never getting into the game. And so it's kind of nice that you can there sometimes kind of suit guys up as reserves slash subs, with the knowledge that like there's very few spots in which you would look to put that person in the game. And so you get to actually do that with guys who are injured. If you put them in as you know as a red shirt who can't get in the game if he wanted to because he's injured, um, the fact that he sits on the pitch in uni and doesn't play in the game, that counts as part of the duration for the injury, as opposed to like if you don't do that, and you just have them in your collection, uh, um, or whatever. You don't have them as a sub. You have them as a reserve. It does not count down whatever the amount of days or weeks or whatever for that particular injury, and that's within foot. That's not within like a franchise or a be a pro or anything like that. Um, there's a 20 hit challenge. They have to be in possession, correct? For the most part, you'll get some where it would probably be debatable, of whether they're. Hey, Morgan. Um, I don't know if you're stating that to me or maybe forgetting that I know that already. Unlike a lot of previous marathon sessions of live streams that I've done, I've been completely sober for this entire one. Um, Completely dead ass tired. I didn't sleep last night, meaning Thursday night into Friday, and I did not sleep last night, tonight, Friday into Saturday, and it's now 8 a.m. So I'm definitely just gonna sleep and pass out at some point here. But oddly, I'm just fucking manically up and jazzing, and probably as soon as I end this, I'll just like just hit a complete wall and pass the fuck out. But yes, I am aware, Morgan, that you got the team of the week, Brock Besner from Rivals Reward Pack. You also got the team of the week, Pedersen. You said, and you also said Besser is better. I'm not sure I would necessarily agree with that, but now there's a 91 Pedersen, so there's considering that all of those cards that you got were tradable, unless you said Rivals Reward Pack, so you could have gone with the double pack of untradeable, in which case you're stuck with those cards. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to be stuck with an 89 Elias or an 88 Besser, both pretty good cards in my opinion. Um, so Lee, you still with us here? Yeah. So just I don't know if that answered your question of in possession. If they're in possession, for sure, it should almost always be counted. Sometimes it's not, but also you can sometimes get it where it's a little bit off of the possession. Um, and for me, at least, as I'm trying to kind of rack up the hits, even with like true heavy hitters of Tom Wilson, Ryan Reeves, Muzzin, across the board. I got 4 to the 5. The only one I don't have is McCarty, and they're all in my normal lineup. Part of that overall 94 that you're seeing up top right there, which you can't really see on that screen. What's going on here? Untradeable, unfortunately, but I'll still use them. Yep, they're good cards, man. They're good cards. Good pulls for sure. Much better than what I got from Rivals, but I didn't. I just like skipped over whatever the hell I got in Rivals. I barely even paid attention to it. It wasn't that great. Um, anyway, yeah. So one of the things that I do, Lee, if in case you are having any issues with the hit challenges, um, and you definitely should have issues with the hit challenges if you're trying to do the offline hut challenges uh, on Superstar and All Star. Um, when they're giving you 2 minutes to be able to get off, as you said, potentially like 20 hits in the game or whatever. Um, One of the things that I'll do quite often, especially if I'm able to get pot an early goal, so I'm not too concerned about getting the L or whatever. Um, I'll get that goal, and then starting from like the very next face-off, I'll try to gain possession, and then I'll try to almost make it look like I'm going to come in for the carry, and then I'll just go for the dump in, and then I'll usually have to switch to somebody else, but then I'll switch to somebody, and I might even slow them up. I might even kind of move them around a little bit, as opposed to just letting take their natural course down, and I'll basically just be setting it up so that the other team will be coming in for the possession, and I try to get it timed as best I can so that they have no option, so that they're basically taking possession as I am lighting them the fuck up. It seems to be the best way for me to do that, including those the short games, the ones that are the worst, that come. I don't know if you're saying this is one of the ones in the hut challenge for the for this 2 weeks event or whatever. And if so, I'm gonna be super fucking annoyed at those. But even 2 minutes, sure, can be tough. And when they're 1 minute, I mean, like literally, unless it's rookie and like maybe semi-pro, for me at least, I think it's just absurd the way that they've kind of nerfed hitting, um, where like incidental contact is something that like just takes everyone off the puck, but you can't like really light people up as well as you think you should be able to, in my opinion. So for those especially, like that's I'm just constantly in that whole cycle of like, okay, I'm gonna dump it in, I'm gonna chase it with somebody else. I'm gonna kind of give them their space to be able to get the possession of the puck, and then I'm just gonna look to light them up. If I miss it, then fine, I might be able to get them, because if I miss, that means they're going to try to advance the play into their offensive third, and I've got 4 other guys that are out there somewhere. Then I can try to grab one of them and try to get that hit off. And it's really funny for me with my team because originally I built it almost exclusively from kind of the smaller, faster guys like Van Cornier, obviously Roadrunner. Hasn't been on the team in a while. Considered putting him back on today for a minute, but didn't do it. LaFleur, I feel like, is also pretty small and relatively quick. But also, obviously, Howie Morenz, just a super small dude. So it's kind of funny for me, even for a guy like Kanoye, like if I'm controlling him because he's, as I said, like when I was explaining how you can have like four other guys that are out there somewhere and you want to have them do it or whatever, even if they're still kind of in your offensive third and they're starting to kind of get it back towards the blue line, and I've got like Kanoye as the guy that I'm controlling. He's clearly the closest to the puck, and if I don't try to get something done with him, who knows where it's going to go from there. I mean, they can very easily get a breakout pass and have not really like an odd man, but even just almost like an even man rush where I'm missing somebody who I want to be able to control. And if I go in for the hit, or if I'm looking to switch off to my players, I might not be able to get quick enough to be able to get in the proper position to keep them from kind of doing whatever they're looking to do. And so because of that, I'll take somebody like Kanoye and I'll do my little move that I'll do, especially with somebody who has possession of the puck, to try to get that hit. And sometimes, probably less than 5 though, even though I played a ton of games with him specifically early in the year, I would say sometimes he was capable of lighting people up, but you just kind of had to have like sort of the perfect storm for that to work. And also they have absolutely nerfed hitting a little bit since I was playing with him more frequently. So what happens a lot more often with that is that I'll go in for the quote unquote hit, and he'll basically just bump them. He may dispossess them a little bit, but they didn't actually get knocked down, and so they're basically just going to get right back on the puck. But if you're like me, I find it's easier. I keep the on ice trainer on, and so it lets me know in green with a check mark if it's been a great hit or not. So I don't have to really worry about it. And if it's offline or hot challenge or something like that, I can just hit the options button here on the PlayStation to hit start to take the timeout, but not an actual timeout, just a timeout from the game to check my running tally on my hits, to how close I am to the challenge, whether for just that challenge or for the weekly or for the daily or whatever the hell it is. So sometimes like that sort of thing has to happen, but more oftentimes than not, I think it's important. It's important to know who you're selecting to get in on those hits. Even like Gretzky, I don't think is a very good choice to be able to kind of go into to take a hit. Like my line, my as forwards, my front line of Taves, Lemieux, and Gretzky, I would. Like almost every single time I'd look for Lemieux to do it first, Taves second, and Gretzky like far dead last. It's not like it's impossible for him to do it, but it seems like kind of an improper use of his talents, and he's honestly not very good at it. So we got 3 people in here now. Jeez, you guys just don't want me to sleep, huh? I could have definitely got 12 Rivals games off during the time that I've been doing this broadcast, and that would have been just shy of 1K coins in each of those, and I would have been able to get another one of those packs that gave me that Cale Makar. So who was the? Assuming Lee is one of the people that's still in here. McCarthy on Calgary. Well, Calgary is right here. That's pretty easy. Check this bad boy out. This 47-year-old doesn't feel the need to let his hair go out past the close shave. Jesus, he is slow. Oh wait, hold on. Is this the one you were talking about? It was weird like this, huh? Yeah, he's 91 speed. And you said 70 something for acceleration. I mean, I believed you, but I didn't really believe you. I was kind of like, there might be something off here, but yeah, that's nuts. 91 speed and 79 acceleration, agility, balance, and 78 endurance is just a completely useless card. Um, has some wrist shot power, um, not much accuracy to go with it. Um, no handles, no ability to puck or to pass or have puck control. Yeah, it's just strictly an enforcer. Again, as you said, 99 fighting skill, body checking 95, and strength 91. So, I mean, for me, honestly, I think that both of those two, the Peter Worrell, the Sandy McCarthy, um, they're essentially just. We'll see how much this one's going for. They're basically just. Wow, that is so fucking cheap, man. They are so I definitely don't feel bad saying it this way now, but these are the poor man heavy hitters, because you can't do anything else with them. So that's really all they're in there for. And some people would have a different approach to this than I think I would. Some people would say like stack a line with these guys. So have Burrell, McCarthy, and maybe one other who have 99 fighting skill and the body checking and the strength. But I mean, with no speed, no acceleration to speak of, no skills whatsoever really outside of checking and fighting, and having no real awareness to go with that to assist and to have some other defensive skills. The 88 defense awareness is actually not the worst, particularly for an 81 overall card. And you toss the 90 shot blocking and 81 stick checking along with that. It suddenly looks like a little bit better card. Also, I don't remember. I can go back to the Panthers, I guess. I don't remember the synergy that Morrell had, but um, the one that we just looked at, the Sandy McCarthy, he's got rock solid, and this one's coming with arm day, so that would be a weird combination, and you would need a third one for sure. But I would not put all three on a line ever. I may be willing to go with two out of the three on the same line. Um, but really, you just kind of need one of those guys out there. And even if I talked extensively in the marathon live stream earlier about and it was oddly enough it was me trying to explain my views on the 89 coffee. Why don't we just go with it as long as we're here? But actually, while we're here, here's the guy that I got pissed off about coming up against. Um, he's small. He didn't play that small when I played against him. It was only one game, but um, the 91 speed is it is what it is. But again, the 94 acceleration on a card like this for a defender who you're not really expecting anything out of. He gets up to that top speed in like a heartbeat. It seems super, super quick and fast for that to happen. And, uh, 2 days ago from a right-handed defenseman, 89 on your shot accuracies and 85 on your shot powers are pretty good, in my opinion. It could be better. I'm guessing it probably doesn't cost a lot to be able to get this as an 87. It might. Yeah, it does. People are stupid. It's like this is not an 80 or higher card. That's so silly. It really is. I sold this one before they stole all my well, that's silly. Mighty Immortals trying to trick people here. Yeah, before they stole all my coins. So obviously I didn't get a lot of coins for it, whatever it was, but I probably got around that. I just put them up for the minimum and let people kind of fight it out. So I'm not going to do a whole thing on Coffee again. He was the one I was trying to remember with the head wingman and was a first week, first ballot Hall of Famer. um, so him combined with the base 87 uh, McDavid get you two towards your four that you would need for wingman. And I'm pretty sure the base Marchand has wingman also. So it's like right there, those three cards, not the worst for a starter set that you can get that activated. And luckily, Coffee's giving you two for SP to go with it as well. But you see, he doesn't have a check mark for me. He's not on my team anymore. Kind of waiting for his gold master to come out before he again becomes like hands down the best defender in the game. That 84 endurance is really like the huge issue for him. But having switched to Niedermeyer and being sold on doing that because Niedermeyer's both awarenesses, offense and defense, were up there, as were his hand-eye was pretty decent, but it was mostly that as a defender, passing and puck control were pretty good. I think they're actually slightly above 91. And then his shot's not as good as Coffee. His power's about the same, but his accuracy's lower. And he's got Niedermeyer, that is, has 99 acceleration, and not the best speed in the world, but has quite a bit better endurance. So just putting all of kind of those things together, it definitely seems like a better card. I don't remember his poise. Kind of hard to beat 94, but pretty easy to beat 79 durability and 84 endurance, as well as a defender who at 6'205" sometimes seems like he plays bigger than he is. 87 balance is really not cutting it, and that's basically the same thing with the 87 strength and body checking. You really were not looking to get him to take people off the puck. But this card specifically, when I was explaining the possible good things about him, was talking about how a lot of times you could end up in a spot with him and others where you would be you'd be looking to you'd have your settings set up where your AI is expecting you to always carry it into the offensive third, and you are kind of doing that, but sort of you're looking to basically just get a shot directly on the net. What do you think of the top defenders under 100K? Well, I'm guessing that Coffee doesn't go that cheap at this point yet, right? Wow, people still pay quite a bit for that. That is kind of crazy. Under 100K, I've been out of the market. But let's go look. But my whole thing with Coffee, especially having pretty good shot stats, is that we went another hour. So hold on. Should be enough time to do another set. Probably more than enough time actually, but whatever. Do it anyways. About time for that the 391 MSPs that I don't have, or if I must, I guess I'll take an untradeable Bowen Byram. No, and it's an 80, and it doesn't even give you the ice pop like that. 80s are the worst this year. I absolutely hate getting them in packs. All right, so we're gonna go check out. Oh, hold on one second. I might actually be up long enough at this point where these have 2 hours. All right, almost there. It's almost taken enough time that it's been a day, literally 24 hours that I've been doing this, and could do those sets. All right, so we don't want to be in sets. We want to be in the auction house. We're gonna look at defenders under 100K. Only 18,000 player items currently on the market. Here's that Fryman that I was talking about that you can literally get for 1,000. Comes with 2 to FB as well, somewhat helpful. You notice, as I said, the shot blocking at 99. So if you're like me and you need to block 65 shots this week, not the worst guy to have out there. Um, is pretty slow, but again, is a defender who you're not really looking to do basically anything except for that. It would be better if it came with better defensive awareness. He'd be able to put himself in better spots to take advantage of that shot blocking, but it is what it is. Beggars can't be choosers. How much is? Oh, hold on. What is he going for? 14,000. Where'd the other one go? Oh, jeez. 650. 3 seconds left. Let's get a compare price on this if possible. You people are insane. Literally insane. All right. So the answer to your question is clearly not going to be any fantasy cards. Um, Here's a defender for 14. Wow, what a surprise! Is fast, has decent endurance, terrible deking somehow in a Gatorade event that is designed to boost endurance and deking. I mean, what the flying fuck? His hand-eye passing and puck control are all way higher than his deking. It kind of makes me want to go over to the Senators and figure out if the deking even got boosted at all. Um, so yeah, I'd probably pass on this unless you're looking to kind of activate blue line, and like nobody's looking to activate arm day. It looked like he was also kind of small, like 5'10". But I'd guess that generally you're going to be looking to avoid future stars as far as defenders are concerned. So we'll look at defenders. You wanted under 100K. Let's go with buy now first. Well, I mean, Ethan Bear, he's terrible. Fast, endurance isn't even that great. He's also actually not even that fast, 91. I guess I like that I got the other one, the Jiraway, instead of this one, since those are the 283s. God, he's so bad. That's such a terrible card. Well, so there's an answer. I mean, 30K gets you base Erik Karlsson. If you're looking for a low budget team, there's 63 of these fucking things out there. First of all, they all basically the same price. 20. Wow. I think I have one, so I'm actually kind of pissed that I'm gonna have to sell it at this price. But it's all the way down to 22. That's insane. I understand dude's got some informs, but it doesn't hurt to be able to have this one towards 3 for blue line. And I guess this is probably just a factor, not so much of his informs, but because of 2 of the 91 overall MSPs being right-handed defensemen, coming days after the additional heavy hitters got added on with Drew Doughty and Chiesa. After heavy hitters Parayko and Tyler Myers were already out there. So there's a few other right-handed defenseman choices, but you're talking about under 100K. It seems pretty cheap. He definitely plays because of kind of like the lankiness of his size, if that makes any sense. Is that he's got a longer stride, and so therefore he plays faster than the skate stats appear. And I don't know, maybe his informs are actually also under 100K and would be better choices. But I mean, whatever his 87 is, it's going to come with a different synergy, and it's just going to be all of these things plus 2. So I mean, as a base card, it's basically fine as far as I'm concerned. I like the fact that all of the shot stats are above 80, because as you look at cheaper cards that are for defenders, a lot of times you're going to see at least this power, but a lot of times you're going to see some that are higher than this, but with lower accuracy. So I haven't had to do this of like thinking of like the top defenders under 100K, but like I'm happy to take this on. He's got 89 poise as well, and that's definitely going to help. He can control. He's got 89 passing and puck control. I mean, again, for a dude who's a base card, I had this on literally on day one, and made him a captain. I was just like, you're not going to be better than this. Um, Little did I know, like he doesn't play for me anymore. Um, has good awareness on both ends. Nothing to speak of really on shot blocking. Stick checking is a little bit better. And then, despite having okay size at 6'0", 191, you start to realize with the strength at 80 and the body checking at 75 that, especially compared to other people, that he doesn't really have much size. He's not exactly, the defensive, well, really the offensive defensive version of Kucherov, as far as like just disappears as a stick out there, but is certainly lanky. Doesn't have a ton of a ton of juice on the bod. Um, so I'm still sticking with this as a pretty solid overall choice, especially since you're getting it for 20. Comparatively speaking, this person is asking for the same amount for the buy, and that is why. Where'd that one go? Oh, so somebody's, yeah, in the next minute somebody's getting this for 9K. I don't think it's the worst choice to get for 9K, but as far as like the best defenders under 100K, I don't really think you need to go as far as 10K. He's slow. He's got low endurance. His shot's not really that great. He's got size, but he's also already has an 89 in the game. Um, so just go with that instead. Um, huh. Check this out. There's only the one. Interesting. All right. Well, I guess you can't get that, so I'll skip that one for now. Um, and let's go. Let's go just strictly gold. Um, Here's the dude I pulled today. See if he's any good. Arm day, slow, good balance, 6'3", 240. Body checking and strength, 89 fighting skill, 89 aggression. Oh, weird card, 89 durability. It's a defensive defenseman with 88 defensive awareness. Ooh, shot blocking, 92. Maybe I'll toss him out there. 88 stick checking, 92 strength, 91 body checking. I think you mentioned that already. Passing and puck control, both pretty decent. But again, this is kind of what you'd be expecting from defenders, and not just fat asses who are 6'3", 240, but really good power in my opinion, and you want slap shot power more than anything else. That's good at 88, but it's coming with 77 accuracy, and that synergy does nothing for that. Where did he go? But you can get that one for 6, which suggests that there might even be ones cheaper. Yep, 5K. So how about we get one that's maybe more than 10K here somewhere, right? I like Yossi and Hedman. See what the best choices on those are. You can't get it, and it's gonna definitely be more than 100K. But just because these Latangs are here, for me, I'm really never gonna be looking at those Latangs because I got the fantasy Latang, and he's already one of the best cards in the game. You you may be able to snag the Koivu, Koisa, sorry. Probably not 100K. Yes. Oh, whoops. Gustafson and Yandel are hard avoids. So just don't do those, even though they're under 100K. Master icons. Would I go with any of these? Honestly, Timmy Horton. He's slow as shit though. Just kind of got to deal with that. But again, you're looking for slap shot power. You're getting that with 90, and then he's got 85 accuracy to go with it. He's giving you 2 for the boys. His defensive awareness is 90, and the shot blocking and stick checking are both there as well. He's 5'10", 181, and yet gives you 88 strength and 87 body checking. He's listed as I actually can't even fucking see that. Is he? He's a defensive defenseman, right? But for a defensive defenseman, he's got a pretty goddamn good shot, in my opinion. Um, and this is just kind of a carryover from last year. Um, plus if you like donuts, there's that. I might be able to give you a discount. Looks like you can get it for 60. Um, or if you already have one or you want to get one, you have a icon collectible and do the set for 85, and you'll have some other choices to potentially go with that. I've done the 85 3 or 4 times. I've never had Horton as a choice. I might have had Brad Park as a choice. I'm almost 1,000,000% sure I've had Denieko as a choice. I don't even want to click on his card. I can't stand his card. Um, and comparatively, like Salming last year was great. I just don't think that he's going for even more. I don't think that this is a good choice here. Um, he's not bad though, honestly. Um, this is more so though, like if you're gonna do the set and take them, so that's kind of why people are looking for 80 or 90 out of them. So I guess we're gonna look for ones that are not master icons. Probably just gonna get the 86 classic NHLs. So here you go. Here's your answer: PK Subban on the right-handed shot. Shea Theodore on the left. The other ones aren't really bad either. Ifredi's kind of on the fence, really just because his shot accuracy is 85 and he is extremely slow. So that doesn't help. But if you need for the boys and you don't have very solid left defenseman, he's not that bad. But PK is one of the best right defensemen still in the game, even after the 2 additional 91 add-ons today. Shea Theodore, I was literally talking about earlier today. I looked and realized, he's not as good as I was thinking that he was, and he might be dropping down out of the top 10 overall. But I mean, dude, if you're talking about building a team with cards that are under 100K each, well, I guess he's actually kind of right on the edge of that. That's in 8 hours. Yeah, so I mean that's kind of a cheap one there, but and why did I lose my? No, I didn't. Okay. I don't like the lower ones though. Yeah, like I'm not looking for 83 power and 77 accuracy. I need a little, for me at least. I need a little bit of shot out of my defenders. And again, I'm not looking to activate rock solid. Ray Bork is a hard pass. It's not really going for as much as he was before, which kind of sucks. But like he was a great card for me. Like whenever pulling him, just to immediately sell. Masher is actually a really solid choice and is an easy way to get Wingman to go when you already have Coffee and Base McDavid on your team. You toss on Base Marchand, and all of a sudden you got Wingman activated. He's slow. He doesn't have great endurance, and he's got no accuracy really. But his shot power is as high as 88 to go with that slap shot accuracy at 78. This is actually weirdly though not really a card that I'm looking to take a bunch of shots with. He can handle it. He can pass it off. His defensive stats are not great, but he's not a liability out there. It's really just kind of an issue because his endurance is 88. But he's 5K for an 83 classic card. So I mean, it's not the worst choice in the world. And this just kind of reiterates the point that the classic set was so good. Let's look at some leaders. So yeah, Fryman's a hard pass. Lowe is a hard pass. Regier is a hard pass. Ericsson's interesting because he's got 99 defensive awareness, but the rest of his defensive stats are not really all that great. I actually have this as tradable, and I refuse to sell it because it's so cheap. I was told that it was coming up in price. Looks like it came up a little bit. so it went from like 5 to 12, um, because it's got SP and everyone's all about SP right now. Um, but let's see, there's 17 of them out there. Yeah, you can get it for 8 still. I don't think it's the worst choice, but again, this is a super kind of bottom of the barrel sort of thing. Oddly, the 84 Giordano is just kind of a weird, like, just pass because there's better Giordanos. Um, not the pizza place here in Chicago though. There is no such thing as a better Giordano's. There's just the Giordano's. His 99 is strength. It's just a really weird thing to go with. Comparatively speaking, Rafael Diaz is amazing. Um, he's like almost a must-have. First, he's going to give you a 2-to-1 T, and then he's got 99 endurance, and he's quick as well. For being a guy who's basically out there just because of his endurance and the fact that he's going to be able to keep up. He's not much of a liability. You're not looking for him to get active on the offensive aspect of it, despite having an 83 offensive awareness. Uh, the you know Again, I don't know why you'd be deking with a player like this. His deking is 80. Hand-eye and passing are both 82. Puck control could be better at 78. He's not big. He's actually really small at 5'11", 197. But body checking 80 and 78 is not the worst. Again, defense awareness is 81. Shot blocking is 78, and stick checking is 81. So you do kind of need to be the one controlling him, because if the AI relies on his stats to play defense, he's not really going to do all that well. Oh, geez, you've been saying lots of stuff and I didn't see anything of it. Lol, all Sharks. Well, yeah, I mean, they came into the year looking like they were going to be the best two defenders in the entire league, and they're just not. You have Horton untradeable. Well, there you go. You got one already. Don't really use FB, or I think NP was his other. You have Al Frady, I'm assuming, as well. Um, you have most all the leaders. Okay, well, I guess I'm kind of wasting my time. Do you have Diaz? And hi to I'm excellent. Because Diaz, I think, is like a mandatory blue line right-handed defenseman. That is extremely cheap. Like it still kind of surprises me, like how little people are valuing these cards. You did say you've got most of the leaders. Most of the leaders for defense are not actually any good though. The MSPs are obviously, but that's a different story. We'll get to MSPs in a second. I don't think that any of those are going to go for less than 100K. Global Series, not much of a shocker here. I've got the Hedman, so I'm just going to take a quick look here. I believe this 85 is already the +1 boost, and he might get another one when they win the next game against the Sabres. And he's never come anywhere close to being able to play for my team. There's other better Hedmans out there. So I guess I'm going to try to sell. Wow, I can get 50K for this right now? No, I can't get 28. That sucks. I would pass on that, but hopefully it's in here. Unless nobody's selling it anymore. I don't know if you know what I'm going after here. Wow, it is not on sale unless it's going for more than 100K. Take my prices off. There's your answer. You got to pay a little bit more than 100K. The Ghost Man, who I predicted was going to be part of the American Sniper event today, that didn't become an American Sniper event, and could happen in 2 weeks, I guess. It was just 111K seems like quite a bit. For a guy who's kind of middle on all of his shots. Decent awareness, good handles. Could be better on the defensive end. The awareness is fine. Shot blocking is okay. Stick checking is better. Strength and body checking. Body checking is terrible. Strength is okay. He's 5'11", 180. He doesn't have the size. and you are very unlikely to be activating Breakout Master or Thread the Needle. But if you did, this would actually be a pretty decent card to have Thread the Needle activated on to give you an additional boost to passing, slap shot, and wrist shot accuracy. Um, in fact, I would say if you already have whatever the hell is required, I don't know if is it 3 total or 4 total points. So if you're 1 point away from having Thread the Needle, I would say that this card is definitely a very solid choice. I just don't I can't get behind that price though. Um, it's a little bit too much for me. But I'm uh, I'm uh, I'm a good Catholic boy that's Jewish at heart with other Jewish people in my family. So I guess I'm allowed to use that as my excuse. I wouldn't go with any of the rest of these. I mean, I'm a Chicago boy who's basically telling you to avoid Duncan Keith. Um, yeah, I mean, just forget anytime there's any 70s in the shots, and you're looking at up to 100K for something. Although that looks like he's going for 20K. Um, I would just basically just go with a hard pass on that. Um, all right, so we might find some good ones in here. Um, you got the Joker fan. Yeah, he hasn't picked up enough. Don't have Eichel or the 99 speed guy. I'm excellent. No begging allowed, buddy. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to boot you. I've already had a million coins and a 7-day ban on the auction house from people doing stuff in my chat. Can't have it. Um, yeah. So uh, Tyler Myers for sure, especially at 10K. I mean, this is a no-brainer. Dude's a unit, 6'8", 229. I know I just said you don't want guys with 70s in their shots. Um, I feel like you could almost kind of take a pass on this, um, and just find a spot to put him out there, particularly if you're trying to get some uh, number of hits for the week or specific hut challenge or something like that done. Um, dude's insanely cheap for being who he is and the size that he is. And oh my god, the Pareko needs to stop losing its value. I need to sell 2 of these things um, when I can finally get back. Okay, so there's a few that are going a little bit more, but that is cheap. Um, Again, such a yikes to have that accuracy under 80. Um, and he's not fast either. But if you want guys who have size and can hit people, and are pretty much cheap, I'd go Myers and Pareko. The Bufflin by comparison, I think I would just say is mostly just a pass here because he's just kind of not fast enough to get there, and doesn't have quite the same. Um, Actually, he's got the same body checking and he's got more strength than Pareko. So forget what I said, but yeah, as you said, him having Magician is absurd. So you can boost his 63 faceoffs to 67. Um, I have all of these, so I should probably pay more attention to whether any of them are any good. So you got some more speed uh, and mid 70s on accuracy from Nurse as a left-handed defender. But again, I mean, it's the same story over and over again. These are just guys who have size and can hit people basically. So if you need or want any of that, particularly with somebody like Zadorov who's slow as hell, just feel free to add those on. I see effectively no other real value from those cards, and McSorley is one that you should just be a hard avoid. I'm actually kind of surprised that there's one going for less than 100K. Um, Here's the other one that I got at the end. This guy ended up any good? He did not. That kind of sucks. Um, Jeez, and he's only 6'2", 209 as well. What the hell? How'd you get into the mix, bro? I don't have Coltrane. I don't think. And of course, he's the only one that's fast and has a massive shot. Wow. What's going on, bud? No handles, no awareness to speak of. So, first off, how cheap is he? 40? I could find a way to make this work. All right. So first off, I don't know if I pay 40 for it, but if you did, and you're lacking on right-handed shots, and you don't have thread the needle activated, which would definitely help to get that accuracy closer to mid 70s as opposed to 70, because he has no accuracy whatsoever, but does have some speed to get back if he takes a shot and it just, I don't know, hits off the boards and goes all the way back to your net. He can get his ass back there. Isn't going to do much on the defensive end other than check people as a 6'3", 214 guy who could use a bit more size as that kind of player, but does have the durability if stuff goes down or whatever. Thanks for the sub. So I should probably, when I'm done with this, I'll probably check what's going on with my sub count, because I feel like I got like 8 people joining today when I had like, I think 30 before the day started. Last time I checked, wasn't looking to grow, and I took 2 weeks off, so there's that. Yeah, so specifically with this card, again, it's another very much like I don't think you can. I don't think it's a good idea to fill your entire team with role players. You got to have some, you have to have at least a couple all-round guys, and you got to have some who can like fit roles that aren't like super specific. But for him, obviously, like all the heavy hitters guys, his stats say that he can take people off. I've never played with it. I've never played against him that I'm aware of. Although if I saw Wilson as the name of somebody, I probably wouldn't immediately realize that it was him. But supposedly you can take people off the puck with him, and he's got the durability to get back up, and obviously he's going to get into fights like all of them. The thing is, though, with shot power being on both of them, it means first off you can take slap shot for sure, but you can also take snapshot regardless of whether it pulls from the slap shot power or the wrist shot power. I don't think it's advisable to really be taking any wristers with them, but if you do need to kind of get a quick shot off like soon into his zone entry, if you're looking to get a bunch of shots on goal as part of a challenge, he's another player who can kind of do that a little bit, but that's why the wrist shot accuracy at 70 is going to make that pretty tough to do, and you gotta find your kind of soft spot there to be able to take that wrister with almost as little power as you can behind the shot, so you got a better shot of the wrist shot accuracy. But the real way that you play with this, besides using his speed to get up and down the ice and to basically just demolish people whenever possible, is take advantage of that massive shot power. Again, when taking those slap shot power shots, D2D one-timer was working very well before. I have no idea why it seems like it's almost nerfed, and at least for me, my opposing AI has been drifting up into the play way more often than they were before, and I might have to adjust my strategies or something. I'm not really sure. I have tried to make some adjustments. Might be able to scale back one thing that I'm thinking of a little bit that might help, but at the same time, I got a couple of them off just even earlier today. The 2 hot challenges that I did for my dailies with the new team that I got when I finally finished the last marathon live session. So specifically for this exact player, again, you use the speed, you use the body, right? But then from there, again, I think he's still a little, 40 to me is a little bit overpriced for this. And he's kind of getting that for people that are looking for heavy hitter and looking for people to get on the body, and maybe looking to get into fights, and you can do all that. Um, but the way to play this card is to take those slap and occasional snap shots, basically from high in the point, and more so from the blue line. For me as a right-handed shot, I'm gonna have him playing on the left side, so I would be looking for potentially taking faceoffs from the right side, particularly if I'm using any of my right-handed centermen. So, for example, still I think on my fourth line center right now is the leaders, um, Stamkos, 99 faceoffs. So he's got whatever. I was gonna do the Jay-Z joke, but anyways, um, it's hard for him to lose faceoffs, so that's very helpful. And being right-handed, I can pull it back to his left a little bit easier. So I can do that with this guy playing over on the left side, off of those face-offs. And for me, at least, the face-off back to D one timer doesn't seem to work as well. But you could do that if you were taking the face off from the right side. If you were not, if you take from the left side, which you'd still need to bring back to the left to do uh, what I would be suggesting, um, is that wait, hold on a second. I'm getting myself confused because I've been doing this for so goddamn long today. Um, yeah, righties are on the left. I'm trying to think of the shot. How did that? Okay, so yeah, so I think the ideal way to do this is to take the face off in the offensive third whenever you could take it on the left side if you're playing this guy on the left side, which I think inverted is still the way to go until someone proves to me that it's not better in this game than it is in real life. Um, so I would be looking to try to gain as many of those faceoffs in the offensive third when I know that I've got him back there on the left side on D, and I would pull it back to my left side. I'm capable of doing that with my left-handed centers, particularly because people like Taves are also 99 in faceoffs. Um, so I bring it back to the left, and then I drift a little bit to the right, um, and kind of decide from there. Usually with my guys who have both shot power and accuracy, or like Kukunen have massive shot accuracy at 99, and then about this 93 slap shot power. With those guys, when I drift in those plays, I'm usually trying to decide how much the goalie is drifting with me and how much the kind of the middle of the ice is opening up, as as everyone kind of moves away from the face-off dot there. And then I just kind of really just kind of guess between top right and top left normally with my other guys. With him, and it could still work on the drift in that specific play. Instead, what I'm looking to do is I actually do want to have some traffic up there, up on the net, and this is going to work that much better if you've got any forward lines out there, who took the face off, who are using crash the net, um, and particularly if that includes at least the center, if not one of the forwards, who has a very high hand-eye rating. So this guy Wilson with 72 is not good with hand-eye. So you want a guy with a very high hand-eye. It also helps to have the offensive awareness up there as well. You put those two things together, even in an extremely shitty center, would mean that you take this guy. My personal preference is to drift a bit, let things open up from the defenders that you're going up against, so they're not going to block your shots. and also so that you don't have one of your guys who just happens to be standing right in front of you who also is going to block it. Instead, you kind of wait for it to open up a little bit. You get typically that center or somebody else who's got some good awareness and some good hand-eye who's going to look for a spot up there in the front. Might be trying to do a little bit of a screen, but if you get a nice little shot off, he's going to go for the deflection. And I don't know why I took 10 minutes to get to that point, but that's really what this is. You take that shot and you do not max out the power on the shot. You actually pull a little bit off on that power. It's going to give you a little bit more control and accuracy on it, and you aim basically 5-hole. So you aim for the middle of the net, almost regardless of where the goaltender is playing. And if you are fortunate enough to have put all that together with at least one of your forwards in a crash the net scenario with at least very good hand-eye, but preferably with good offensive awareness as well to find the correct spot to be in. You take, hard, but with a little bit off and low, and aiming to the middle, so that if he does miss on his accuracy in either direction, you'll have a little bit more of the net to go with. And quite frankly, if you've got the correct guy out there in the front for the deflection, you can actually be taking shots with some pretty decent power, even as you dial the power back a little bit, that are going to be potentially going wider than that, going technically over the net, but you can't deflect it with a high stick. So the deflection point has to be below the net. But if you just think of a rising shot, there's a chance that they can get the deflection to be legal, even though if they didn't deflect it, it still would have eventually ended up going above the net and certainly pinging off the crossbar. So that's the play with this, and it's super specific. And so if you have the other pieces in place, it it kind of makes sense. And I think that he's another player who, if you're looking for just an additional +1 with thread the needle, it's not the worst. Having said all that, I'm not really feeling like he's worth 40K. But that's the very specific way in which you should play him, other than just kind of getting back and being able to get people to get him on the body. Okay, what do we got left? So we got regular icons, right? Are you still? I have him as well. Haha, his stick is seriously 10 feet long. Thank you for loving the videos. Sorry that was like 8 minutes ago. 20K, maybe better options for 40K for sure. Yeah, Lee's just looking, I guess, for defenders under 100K, even though he has everyone that I've suggested so far. So that guy that I just talked about for like 15 minutes, are you saying that you have him as well, Lee? Because that's kind of crazy. So here's a obvious one, but it's an oldie, but it's still a goodie. Brisebois. I get it. Slap shot accuracy at 67. That is not a typo. That's not actually 87. That looks weird. For me, this was. I mean, he's an OG. I had him on day one. As did this person. That's kind of interesting. This person's had him since September 13th as well. I guess that kind of makes sense, right? Because that's basically when they were out. I had him on the 10th, like this guy did. But this early on was, he was basically just like the fastest guy out there, and could get workhorse activated for me to help out with LaFleur maxing out his speed. So for him, if you have workhorse activated, 94 plus 2 gets 96, 96 plus SP plus 3 gets you 99, and you suddenly have a 99 speed guy for what, 5K? Maybe 8. I'll go to compare compare now to see if it's gone up or down. Yeah, 3,900. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, he's honestly he's one of the best cards in the game. It's a little bit misleading because his shot accuracy is so terrible, but you really should not be taking very many shots with him anyways. Um, he's actually one of the few defenders who are kind of okay getting in the mix in the offensive third, kind of getting up into the zone a little bit more, if only because you activate Workhorse and have SP. He's got 99 speed and he's got 95 acceleration, and I'm just telling you, that's way better than Pietrangelo with that 90 acceleration. Breezeball is going to get up to speed way quicker than Pietrangelo is going to. He's going to get gassed a little bit faster than you'd like at 90 endurance. Um, but he also has 92 poise. So, if he is taking a shot, kind of no matter what that shot is, that is generally going to be lacking a little bit in accuracy if it's end of period, end of game, key moment, as at the end of a power play or something like that. Um, that poise is certainly going to help out. Plus, you don't have to worry about him like ever getting into fights because he doesn't have the skill for it or the aggression, and his discipline is can't get any better at 97. For a supposedly two-way defender, 90 offensive awareness is pretty good, and 82 defensive awareness, not bad. Shot blocking and stick checking are to be desired. He's small at 6'2", 196, oddly enough, and so you see the strength and body checking not really going with this either. This is just an example of a day one guy who was good out of the box and has been replaced by guys like leaders Rafael Diaz, who you got to pay a little bit more for to be able to get. I still think that he's a pretty solid choice. Other people liked guys like Ulison because of the kind of massive shot, but came with the inability to have any speed or acceleration. 6'1", 198, doesn't really get taken off the puck on the offensive side too often with that 94 balance. Does have 94 agility to be able to adjust a little bit, but the joke at the beginning of the game was essentially, that you would just tell him to just kind of go wait along the blue line for your other guys, mostly your forwards, to bring the puck into the offensive third and then cross over and not be offside, and then just chill there and wait back for passes or whatever to open up with that massive shot, because 91 on both power and accuracy is definitely good. I don't really feel like I need to go through the rest of it. Passing at 91 is also quite helpful, but dude is just super slow and is definitely lacking on a bunch of other stuff. And he's kind of weird because he hit all of his stats as a two-way defender with atrocious awareness on both sides of the ice. Kind of plays like an alumni winger more than anything else. I'm actually kind of surprised that this person is asking for 8,500. What the fuck? All right, so this is overpriced. Don't pay that much. But if it comes down, it's okay to get. Are you gonna tell me you have this as well? What's going on here? Great value. He cycles very well. Well, I guess I should pay attention to the chat as I'm talking, so I know who you guys are talking about. You like his stats offensive wise, and then Lee said, "I do not." Who do you not have? Was that in relation to the guy that I was talking about before Brisebois? As a Chicago boy, I kind of want Brian Campbell to be good, but I have a feeling like he's just not going to be. Jeez, defensive defenseman who's not any good at defense and is an 85 overall. This is a very confusing card. I'm not even gonna try to analyze that. It's throwing me off so much. I still have the 100K on, right? Yeah, right. So Rob Blake was one that was a hard sell before, so I don't know why I would bother looking at that again now. Um, I think this guy was weird in some way. How was he weird? Where he's got workhorse. Um, don't know what yes was. You're supposed to only be on at most a 30-second delay, so I'm not sure. I guess your yes was when I said, were you referring to the guy before Brisebois, who I don't even remember who that was. Um, yeah, this is pretty much a hard pass here as well. Um, well, I mean, again, this was early on. Charlie Huddy was a pretty common choice, and seems like he's still going pretty cheap. He's he just his whole thing just freaks me out because he's 88 on all of his skate stats. He's 82 on all of his shot stats, and he's 80 on everything else except faceoffs for a defender who gives a shit is 70, and his fighting skill is 88. So this was a pretty popular choice amongst a lot of content creators originally, when talking about how defenders were just severely lacking, and it's tough to get a good combination of speed and shot. Well, while admitting that he didn't really have the best speed, and honestly, I'd say it's not really the best shot either. Um, but I mean, if you basically want somebody who's exactly 80, that one's 3,500. I mean, you probably can get it for even less. Uh, Brian Brian Berard, I also sold for quite a bit of coins. Um, dude is dude is insanely fast, um, and that's it. So it's a sell. You know what I mean? Like, why? I mean, he's got wingman, which helps. Um, he's an offensive defenseman who's got 91 offensive awareness, but no hand-eye. Does have good passing and puck control, but I mean, where the hell did he go? This one's wanting 88. Yeah, and usually you're talking about more like 100. I think it's just a very easy sell for me, at least for him. I don't. Do you need me to look at these guys like Marchand and Merzen? They can't be all that good. I can't imagine. Um, yeah. Assumed that Boom was going to be good, and then he wasn't. That was kind of a letdown. All right, cool. So that will. So look at. No, I don't need to. 84, 82, 80, 85, 85. So that's a pass. So that's the icons. I think we're down to the informs and the MSPs. So I'll do MSPs first. None under 100K. That was pretty easy. Um, so yeah, I mean these are just guys if you can afford them. These are all my cards, so they're all awesome. I don't have apple cider yet. Hope to, but I actually don't have McAvoy yet either. I scratched that. I don't have either one of the young star defenders, but I've got all the rest of those, and they're all great. It's hard to get good prices for them. This is why I think that it's just so much easier and better to go ahead and do the sets. And you can make the argument that, like, doing the Darlene set, I'm sure was 10 gold collectibles, which right now had jumped up to about 58K per if you were actually buying them. So that means that you spend 580K worth of coins to do his sets, and now he's only going for 460K. So I get it. There's truth to that, but you're actually at the moment you're a net buyer, not a net seller. So you actually kind of do want prices to come down, not up. Um, just check out my primetime Kale McCarr here for a second. If I can remember all of the stats I was looking at earlier. Um, yeah, so again, 94 speed, acceleration, and agility. I did this from the Avalanche page earlier, but 94 acceleration, agility, and speed on an 82. Again, when you convert it to an 85, that's why all of those were 97. However, his endurance without any boosts would have been 90 as opposed to the whatever the hell it is, 96 or something. Deking would have been 87. I think it's higher than that. The handles are 82, which is why that is what that is there. Same with the awareness stats. So, I mean, I'm not going to go off for another hour about Cale Makar and how they absolutely should have done a flash forward and done what he would be in 8 years as opposed to what he is currently. But this is just reiterating that the the Young Stars Cale Makar card is basically just a +3 from this end of October inform, which suggests that if he didn't have it already, he'd be eligible for a November inform up to 84, meaning that that Young Stars card is literally just going to be a +1 from that inform. And the only additional boost that it has is literally endurance and a little bit on deking. So, is what it is. Plus, where the hell did he go? You can get this for like 10K. It's not the worst. Um, Carlson, yeah, this is probably a pretty decent one, even though I'd go for his 88 first, just because you'd take all this and go +2 to be able to get that, to make sure all the accuracy shots are above 80. But are you saying anything here? How? Um, so Niedermeyer. All right, so we'll do a little we'll do a little team update flex. Oh, is it? I keep forgetting to set my timers, man. I also don't think that I have a gameplay recording going off yet. So 6.5 minutes. I feel like I should set the timer for that because I'm gonna forget again. I need to be doing that as often as humanly possible until Tuesday with all of those amazing prime times out there, and the team of the week's being pretty good as well. So we'll do a weird little flex on the team update. Even though this needs to be changed, so I already kind of pointed some of this out, but it's kind of hard to do any better than Super Mario and the Great One as a combination. And Gretzky is better as a winger than a center if you have the flexibility and have guys that can play center and take faceoffs and crash the net and have a hand eye and get some deflections. Gretzky is generally just more like well rounded than that, but you know Taves is actually better. Um, and then I've got other guys who I can put in here. By the way, I can actually get higher than 94. If I this will go full flex on this, but Morenz is technically 89, and Stamkos is 86. And then on defense, Doughty is technically 89, and Chiesa is 87. If I I first need to get the two Young Stars MSPs 91s, um, and as soon as I do that, I can have my entire team be 90 or above. Since at that point I would have the only uh, the only young star I'd be missing would be Jesperi Kotkaniemi, and I guess I could add him on here just for shits and giggles, so that I could have all uh, all 7 of the 91s. But then, admittedly, I would basically need to go get the primetime McDavid, and that would be quite costly, I would assume. And also, it's a primetime. His team of the week is going to be way better. Um, so even if I had my million coins still, I would probably hold off on waiting until he gets his team of the week. But yeah, front line, Lemieux, Taves, Gretzky. Second line, Flower, Joel Lundqvist, and the new today EP 91. Um, the other two guys on the right are there's no way that they're going to be there long term. But I was willing to go with untradeable ones for them. They're not bad to have as kind of backups, and their synergies aren't the worst. Outside of the heavy hitters, they also come with, Wilson comes with one SP and BM. Let's see if we go in the right direction here. Yeah, and then Reeves also has one to FB and one to BL, which is not impossible to get activated. So third line is Wilson. For now, Messier and Morenz. And then fourth line is super weird. Reeves, Stamkos, and Beliveau. Um, I'm. This is not optimal. But here's all the synergies that get activated if I have all this set up. So I mean, as I said, one timer and SP were the first things that I did along with X Factor, which is going to sound weird because I don't have X Factor activated. And as I said, with Reeves having blue line, not the hardest thing to get activated there. I mean, it's you find somebody just like base Carlson, and all of a sudden you got all three done there. Takeaway Kings is just missing a gold coach to get that activated. Whereas now, having brought a couple of guys with Wrecking Crew down off of the squad, this is needing a coach plus an additional two, and I've now moved to only Gretzky having X Factor, which is so weird for me. I don't care about Breakout Master. +3 bonus to acceleration and wrist shot power is like whatever. I'd much rather have Thread the Needle. Slap shot accuracy, wrist shot accuracy, and passing +3. Sustained pressure is the tits. This is like the mandatory thing that you got to have. That +3 to passing across the board for everyone on your team is absolutely noticeable. So tossing that on for now for the boys that I don't really need to help with face-offs, but this is really just more so on there because of the specific setup that I have in there right now, and guys like Reeves and Wilson that are more like enforcers than anything else. Being able to have that balance in the offensive third is definitely helpful, and they already have high strength, so they're not really getting taken off the puck in the defensive third too much. So for now, I'm doing for the boys. The things that would absolutely change for this is almost all of it, honestly. The coach doesn't need to be there. I don't really want Beliveau in the lineup, and I don't need Messier, and I take him out quite a bit. And Blackwood obviously is new as of today. So the thing with Messier is I actually prefer him on the wing over the centers, and I would even be willing to put him literally in Belivau's spot on the fourth line, except that he has no endurance at all. So it's this kind of weird thing about how he gives one to fuck was that? He gives one to FB, and he's one of 10 points. I need literally all 10 of those if I want that activated. And this gives him a much needed +3 to his endurance to make him usable. And it is difficult for me to have a really boss squad. And to have FB activated. It wouldn't be the hardest thing in the world. I can actually show you if you need me to do this or whatever. But I have to remind myself. Belleville's other one is blue line, right? Okay, so that does effectively nothing. And Messier is Wrecking Crew. So I feel like this is going to mess up my my special teams lines. So I'll just make sure I don't save the changes, I guess. But Oh, and then hold on. What is his? How shitty is his endurance? Yeah, it's so bad. It's 81. I can't put him on the fourth line. Um, and I mean, for fuck's sake, Moren's the best shot in the game. Um, I guess maybe arguably now with Pedersen getting added, but probably still. Um, I I can't really justify bumping him down to the fourth line. I guess that was my problem that I had when I tried to do this earlier. Um, he's just almost like a complete waste down there. But so here's what I could do. I could put him down there, bring Beliveau up, switch Beliveau with Messier, and then take Beliveau out completely. And I sincerely doubt that anybody that's watching this that isn't already well versed in my team would know where this was going. Um, Hometown heroes, Luke Glendening. Actually, this did not work. Forgot about that. He only has +1 for the boys. That's part of the reason why I did not do that. But if I wanted to, he's got 96 faceoffs as a winger, and it's pretty quick. So he's helpful, but I would still be missing 1 for the boys. So I'm going to go ahead and not do that. Um, so since I'm going to be not saving the changes anyways, we'll do the full flex on the team of everyone that's still left here. So here's kind of what I could choose from. I've done all of the 90s. There's only 5 of them, so it's whatever. But and there's just the 291 icons. So Gretzky, Lemieux, EP40, Beliveau, Mr. Hockey, the Flower, Joel Lundqvist, Messier, Ryan Reeves looks like a duplicate. This I chose him as the loan, and then like a day into the loan, I just went ahead and did the set anyways. Taves, Wilson, Eisman's not too bad. I had Rantanen as the loaner on that one, and then decided I didn't feel like picking that up. Morenz, I would consider all the loans on this list, which is why I didn't switch to no loans. I'll do that in a second. But I think that I probably should do the either the 89 or the 88 set again soon because I kind of like all of these ones on here. Um, Dion, Stasny, Sakic is great. I really wanted him to be part of the American Sniper event today. It didn't work. Makita is not as good as he was last year, but is all right. Same deal with Forsberg. Um, Solani people love. I can't get behind a dude with 78 endurance. So is what it is. McDavid, Conacher, and then we start to get into the loners that I don't really want as much. Marty St. Louis, I didn't quite uh, enjoy as much as I thought I was going to. I basically added him. Hold on, let me go back to that for 1 second. I basically added him when I opted to take his loaner because he's got 2 for the boys. So like I could bring him in on the left side. If I wanted to have him in instead of Beliveau, which I have literally no idea why I would want to do that because Beliveau is clearly um, better than him at everything, and well, I just wanted kind of small guys as opposed to big guys, and Belivau's got a massive stick. Um, all right, so wrong one. No loners. What are you guys saying over here? Um, why do you think they bother with Team of the Week that are in the 70s? I can't imagine anyone uses them. 74, specifically 74 Team of the Weeks are great. How are some of 87, 88, 89 icons? You asked that 2 minutes ago, so I don't know if I answered that for you or not. Um, most of them are just totally lacking in speed and acceleration, amongst other things. Um, so they are almost across the board. They're cards that would be great as Gold Master icons, especially if they all get plus sevens. Sakic is going to be amazing and has some good synergies. Um, okay, cool. Curious about Conacher. He's always cheap. Yeah, I mean it's. So I guess I'll switch back to loans here to be able to pull his info up. Um, it's probably honestly people like me that loved the legend card last year. Um, Honestly, his 87 base alumni card was awesome last year also, but you can see from here he's just not this year. Um, there's nothing wrong at all in my opinion with his shots. He's just slow and has no endurance. And takeaway kings and net front presence aren't going to help you with any of his skate stats. So again, you get a plus 7 out of him and bump him up on a gold master to 94. Obviously, sounds good kind of across the board, but the real key with that is all of a sudden you're talking about 92 speed and acceleration, 90, 91 agility, um, and an endurance, which is kind of finally into the realm of being worthwhile. And then 96 balance, and suddenly like the dude is awesome, and now you're into the mid 90s on shot power and low 90s on shot accuracy. Um, so this is definitely one of those cards. Unfortunately, because it's a loner. Like, oh Jesus Christ! All right, I need to stop doing that, and then make sure I don't save these changes because they're fucked. But yeah, unfortunately, from this screen, you can't jump to the auction house, so I don't know exactly how cheap he is. Um, but here, hold on 1 second. Um, yeah, I mean, he is slightly old at 109 years old. Um, but I've got the graphics on all these all the icon sets. So let me just pull this up here real quick. Um, Oh, here it looks like you guys either somebody came or left the room, so I'll switch over to the comments on screen so I can see what you're saying as I'm not in the room at the moment. Um, First time you noticed his age? Yes, he he played he played literally like 75, 80 years ago. He's 109 years old. Um, all right, so I guess we'll start with 87s. I'm just going to go off of pictures, even though I've got some of these um, as loners. The original problem with the 87 set as to why it was a hard avoid for everyone was because that was back when you could only, despite only needing 3 icons collectibles, um, seems like yesterday low. Oh, 69K. Is that how much they're selling it for? Um, I I think that I mean unless I don't know how to phrase this. I guess if unless you don't have the coins, if if Conacher it has a buy now of 69,000, that's that's an automatic buy. Um, and like as I explain the set, I think you'll understand why. Um, so the reason why the 87 set was a hard avoid initially, it's always required 3 icons collectibles. Um, yeah, goalies exactly. So originally, it was you were choosing, um, you were taking your pick out of a choice of 2, and there's Billy Smith and Bernie Perrin. Um, are 2 of the 12 in the group. So you could absolutely have had a choice between either of those 2 as your only 2 choices. And I still kind of contend that uh, as they are without upgrades, there really isn't anything in the 87s that are all that worthwhile. I like all of the players, except Trottier. The fuck New York. Um, but and like obviously Sundin was a goon, but it's like I'm fine with that. Um, so it's whatever. And weirdly enough, as much as I can't stand Trottier, I don't have as much of a problem with Leach. Um, despite both of them basically being New York. Uh, but so the 12 are Chelios, Lindsay, Shanahan, Curry, Trottier, Leach, Clark, St. Louis, Conacher, Sundin, and then the two goalies, Billy Smith and Bernie Perrin. Um, but now that you get to choose from four, it's not the worst set in the world to do, even though I would honestly probably do what I've already done, which is choose Chelios and then upgrade him through the sunsets to his 90 heavy hitter that I think is for sure one of the best cards in the game. So it's weird. I would imagine without looking that specifically the 87 Chelios Silver Master Icon is probably either the most expensive or one of the most expensive of the 12 in the group on the auction house. So it'd be more if you had like icon collectibles lying around. I mean, I've got 7 of them myself right now after having done all of the 90 sets. Um, and most of the other ones that are worthwhile, like the 89s. But yeah, I'd be willing to kind of gamble 3 icon collectibles for just Chelios and getting that 1 out of 12. Um, unless they were like they're tradable collectibles and they were going for closer to 65 or whatever, and whatever that times, so that times 3 is almost like 190. um and and say like the actual card itself, like the Chelios was going for less than 190. And then knowing that, I don't even remember, but like if it required 6 gold collectibles, like back when I did it, that made sense because I could get them for about 45K. Bought Conacher for 69K. I'll try him out. Worst case is I make a profit if I sell him back potentially. Uh, yeah, 5% tax, so it's um three what it's Jesus Christ, can't do math. Um, you gotta so you gotta at 69 you gotta sell them for basically 73,000 or more, in order to have a break even, which shouldn't be that hard to do in my opinion. Um, but he's all right. Um, but like, there's others in the group too. Curry, Shanahan, um, you know, even again like Leach isn't the worst. Um, St. Louis, if you like were pressed, it's not bad. Sundin is just really slow, and I think too oftentimes I'm thinking of Forsberg as opposed to Sundin, and I could not have sold my Forsberg any quicker than I did when I had the tradable one that I pulled in the set. Somebody was asking me earlier today what my best pull was, so that might have been one of the best pulls that I had in a tradable pack, I guess. Um, and it took me forever to get good fucking value out of that marketplace. Um, so yeah, I don't really like this set outside of Chelios. That's kind of the real problem. And the Chelios itself is not good. It's got better synergies than the heavy hitters, but the heavy hitters is amazing, and now gold collectibles are extremely expensive. So if you have an abundance of gold players that you don't need, then you can do the trade-ins. You only need 3. So you need 150 of them to have enough icon collectibles in an untradeable format to do the 87 set. and then however many gold collectibles it takes to turn the Chelios into a heavy hitter through these sunsets. Probably six of them, honestly. Um, at least five, I would guess. Even though it's only a +3, it's a miles above better card than the 87. Um, like the difference is he's almost the 87 is almost like not even good enough to make most teams, and the 90 is almost a lock as the best right-handed defender in the game, barring the fact that two more got added today that are admittedly both pretty fucking good. Um, so again, like guys like Curry, Shanahan, they're great and all that stuff, but those two, along with St. Louis, just don't really play well as designed right now because they're basically just slow. Is the real problem? The kind of the key was the '86 set because of Gartner. If you're building a lower end team, and back for me, I had to buy him before I was able to get him from the set because you have to wait a week every time that you go to do it. And so each of the weeks that I screwed up and didn't get it, that's why I have Medano and Kanoye as my untradeable 86s. So I guess I got it on the third try, which is pretty good. Um, Considering if that is this the right is this even the right picture? Um, it is not. There's one extra card in here, and who is it? I don't even know who was missing off of the other list. But yeah, I don't have any of the rest of these. I think that like Ronick, McInnes, um, especially those two, would be fine. I think Medano and Kanoe are perfectly fine as well. Like Kanoe is still capable of actually making my team right now. Um, Obviously Gartner is too, because Gartner, if it wasn't for his endurance, would be um, almost the best right-handed shot in the game, um, either at or close to Lemieux. Um, Guys like Howard Chuck, maybe even Mihaljevic, um, maybe even Brad Park, certainly LaFontaine, Boom Boom Jeffrion. We looked at Salming earlier. Kind of all those guys deserve to be better. So again, it's a broken record here, but you turn these 86s into +7s at 93, and suddenly I'm not looking at any of their underlying stats. I just know that most of them would be pretty goddamn solid. Um, Jesus, man, that's not necessary. like, like not at all. Um, I mean, I already mentioned how you should be playing Horton. Um, Depending on how your centers are, Larionov and Newendike are both pretty good at faceoffs, so that's fine. Um, I if if I had a tradable Solani, I would just be trying to determine when the most optimal time would be to sell him. Um, their roles. Well, I mean, role because he's got 71 endurance. He's worse than the lowest end silver cards. He's atrocious. I'm a fan of the Finnish Flash, but he's terrible in this game. Like of the ones you listed, he's actually probably the one that would go for the most coins, and it's weird because he's far and away the worst card in that group. Um, like as is the Lindsay and the Busick are not great. And McInnes has his issues. Um, but for me, it's like the Forsberg. Let's go to uh, loaners. Trying to remind myself why I needed to get rid of the Forsberg. I guess it was pretty much just because the speed wasn't great, and then I mean, honestly, this is me like back on back in September. I was like, I'm not dealing with a dude with 84 endurance, man. So like, I guess you can handle that with Forsberg if you're also doing the same with Solani. Only Lindsay and now Conacher are tradable. Yeah, and you're not going to really get anything from Lindsay unless you just kind of catch a Detroit fanboy that's willing to give a little extra for that. Um, but when you so does that mean you did all those sets? So you did you did the 80 you did the 85 twice, three times, four times, lady. Um, no, hold on, let me figure this shit out here. um, okay, so yeah, you did the 85. You did the 85 set four times, not three times. Not the worst choices, um, but it's just kind of interesting because at the time, Ferraro was clearly the best choice to take from that group. Um, I also have Larionov, Newendijk, and Olchik as opposed to Horton. Um, I, I don't believe I ever had Horton as a choice. So I think that the last time I did it, Danieko might have been a choice, but I think that when I had four to choose from the other day, basically, sometime in the last week, and I think I literally got Larionov, Newendijk, and Olchek, so I had to take Mike Richter, um, or it was or it included two of those three and Mike Richter and Hextall, and I went with Richter instead for some reason, even though Hextall I loved his free agency card last year. Um, so yeah, I did. So geez, man, that's a lot. I mean, it's enticing because it's just the one collectible, but um, it's also a, it's also a, just a it's a terrible set. The 86 is much better. I already went over all of those, but really, like, you should just be doing the 86 set to get Gartner. McInnes isn't bad. Um, got Lindsay in a reroll. How did you get a tradable Lindsay in a reroll? Um, Also, I'm not on the screen with the chat, so now okay, SB rewards. So now I don't know everyone else that you had listed before, but I know you said McInnes, Busick. I need a much bigger sip of my. I'm getting a sore throat here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm biased because I like my choices, but on the 86 set, I think it's Konoye and Medano. If you can't get Gartner, McInnes isn't bad, and Ronick can be interesting, but Ronick is more interesting now because you can turn him into a 90. Um, and that's kind of what literally all the icons are, is just like about what you can end up turning them into. I already went over the 87s, I believe. The 88s certainly enticing, because I already showed like how I've got literally all those except for Potvin and Hull as loners. I could go. All right, so we're gonna do all of this. Let's not save or discard our changes. Um, so I know Potvin is one of them. Let me check to see who the other ones are. Shanahan, and Gardner. Like, I already have untradeable Gardner, so obviously there's no reason for me to ever do that one. Um, you might have noticed like that there's a little bit of a gap between 50 and 250. I don't know if you, um, yeah, I kind of wish that you had as well, dude. Um, but oh, really? Well, that's kind of brutal. It's a weird year to be first in, but I mean, I guess you would know if you didn't know, but like you could check out people's videos of advice and stuff like that. I mean, I think that the real key is to kind of stick with no sleeves 12, sleeveless gaming, and just kind of do whatever he says, and you'd be perfectly fine. Um, or you can listen to the idiots Brainstormed and Revived Legacy and the rest of them. Who are gonna teach you how to glitch goal and all that bullshit. Uh, the 99ers, the Graz 99ers, and their their name, their what do you call it? Their so fucking tired. Um, their commentary name is 99 Ways to Score. So I I made sure that I got a good little snip of a game um, with unfortunately it's Sabalski saying it, but whatever. So he says it, and I did some. I probably scored or whatever. I did something cool, um, and then he says it of whatever he's saying of like 99 ways to score is yada yada yada. Um, and I just did a little clip and I put that out on the Twitter with the Jay-Z quote that I was almost going to use earlier today. And I said that the quote is for me with that clip was I got 99 ways to score, but a glitch ain't one. Um, can't stand glitch goals. Can't stand cheaters. Um, you do watch Sleeveless? Um, yeah, I mean, so I mean, he 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 went over all of the sets, um, and very early on, after having done it himself, was like, just don't ever do the 87 again. Back when it was um, potentially having two choices and being stuck with both of the goalies, which is literally what happened to him. Um, I think it actually happened to him twice, which is makes it even worse. He has like all the icons. I think he eventually started to figure out that he needed to stop doing those. But I feel like the 88 set is kind of worth doing. Um, I don't know. I mean, it's five collectibles, which can be kind of expensive, but um, I think it's easy for me. I would choose Sakic without question. I've tried to get him and didn't. I think no, because then who would I have got? Yeah, I think I was no. I was either trying to get him and was going to, or I had so many goddamn Detroit and Windsor boys in the room that they kind of like forced me to take Eiserman, and it worked out. I had no idea that that was going to happen, but it was later able to turn that '88 Eiserman into the '90 Classic, and he's pretty solid. Um, Saw a guy last week with a number 99 jersey, and the name was Problems. Good times. Um, so yeah, I had the Forsberg, but I packed him, so I sold him. I've never had any other 88s outside of the loans, and I guess I should probably start to consider that because I've got all the 90s and the 89s, but all of my current icon collectibles are tradable, and I'm kind of holding off for when the Gold Masters drop, since that should be potentially next week. 89s, yeah, as much as I said that I have no problem with Stasny and Dion, the 89s I feel like I should just not do, especially now that I have an untradeable um, Blackwood in goal, as well as like 2 days before that doing the 90 set again, simply just to get the Patrick Waugh because it was all that I had left to do on that group. Um, but yeah, I mean, already having the untradeable Coffee and Morenz, that was exactly what I wanted out of that set. I got very lucky. And I don't have any of the other ones, and I don't really want them. The Larry Robinson, I think, is super weak, and we already saw that he's got a 97 gold master. Um, I like Dion. I don't actually like Stasny, but his card is has been good in recent years, and it's not as good this year. Again, obviously another problem with the 89 set is having the two goalies. But for me, it'd be, even if I didn't already have Coffee and Morenz, just knowing that there's a chance that I could have the choice between Sawchuk, Plant, Robinson, and any other card. Um, at that point, if I'm not getting Coffee or Morenz, I'm probably wanting Lidstrom, and I'm okay taking Dion. And that's why this set I think is fine if you don't have any of them yet, because in like the worst case scenario is basically Sawchuk, Plants, Robinson, and Stasny, and then you just take Stasny and move on. Um, but unless the EP40 from today is better, the Yesbury is not. I will definitively say that. Um, and then maybe the 91 primetime McDavid is better, but I don't think so on that one either. Certainly the 93 in December for McDavid will be better. But for now, Morenz still is the best left-handed shot in the game, and Coffee wasn't just the best left-handed defender; he was just the best defender, period, and it wasn't even close. Um, but it's all about those 90s, man. If you can, if you can find a way to just save up nine icons, you go ahead and do. Um, you go ahead and do your sets. Unfortunately, I can't show you the thing here, but you do 400 sets. You get all the things along the way, which obviously includes some loaner icons as well as some coins. And in the end, you get four untradeable icon collectibles, um, or maybe it was five, but it's at least four. It's four or five, I forget which. Um, so as much as I am not a do your sets person, which I keep forgetting to do. This is super frustrating because like I absolutely should be sleeping instead of doing this. And I should have like some sort of like bumper sticker or some shit on me right now that says I'd rather be sleeping. Um, but these cards are so good, and just like I don't mind flexing on this one here because you're the only one in the room, and I've butchered this so much tonight in the last 4.5 hours that I don't think I'm gonna get very many people watching. But yeah, I only have 1,257 silver cards left, so there's that. Um, do Let me try to do that quick math again. I always like doing this math. It's fun for me. I think it's a month. Um, so it's 157 of those sets. Uh, with these sets that apparently I didn't actually click on yet. Which gets you two golds, which unfortunately can both be 74s. Those sweet 74 team of the weeks that you like so much. Um, so I've got enough to do 157 of those. There's obviously 24 hours in a day, so it's my bad. I don't know why I thought it was a month. It's a week. It's basically 6.5 days worth of being able to do those. Plus, I think sweet 19 more minutes. I'll be able to do all three of those. Geez, so I'm gonna save that. It's nice to keep talking for another 20 minutes about something of value. Um, yeah, so it seems strange because I was basically just talking about not wanting to put Belleville back in the lineup, and I rarely ever play with Gordie Howe. Um, but like both of those cards, even if they only get like a +5 into a gold master, are just gonna be so absurdly good. Um, like they're good now, but you saw my team. Like it's kind of hard to penetrate in there. Um, and then I technically don't have the Silver Master Messier because I converted it to the leaders. So if God forbid they do a Gold Master Icon Messier and you don't get to use the leaders, which would be fucking stupid because it's literally the same card plus one gold collectible. So I actually have already made the statement many times, but I feel like when the Gold Master Icon Messier comes out, I should be able to use my leaders Messier in the trade-in set and have it at a cost of at least one fewer gold collectible to do that conversion. And the Lafleur is already probably the best right-handed shot in the game, um, and only maybe behind the Lemieux. It's really, to me, they're basically, they're not really even like 1 and 2. They're like 1A 1B, and up until today, Patrick Waugh was the best goalie. So that 90 set is definitely pretty solid still in my opinion to be doing. Um, Come back into the room with you so I can jump off of the full screen here because it's stupid. Um, does keep that timer on me though, which is helpful. Dude, did you leave the room? Like the only good part of the last like 3 hours outside of any potential value that came from me talking is like about to come now because I get to open up 4 packs and it's still saying I'm the only one in the room, which I know gets thrown off at times, but up on the top left when I switched over it said 0, and I was technically in the room at the time. So on the off chance that you are here, take a look at that Joker. See how it's doing. Still here. All right. Well, my thing says there's one person in the room, and I'm in the room, so I don't know what that's about. Um, yeah. I mean, this is not. This isn't a bad. Good luck. Are you saying that as in like you're leaving, or are you saying that because I've got 4 packs that I'm opening? Still got another like 10 to 15 minutes I have to wait for that. Probably 10 minutes, I guess. I got to wait for those cooldowns to end from when I did them 24 hours ago. Um, but yeah, the Joker, he's good. I mean, he needs some more goals. Clearly, um, the 83 endurance is a significant problem. Um, but I mean, personally, I think I did pretty good considering the Zadina was forced on me. I got that from the from the pack, and then in the choicers, I went with Nylander and Joker. I would have considered Etolv. Um, and I might have had a choice between Etolv and Nylander in one of them. The other one though was Joker and I don't think it was Samsonov, and there's only 6 of them, right? So on Joker, Nylander, Etolv, Zadina, Samsonov, and who the hell am I forgetting? Probably there'd be did they have a foreigner prospect? We go into the so I gotta I'm gonna put the actual timer down on these things. So first one's 11 and a half minutes. Let's put it for 12. Oh, the pack luck. Okay, cool. Nice. Appreciate that. Yeah, I could show you the numbers I got on those as well, but it's crazy. Um, Even though I did show the a video of that on Twitter, and was talking about how I had that one, the gold jersey one. I have a month worth of that, but that's um, at least that much. But that's just because it's a 24-hour cooldown, and it only takes 10 to do the set. But you get a premium pack, so there's that. All right, let's figure out who the hell I can't remember from the group for some reason. Oh, dumbass, Nahas. Yeah, I wanted Nahas for sure. Doesn't seem like it's working out so far, and it's Pedersen. It's not Samsonov. I don't know why I'm getting people confused. So yeah, I never had a choice of Nahas, and if I had a choice of Pedersen, I would have passed on it. Um, I I'm when I chose Joker, I might have already had Nylander. I'm not sure, or it was choose two, and one of the two was Zadina. I don't really remember honestly how I ended up with those as the ones that I went with. Um, but I got all these guys up here except for James Neal, fucking prick. Um, well, if you're gonna end up doing any of the fantasy stuff here, this is just me. But this is me learning the hard way through Evos last year, um, and kind of being smarter about it this year, and then also being realistic about who can get, X number of goals. Like, I don't know if Josh Bailey already has an upgrade waiting for him on Tuesday or not to at least 88. But if not, then you're looking at 12 more goals to max out. The problem is, as a 99, he'll have, and I mean it's a good problem to have, I guess. But as a 99, he would have, yeah, 97 in slap shot power, 96 in wrist shot power, and 95 on his shot accuracies. Again, not terrible, but there's more that are like that also. His deking would max at 98, as would his passing and puck control. His hand-eye would max at 97. His body checking at 97 would also be his strength. His body checking would max at 96. Aggression you don't even need or care about, but since it's already there and I'm talking about it, 94. Luckily, durability gets up there. Poise does not. Poise is 4 off, so you're talking about 95 there. Again, I don't care about discipline or fighting skill, but it is worth pointing out that all of these things go up together with the fantasy cards. So the 99 is going to have 99 discipline, which seems pretty good, but a decent amount of aggression and that fighting skill. Do you know if the Global Series games count for fantasy players? Yes. Uh, so who are you? Who are you? I need to get stuff on more than one um, of my devices. What else? That one all the way back there. Hold on a second. No, I think that's the app that I use for that. Yeah, I don't want to do the web version. So yeah, I got 7 minutes, I guess, until the next pack opening. So I'll go ahead and put your comments back on the screen for me to see here. while I switch over to figure out how to answer your question. There's people that you just follow on Twitter. And they post these things basically every day. Um, the hell? My notifications went away. That's fucking weird. Um, oh, did he score the Sabres? I'll just check this here real quick. I literally I did a cat nap yesterday, Friday, before the event for like 2.5 hours, hitting snooze a few times, but managing to get up in time for it to go off. Um, and that's it. I didn't sleep the night before at all. Then I haven't slept since then. So I'm very much out of it. Um, well, 11 hours ago. What was 11 hours ago? Yeah, so basically last night he was saying James Neal went to 91 and the card I assume I think I still have the David Krejci one goes to 79. Um, before that it was Eric Stahl, Shea Weber, and John Tavares. So I'm not seeing a I'm not seeing a goal out of 3 days ago was Josh Bailey and Eric Stahl. Um, I was putting Bailey as an 87. So I mean these ones have already taken effect. So I don't think Joker had one, man. Because the game absolutely counts unless the game happened after uh, 2 p.m. Pacific time, quote unquote, yesterday, Friday. But he still would have sent out a yeah, because he already counted James Neal's and Krejci's goal. Um, yeah, I'm just not seeing it here. Oh, okay. 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 See, yeah, that shows to show you how fucking tired I am. So I asked you who it was that you were looking for, and you said Joker, but I thought the way I read that as like you thought that somebody had gotten an up like deserved an upgrade and didn't get one from the Global Series. Yeah, any goals in the NHL, SHL, or Liga from any fantasy card, every goal counts as a +1. So when James Neal's bitch ass scored 4 in one game, he literally got a +4 overnight, which is why he's gonna be a 91 come Tuesday. Um, and wouldn't be the worst 99, I guess, but would admittedly be a pretty bad one. But as I was just pointing out here with Bailey, and I'm going to switch back to the main screen, and we've got about 2 minutes until I can start getting those 4 packs ready to go, and then I think I'm going to have to probably call it a night. So the thing with Bailey is that it's not, you're like, well, that's not a bad 99, but it's not a max 99, and there's others that would max at 99. Plus, this 87 is current, so and I wasn't sure of that. I knew he hadn't upgraded. This wasn't. I couldn't remember if that had happened since yesterday at 2. Um, but so he's at 87 right now. He would need to get 12 more goals in the year to get up to that, and it doesn't seem like the most difficult thing in the world to do. But I would have to check to see like even how many he's actually had so far. Um, and I mean, besides that, 6'1", 203 left-handed shot. I don't know. I just don't really care for him. I'm trying to remember if I've got him chilling in the in the inbox waiting for my supposed release to come on Tuesday to allow me to sell these. But as of now, I have no intention of selling the RDs. Um, and again, it kind of sucks that these guys will never max out anywhere close on their shot accuracies. Um, but like, I'll go ahead and jinx them. Like, Letang is gonna get another 13 for sure. It's just a matter of like how soon he gets it. I mean, for me, if he gets it on the the last game that he plays in the year, and like wasn't really even close up until towards the end, like that doesn't do anything for me. He's already getting up there with his shot stats, acceleration, agility, and speed, all at 93, and endurance at 92. So just to max those out, he only needs, quote unquote, only needs 6 of the potential, 13. So he needs about half of his remaining goals to max out his speed stats. Sorry, his skate stats. And his balance would still be a little bit off. And then that would bring his slap shot power to 92, wrist shot power to 91, and wrist shot accuracy up to 84, and slap shot accuracy to 83. That would be a pretty goddamn boss card at that point, since he was pretty close. I put him into the lineup, which is why he's not in my inbox. I put him in the lineup before, and there's not a whole lot on that list that I'm looking for out of a defenseman, especially the right-handed ones that weren't good until today. But the ones that are good, he's either going to max out or he's going to get close to it. I mean, having 99 in poise, defense and offensive awareness is absurd. Stick checking as well, and shot blocking at 97. The card is just crazy how good it is, and I need to go do these sets, but I gotta give a shout out to Kusa as well. The only concern I have with this is they got a different schedule, and he's going to end before the NHL, and he had already had a goal before the event even came out, so they gave him a +1 upon release. So that was part of why it was exciting for me to jump on his bandwagon, having never heard of him before the event. Which is kind of what happens when they give him a I think he's like a 69 overall in the game is his base card or whatever. But he's already maxed on his skate and speed shots. Lucic is fucking atrocious. Lucic is I mean, he's a cancer anyways, but he's outside of maybe some of like the fantasy cards, like you don't really want Zadina since he's not actually playing for the Red Wings. Yeah, I mean, this whole bottom group outside of Tavares and Hall, and obviously, as I said, Tavares already got has a boost to 77 waiting for him on Tuesday, and even Krejci's got a boost going up to 79. Lucic, first off, is terrible, and has no chance at all of scoring 20 more goals. And then if you look at it, if he did, he'd max out his shot power. He'd be lacking on accuracy as a forward. It's like, what the fuck? Like, why would you ever want that? His handles are terrible. Um, I was like, look at the overall, and then look at the things that are less than overall. So again, he first needs to score 20 in a year in which he looks like he's going to struggle to score 7, and is focusing on just getting into fights with literally anyone who will fight him after he's already taken cheap shots on people. But his awareness is never going to come anywhere close to maxing out. His defensive stats are terrible in that regard as well. His poise is going to max out at 91. His durability, oddly enough, would actually be at 99, but so would his aggression and his fighting skill. So I mean, he's actually probably one of the few fantasy cards that if you do get it up to 99, then all of a sudden he's one of those guys like the heavy hitters that are going to just find their way into a fight from like the smallest provocation. So he's a hard sell. Barbashev refuses to score, so he's a hard sell also. Um, Jimmy Howard with the Red Wings, so it's like it's just impossible to get wins there. I have be I have developed a pure hatred for Eric Gustafson. Um, so I'm a bit biased there, but you can just even see from the face stats. I don't even really need to click in on all these things. You can just see from the face stats. I mean, I get it, he's a defenseman, but he would not max out, and he would need 20 goals, and he's never been close to that, and he's playing terrible and never scoring. Um, Tervainen's weird. I don't really have an opinion there. Kako is uh, just far and away the most overrated player currently playing. Nylander is awesome and is technically a prospect. That's just crazy. Shea Weber's not the worst choice to go with. And looks like, I don't know if Stahl already got his other upgrade. Blake Wheeler obviously cost me a fuck ton, but it seems worth it to me. Kind of unfortunately, he also does not max out pure 99, but I'm willing to accept what he does get, which is maxing 97 on both shot accuracies and his handles maxing at 98 instead of 99. Technically 95 on body checking, despite being 6'5", 225. And as far as like anything else that I care about, he's not really great as a defender, which is part of the reason why he doesn't get as much time on the ice when the Jets have to kill penalties and shit like that. So he's gonna be a little bit lacking on shot blocking specifically. But even that will still be a 92. So we talk about being like not great on defense, and being 92 in a stat such as shot blocking is honestly pretty fucking good. And stick checking will max at 98. Poise also maxing at 98, along with durability. And then all the skate stats get maxed even before he gets to 99. Comes with 1-to-1 T and 1 to TN. It's just such a boss card, absolutely boss. Like you compare that to like Yandel, who's just a complete waste. Pedersen became interesting, I guess, because they're starting to realize that that the Kings are sorry that Quick is not so quick anymore. Samsonov is getting the same sort of deal with the Caps. Klingberg, I don't really have an opinion on, other than just like you can only have so many defenders, and he doesn't max his shots. I have no real problem with Johansson. I don't remember if I have that card. I don't have OEL, and I was kind of pissed that I did not, because he's one of the few fantasy players that has X Factor, and I assume that I'd want that back in here. Now I understand 4 hours later that this would look like a total a total hypocritical job on my part, talking about a guy who's got X Factor and Workhorse both activated. But the thing is, as an 84, if he didn't move any further, like if this wasn't a fantasy card, then I would suddenly be okay with having both of those synergies on a player such as this because he's at 92, X Factor plus 2 to 94, Workhorse plus 2 to 96, and all of a sudden with SP you're talking about a boosted 99 without any extra boosts. The acceleration at 91 puts him in pretty much the exact same spot as again that 87 liters Petrangelo, who's actually 99 in speed and 90 in acceleration. Um, but yeah, I think this is another one of those cards that's good enough. Um, but you know, when is he going to get those 15 to get up to 99? Um, and how many just kind of amazing left-handed shot defensemen are going to come out between now and then. Seth Jones is also not really all that bad, but clearly Kusa and Letang are the better options on right D as far as fantasy cards go. Um, and I already pointed out how Josh Bailey's already up there at 87, but for my money, yeah, I'll give him the 5 goal head start and hang on to Blake Wheeler instead. I think it's just a much better right-handed shot, and Bailey is actually, in fact, even a left-handed shot, so it makes it even worse. He's competing with the every month upgrades from Kucherov, McDavid, Matthews, and even Marchand at this point is starting to look good now that he's getting more and more upgrades. I don't know why I spent that much time on fantasy. I literally just went in there to find out who the other two were that I couldn't remember. Why didn't I don't know why I didn't click square on that. Poor design, in my opinion. They would say purposeful design. Um, it's the short answer. The nice way that I've said it when the question has been either asked or whatever, and I've responded on like the forums or something like that. Prior to today, when talking nothing but shit about the Young Stars event set or whatever the hell, um, I've outside of maybe when I get sauced or whatever, and I go for 6 hours like this and haven't slept and get just a bit salty about general stuff. Um, I've mostly been pretty positive as far as my feedback on the game in 20, and never really did anything wrong. I don't even I'm so I'm such like a purist that like I refuse to take glitch goals or any other types of glitches like the self saucer pass, which I've read, I haven't seen because I stopped paying attention to even videos from people, but I read that they had apparently like looked to patch the self saucer pass, and I guess they did the way that it was working, and now it just needs a slight adjustment, and you're still basically able to do it. And I, I don't know. I guess that it's especially since I'm not really participating in squad battles at the moment, that I guess I don't care that much that it's being heavily abused for people to get top 100 in squad battles. But without going into that whole thing again tonight, when there's guys that have, 20 accounts that are all either in the top 100 or competing for the top 100, and the ones that don't get it end up in, Elite 1, maybe Elite 2. Um, it's the whole event is rate based, so the more people that have those higher scores, the more that I have to do it. I think that's part of the reason why I like Rivals as much as I do, is that I don't even feel the need to try to compete at higher division levels. The ones that I've been in are so far have been kind of much more manageable of not having to take up all of my time, which I understand seems completely um, like a just a completely ludicrous statement to make since I've been live streaming and none of it included in any gameplay. Although I did sneak in 2 games in between the 2 live streams. Um, just hut challenges though for the dailies. Um, but Rivals allows me to to play you know at my pace when I want to and not too many games and still have it's only been the 1 week so far that I've been able to do it, but got diamond or whatever. And I also don't think the rewards are like the best ever, so I'm not super crazy about that or whatever, but they're fine. um, Damn it, I should have. That's whatever. Yeah. Yeah, those tabs don't work. They never have. Um, but yeah, sorry, I didn't actually answer the question. But the events, whatever the fuck it's called, like in collection under the events, whatever, those are not intended to be actual collection or collection trackers or anything like that. They're literally just meant to be um, placeholders for the items that have been part of the those sets through those events, or the events through the sets, or however you want to word it. And so that allows you to do a couple things from there. You can very quickly just with a couple clicks see what the prices are for any of those cards if you have an interest in any of them. Um, and you can also see the player info if you don't have any of the cards, and even the ones that you do have. You can be sure if you're like, oh, I don't remember, which shitty hockey team from Arizona that OEL plays for. And then you can go into to that little thing and see his info and be like, oh, I got to go over to the Yotes. And then you go, if what you want to do is be able to see the card in your collection, then you got to go into the NHL, not the events collection tab, and then over to in that case, the Arizona Coyotes, and you would see the OEL fantasy card in there. And it's the same for all events. Um, yeah, and there's other things along with that. Oh, I'm doing this backwards. I thought I was in the shit. How many do I need? Guessing 3. Okay, good. Um, all right. So hopefully that answers your question. And we got 2 people besides you in here. I'm gonna go ahead and toss the gameplay recording on in case we get something good, because it feels like something good's coming for some reason. I don't know why. Jinx. Those are the jerseys from my team, the 99ers. Well, I like to make sure that I here try to give the folks what they want when things are asked for in the chat during the live stream, especially those people that have stuck around for 3, 4, 5 hours. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take care of that for you. That request of the incoming purple. Oh, I just figured out what that was saying. Man, I'm so tired. Gravity doing a the hell? What timer go? Doing a recording here real quick. Get to you in a minute, bud. Okay, so it's coming in the reroll then. We'll take an untradeable as a 91. It's fine. Jesus Christ. Why do they keep doing this to me? I don't get it. Is it supposed to be funny? I mean, they're 76s. They're untradeable. They're just gonna go into sets, but. It's like I did a themed set. I got 2 LDs who shoot left, over 6 feet, under 200 pounds, from Finland, between the ages of 22 and 25, and salaries between exactly 775 and 845,000. They're basically the same, except the 25-year-old, interestingly, is listed as not being in the NHL quite yet. Hasn't worked his way up to the actual Penguins. He's playing for the Barrie Penguins instead. I don't know these guys, so I'm not convinced that this. I'm guessing that's Niku is actually playing for the Jets. But that is really fucking frustrating. It's gonna wait all night for that. Basically, I wait 24 hours for these things to open up, and I usually get good stuff. So I'm not actually complaining, I guess. But it's just frustrating. I didn't even get an 80. I don't think. I definitely didn't get any icebreakers. I didn't get any 81 plus. I think like Lee Stepnack was like the best card. All right, now Gravity, you still in the room? What do you want? I gotta end this. You like watching on your phone or something, Lee? Whoa. What? I got another base pack ready to go? Where'd all these things come from? I don't. Oh, that's why. I don't want to trade these. There's not there's not enough money in the world for me to give up my Czech Republic one. Oh, okay. Well, there's 25 more. Interesting. All right, so I don't I don't I don't like to trade flags, even though for some reason Canada's not actually a flag; it's a logo. I don't know if I've not noticed that before. Even the United States, I feel like, is a flag. All right, so I need 7 out of 25. Um, Wait, what were you? Sorry, what were you saying you up to? I don't even. If I asked something, I don't even remember what I asked. That's my logo. You were asking about that earlier. But I've done USA, I've done Czech Republic, and over in the bronze one, I've done the Tri-City Americans. Um, all right, I can get rid of this one. It's fine. Oh, yeah. Sorry. So tired, man. I got an untradeable Canadians logo. When the hell did that happen? I get that in Did I get that in that stupid untradeable Gatorade pack today? And I know I don't know, but I feel like I would have noticed any new arenas coming on. Um, and again, still pretty salty over the whole stealing a million of my coins thing. Um, Geez, another 15 minutes, I can do another one of these. Then I'll go to bed. The lies we tell ourselves. Um, but yeah, still a little salty about that. I mean, I was I was public in the stream as well as on my Twitter account that I know certain folks at EA are aware of. I've had conversations with them through there um, about other bad shit that happened before that caused me to leave for 2 weeks. Um, and then I came back at the beginning of this month and on Halloween and just ripped a bunch and was like, whatever, I'll just throw it in and see what comes or whatever. And then sold all my sold my primetime Matthews, McDavid, Kucherov, and other cards, and clearly also bought some stuff and like the Niedermeyer leaders. I think was around the time I bought that. Um, so I spent a little as well, but still I had a million coins, and then they just take them from me. And the worst part about it is not only just having those taken, because I also had close to I got my coins back up to like 200 something, 220 maybe most, 200 for sure. Um, and then I wasted all of them on the packs from the event today. Um, like the 140 went from like the 95 for the untradeable pack, and then the 50 for the 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 lemon lime. And then at that point, I was basically done. I bought a premium pack and a base pack also. Um, I initially used my remaining. I had 820 points, so I used two 400s on the fruit punch packs. They were terrible. Um, I got nothing from them, and so of course when I came back in and had what I have, I think I had about 60 something thousand coins left when maybe that was the beginning of this broadcast. I don't even really remember. But somewhere in there I had that, and I decided to go and open up three more of those. Yeah, it was the beginning of this broadcast. That's literally how this broadcast got started. I decided I was opening up three of those, and that's where the Kale McCarr came from. And I was not on the mic before the Kale McCarr, but having spent hours talking about my my views on the set or event in general, and then specifically that card, I just had to jump on the mic, and here we are, 6 hours later. Uh, you say routers, you mean the the your company's property outside boxes, or you mean uh, like in-home activations? Okay, that's kind of funny. First, I was ready to just bitch again about still not getting an 80 plus. I actually got only one gold card, and it's the lowest level gold card that you can have. So if I was looking to quick sell anything, which I'm not, I'd get 450 for it, as opposed to like the silver. Why is that so low? It's only 200. That seems inappropriate. Just the gold to silver makes that much of a difference on quick sell, whatever. But after I pulled that and this came up, I was gonna say that clearly out of those six packs or whatever, the best stuff I got were the coins cards. Um, inside the Comcast head end slash hubs. So yeah, your property. Um, yeah, fucking AT&T in I'm in Chicago, but it's a town here that I'm um, uh, whatever. Like it's weird. If you've never been here, you don't know how it works. But we have neighborhoods, so and specifically where I'm at right now is technically just outside. So it's its own place. It's I guess it's technically a suburb. I don't I don't I don't think I don't think I ever refer to it as one though. Because it's I'm I'm I was gonna say I'm only miles. I'm only a few miles, and in the greater metropolitan Chicagoland area, a few miles is basically fucking nothing. Um, but I'm only a few miles right now from my childhood home where I lived until I was about like well outside of when I went away for college. I lived there until I was about like 24. and we had to sell it. Um, and been doing my own thing since then. But like talking about Miles, the childhood home was proper city Chicago, not just the county, but literally in the city. But a neighborhoods, particularly on the south side, were uh, based around parishes. Um, so it's like even if you weren't Irish Catholic like the rest of us, or in the other parts of the South Side, if not, if you weren't Italian Catholic, um, you your most of your neighborhood is still, for the most part, known based off of the parish that, um, in almost all cases, helped develop the area originally. So where I my house was literally, um, well, just as far as like north south was 95 blocks from the center of the city, um, and like the downtown area outside of the loop is basically just like 1 square mile. So city center is, as far as the grids go, is kind of like an important marker, um, and so it's that's literally like 12 miles, um, which in parts of the Bay and parts of other parts of California is that, not just LA, but other parts of Southern Cal and that shit. It's like 12 miles is a fucking death sentence in a car. Like you're never ever getting there. Like just kiss your loved ones goodbye. You will be lucky to get there in under 12 hours, like 1 hour per mile. Um, Based on a speed from a speedometer, that would be a mile per hour, which is kind of slow. Um, but point being, for us, it actually wasn't that bad, and uh, you can actually still to this day, even with you know um, plenty of people that leave and stuff like that, but generally it's, well, I guess we'll find out from the census soon enough, but population is still growing, and you can still get at certain times, and obviously not during rush hour or during or bad times like with sporting events or other types of events and stuff like that. But you can go. It's basically it's just 60. So it's 12 miles. You can mostly get there in 12 minutes, but because it's never exactly 12 miles, it'll be more like 15, and you gotta plan, so it's like 20. So it's not bad. And so some people grow up thinking that like everything, like in the entire state, is only 20 25 minutes away from them, and that's very far from the truth. But what was something that I used to say to people that I thought was such an interesting fact, and it's not really all that interesting, now that I'm much older, was that my I think I used to make it super personal and say like my childhood home, but I mean you could just say the neighborhood, honestly. Like, but my um, where I lived, being in the city of Chicago, was actually further away from the city center than some suburbs. So there's there's a near, it's not like from gerrymandering or weird shit like that either. It's just the way the so it's the way that everything's laid out. Um, there's some there's some near west suburbs that are almost considerably closer to the city center than where I grew up, and I wasn't even on the edge of it either. It went further than where I was. Part of that problem is um, um, yeah, that it's a whole thing. But so being a few miles away from that, technically in a suburb, it's like I'm not really in a suburb. If I jump on the bus, it's the um, like the first one that's like literally right outside the door is technically the 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 half of the bus, whatever that is suburban, but a half a mile is a switch over to the Chicago it's CTA, so it's the Chicago transit buses. Um, oh, so my only point. Oh, and you said a lot of stuff and I wasn't even paying attention. My bad. Um, 50,000 customers. Jesus Christ, man! Seriously? Yeah, I don't. It it's it's. I'm not. I don't like it. I mean, I if I had to choose between being cool or being fucking scalding hot, I'm going cool every time. Um, I don't do well in heat. Um, but honestly, like I mean, I'm a bit of a pussy myself when it comes to the actual elements and all that. But for me, it usually comes down to much more of precipitation, the wind. I mean, it's technically called the Windy City because the politicians blew so much hot air that yada yada yada. But it's also really fucking windy here. And so it's for me it's more so the precipitation and the wind. And during the winter, you, even if it's not clouds that are bringing the snow or slush or sleet or rain or whatever the fuck down, there's a lot of cover and you don't get very good sunlight, obviously, and that's just kind of a normal thing for almost all winters. But you gotta kind of combine all that stuff, and then depending upon what sort of precipitation is coming down, the lack of visibility are the kind of the main reasons why I don't care for being out in the elements. I'm not much of an outdoor person. Um, Definitely an indoor cat. Even though I'm a dog person, but I don't think there's such a thing as an indoor dog. Um, but uh, yeah, so I'm a bit of a pussy in that sense, but like everyone's just a huge pussy who talks about it and can't handle it because it's really not that big of a deal. Um, like you go out right now, I'd have to check. Um, no, I can't do it from the screen. Oh, hey, what's up? No, the ban I'm sure is not over. I haven't even bothered to try. Supposed to get supposed to be tomorrow, Sunday. Um, which I don't know if that means it'll be Sunday or maybe Monday, or because they're not working that maybe they won't flip the switch if it's not an automated thing and I might have to wait till Tuesday. I don't know, but I also blew all my coins that I did have, so I don't think it matters either way. It just comes down to whether or not I have anything left that's tradable that I can actually get some coins out of. Um, yeah, man, those fucking fires. I don't I have no interest in that. I mean, I generally have no interest in Southern California in general. Um, I honestly don't really have much of an interest in all of California. Um, I did so much in my career with with tech that obviously I. Oh, hold on a second. All right, how about that 91 untradeable MSP? One of the ones I don't have, please. Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much for that. Ah, the fucking joke. The goddamn new controller is like so touchy. Like it just always wants to take a goddamn picture as opposed to either starting or killing the video clips. I don't understand. I have to like go. It's so weird. I have to like go over from onto the left side with my right thumb and click it, or it doesn't work. Anyways, I think that's gonna be it. But I'll finish my point, I guess. So yeah, ban isn't over. Let's go ahead and prove that. Um, doesn't really matter buying or selling, but I'll do another weird flex on how many tradable contracts I have. No bueno. And it would give me the exact same error if I tried to buy something despite only having 10k coins anyways. Um, so yeah, so that's what's up, and my ban is not over. Um, yeah, and then the fire season, I have issue with that, but my whole thing is just like the laws there are so fucked up. Um, like it's one thing for me to um, almost exclusively remotely deal with um, other folks who happen to also be working in and around what we were doing from a tech perspective with mostly uh, um, mostly folks in oh Jesus, why I'm so out of it. Obviously I'm talking about Silicon Valley, but I was trying to be specific to, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyways, and then for me at least, especially especially in my 20s, um, I first I could handle the long hours way easier. Um, but I mean, especially the very beginning of it, even though um, I got to have I like more or less my dream job. I probably could have thought of some things better than that, but like as far as like realistic, based off of like where you can start with, not even like a true internship after post baccalaureate, past just after college. It was either the best or one of the best that I could have had, and to be able to kind of be that age and admittedly, especially early, like being so inconsequential to everything that was going on with the work, and yet still, um, kind of being in the room with the C-suite executives from, you know, in some cases like the Fortune 100 companies. Um, I I mean that was a while ago. That was 15. Yeah, more than a decade and a half, almost 2 decades now, a decade and a half ago. But um, best I can tell, like even today, it seems like there's not really um, many other better openers that you can have for that kind of like experience. Like unfortunately for me at least, the actual work that I'd be asked to do was just extremely fucking boring. Um, and I get how I had to kind of eventually learn about how like everyone is just like, yeah, everyone's work is boring. Um, but I don't know. I was young and dumb and naive and filled with hubris, so I was like, yeah, special. So my shit shouldn't be boring. Um, and comparatively speaking, as I said, best best job, career, occupation, whatever that I could have chosen, and great work around me that was being done. Um, and so in that sense, it wasn't boring comparatively speaking to a bunch of other stuff that it could have been. But my whole point of even bringing all that up was that early on in that career, um, even so spending basically my entire week, um, uh, on halfway across the country, out in California or up in Seattle, um, and being there, like literally flying out, um, occasionally Monday mornings or Sunday nights. I forget off the top of my head which one was more common. Um, I think we ended up working it so that we did Monday mornings more often, and so that meant like first flight out at best, second flight out. So early. I don't do mornings. It's 11 a.m. here now, and the only reason why I'm up is because I've been up the whole time. Um, as my thing reminds me to switch the things that I'm charging. Um, sorry, this thing's so fucking hard to see when that light is on there. There we go. So yeah, I mean the only reason why I'm up is because I've been up the whole time. Um, even now, like even like 11 a.m. nowadays is especially on a weekend. Like if I don't need to be up, and I've kind of made it so that like at this point I don't I, I, I either I either rarely ever actually need to be up, or I just am like, nah, I don't need to be up. Like, the dude does not abide. I just I don't buy into certain stuff anymore. So I'm just like I'm over that. I don't need that. That's not happening. I'm not getting up for that. Um, but yeah, comparing that to being up at whatever the fuck, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 in the morning to start getting ready for the day, and it wasn't even that much of a commute out to the airport. It was just because we were taking early flights, to kind of get in early. I mean, part of the key was to be able to be on site before noon, um, and then out specifically the first one that I did in Seattle, for me at least, as far as transport, was probably the worst and absolutely wasn't my choice. But I was lowest man in the totem pole, so I literally didn't have a choice. Um, we took the red eye home every fucking Thursday night, and I don't mean that like. Sorry, hold on a second. Jesus Christ. Still there, Lee? Since I was going off on some tangents there for sure, but I fly home Thursday night every other week, fly back the next Monday. Fridays and Mondays are paid travel days, only an hour flight, not too bad. Uh, Meaning you get paid to work on Fridays and Mondays, but you're only traveling and it's only an hour flight. Is my summary of your summary correct? Um, some shit going on in the environment around my residence that I was hard to avoid. It would be one of the potential reasons why I would maybe be up now because it would fucking nuts. Um, so you could answer that if that's what you meant of that you get paid for those 2 days and that but you're just traveling. Wait, hold on a second. You can answer, but Jesus. Um, yeah. So hold on. No work on Friday and Mondays. I travel, but still get paid as if I was. Um, so you're like hourly or something? Is that what you're saying? I'll just continue telling my stupid ass story while you respond, since my story won't have any questions for you. Um, so every single fucking Thursday night we came home red eye, and it was literally red eye. It's not just me being um I don't know, dramatic or whatever. Um, I believe generally it would leave Pacific time 11:30, and then we're 2 hours ahead, and we're flying east, so the whole thing gets fucked up on the way back. And so we'd be in Friday morning. Um, I forget exactly, but I'm guessing around like 5:30, 6, maybe 6:30 delays or whatever. Um, and I I guess you were supposed to sleep on the plane. Um, you still haven't answered. That's cool. Um, so again, another thing that I had told as like a story eventually that I thought was kind of funny, but is probably just saying more bad shit about me. But I I had I was like people use the term, and I don't mean it literally, but pretty close. But like I was like deathly afraid of travel. Um, had almost like never traveled by plane up to that point. Like I'd been out of the country once with family for a week. Um, that was like it. Uh, we we did a bunch of traveling. I rarely did any on my own at that point, um, which I think is fine. Like looking back on that, I'm just like, you know, prior to prior to prior to graduating college, other than school related travel, it doesn't seem like there needs to be too much of that happening kind of on your own. Um, and then I got more than enough of it from fucking work as soon as I was out, anyways. But I'm sure I had been on planes and stuff like that. But like my mom was her fear of flying was uh, incapacitating. Like she basically couldn't do it. I'm not exactly sure what the fuck she did for our when we went out of the country to Ireland. My sister was um, studying abroad for the at least a semester, if not a year. I forget which, but I think just a semester. And so we went there when she was there. We were there for, I say a week. It may have been 10 days. I forget, but it was at least 7 days. Um, and then I don't know how much of that would have been travel because it's basically like you lose a day, there and a day back or whatever. So maybe it was 10 days total with like a day on each end for travel or something like that. Um, but I literally I've heard stories. I've asked before, I guess, and she's dead, so I can't ask her. Um, but I've no fucking idea like what she did to kind of like knuckle up and make that happen. I know it was hugely important, so it happened. And it wasn't like the only time that she ever had in her entire life, but it for the most part was. And I think that her fear had actually gotten worse as she had gotten older, not better, which was the opposite for me, which is the happy end of my story, I guess. That uh, for me, probably because I was so fucking like concerned and freaked out for her, and it was an extremely long amount of time, and it wasn't I don't remember. Um, my thing with the flying was I still to this day I don't really do well with like you could say motion in general. Um, but specifically like with my head, like if there's um, you know um, like my head just hurts. Like I don't know how to describe it. It's like when shit's happening, like if I get hit too hard or like all the fucking car um, crashes slash accidents that I was in, um, even as like a passenger, even before I was driving myself, that I continued the trend once I was the one driving for some unknown reason. I don't really know. Um, it's like your brain's getting like bounced around a little bit. It's feel to me it feels like super unpleasant. Um, so I think that was like one of the main aspects of like the travel is just like you're hurtling through the air at you know 280 300 plus miles per hour on a on a bus using a jet engine. Um, so as things kind of move, uh, that typically didn't sit too well with me. Um, but then the rest of it wasn't really all that great either, because then it's just kind of like when you're sitting there and it's placid. Um, then I think about kind of my other main thing that I had forever with flying is I used to always say that I was claustrophobic. I think that I, for the most part, still am. But uh, it, it part of it for me took a very long time for me to kind of be okay with that moment when they closed the door and it's like, all right, we're gonna be here in this confined space for X amount of time. Um, and certainly like traveling across the ocean that takes a minute. So yeah, I don't know. It's just that's I definitely don't miss the really long ones and the basically daily ones. Um, get the fuck out of here, fucking cunts. Um, but point being, if there was one that and is there ever with me? I doubt it. Um, I I was basically deathly afraid of traveling, and sure, like some of the normal stuff that others have, as far as like and my fears are definitely the ones that I had were definitely like part of the normal experience of everyone's general fears of flying or whatever. Um, but the whole thing of like this isn't safe. We're gonna go down. We're gonna crash. Whatever. Maybe it was from having been through so many goddamn car crashes and knowing the stats, where I was just like, actually, we're safer up here. um, But if you hit something and you're going down faster or at a weird angle or whatever the fuck, then yeah, none of that is ever really all that pleasant. Um, but but yeah, I think that beyond all those things that I just mentioned which were certainly factors. I think that part of it was just you know like partially the newness part of it and partially the whole like um I don't know. I'm like the opposite of an adrenaline junkie. Again, the whole head bouncing around thing, like I hate roller coasters and all that type of shit. Um it's just that it's not me, it's not my thing. Um so there's there was always like a part of me like early on when like getting onto a plane for work didn't matter. That was kind of like, all right, we're on this thing. And in like most other circumstances, if we were to get on a thing like this, we would all have some way in which we could get to the ground without the plane necessarily getting there, or without going with the plane. In other words, like a parachute or whatever else. Um, and being the overly analytical person that I've always been, it was kind of like, wait, so this thing developed in like, is it just a cost thing? Like, how come we don't all have a parachute? Or as I learned as I got to know people more, as I got a bit older, it was it I mean it is anxiety, um, but I didn't know that then. Um, so that was definitely part of it. But there's so many kind of forms of anxiety, and I've both personally experienced and then also been around or party to um, plenty of other types where if it sounds bad and I've literally been in rooms where we have to be like, okay, we're not, you know, we're not. No one is like you got to avoid the notion that you're like trying to one up somebody or whatever. But it's you're not taking away from anyone else's thing or whatever. But you know, admittedly, like being in a room and somebody being like, I don't know what a good example would be. Um, yeah, because I mean, at this point now, I've kind of heard it all, where it's like I can if I can't empathize, I can at least sympathize with almost all forms of it. Um, but I don't know. It it would sound like a probably like a sexist or typical guy thing to say or whatever, but it would be typically like you know chicks with chick issues basically, and being like super worried with like this uh, seemingly crippling anxiety that they'd have and be describing, um, that was like I don't I can't even remember like good examples of it. It's not just like, oh, like I went and got my nails done and then like one of them like got a chip or whatever and now my life is ruined. Like there was some of that, and you hear that and you're like, all right. Um, but it's like, oh, like I've like there's a package that's set to be delivered, and it says it's coming at this time, and I'm gonna I'm planning to be home at that time, but like what if it's not there on time? Even if they've given themselves like a 6 hour buffer for a projected like 30-minute delivery time or whatever, and maybe are even receiving the thing like on a I don't know a semi-regular basis or whatever. Like they've done it, at uh, at least a double-digit amount of times, like at least like 10 plus times or whatever. And it's like it's always been the same. It's always worked out. There might be a little bit of variance as to the exact time that it comes, but it's always within that half-hour window, and they've always have like at least 3 hours buffer on either end of that 30 minute window. Um, and it's being in a room and not knowing the person and hearing that described, um, in a room with someone else who, um, literally can't even open their door, to be able to quickly glance outside, let alone actually go outside for 10 to 15 seconds. Um, Again, like it definitely sounds like I'm being judgmental and saying one is way worse than the other. And I guess I do put different values on them, even though they're just kind of two different sides of the same piece of toast or whatever. But um, yeah, the other one though, like hearing it and not being a party to it, like just being a third party, like listening and trying to understand, it just kind of comes off as like, I don't know, um like okay, like you're a person who spent their entire time in school, um constantly, I mean, I've learned now it's just catastrophizing, like constantly catastrophizing that um, they're going to fail everything that they're doing, every single time that they've got a test or a paper or whatever that's due, and God forbid a pop quiz or whatever. It's like I'm going to fail this, and yet they're an absolutely perfect straight A student. And I have heard from some folks the um, theory, I guess you'd say, that it's actually that uh, that basically crippling anxiety and fear of failure is what enables them to have success. But from like my perspective, I'm kind of like, no, I'm glad that like things, worked out and it wasn't the horrible thing that they thought it was going to be. But I have two things that I think about it that I think are very similar. One is the kind of funnier one, which is like, if they had just bothered to fuck up once, they would have been able to experience it, bring it in, and understand it's actually not the end of the world, and that probably would have made all of their life that much easier, after having gone through that. Because even if it does initially, especially the first time, feel like it's the end of the world as it's happening, you don't die. You continue to live, and you're like, okay, like that happened. I got through that, and then you're not like Superman and invincible and like, okay, and I can do whatever. With the It's kind of a weird pose by Adam Thielen there. It kind of looks like he's taking a Superman pose, um, on the screen. I'm talking about there in the game. But yeah, it so it seems like that, like if they just like bothered to, not necessarily, I mean, certainly failing seems like it would have been positive in the end, but I mean, just even having things not work perfectly, would have made it seem as though it could have, um, brought all of those, concerns down a little bit or whatever, um, moving forward. Um, and then but the other part of it was, um, when people were like, oh, well, that was how they got that's how they're so successful. That's how they got their measure of success, is because they had this, like, just debilitating, crippling fear of failure, and that drove them to that success. So it drove them to do those things that led to that success. And for me, it's kind of like, that's not success. Like, again, glad that it like kind of worked out and it's okay for them or whatever. That's what they wanted or whatever as far as an outcome. But first off, I've my whole mindset thing that I don't try to push on other people, but if they're looking for like coaching or whatever, I'm down for that. Even though, if you've been listening to me for the last 5 hours, it sounds like I'm like the last person that you'd ever want to do that kind of thing, and incapable of actually talking through stuff with people, but um, I can promise you that there's parts of this whole thing that is the real me, but most of it is, again, literally 2 hours of sleep in the last two and a half days, maybe 2.5 or 3 hours. I don't remember exactly. Um, but the point is, like, the whole mindset thing for me is that I'm more about uh, proper inputs, uh, more so than being outcome based. And I know that that's very much contrarian to how almost all of America operates, and I get that. Um, but it's my thing, and I'm cool with sharing it with whoever wants to hear it and maybe see if they could have it help them with whatever it is that they're trying to apply it to or whatever. But I take that same kind of idea for that person that got through school, because like every moment of every day was just a nightmare. Even about stuff that if someone had, I tried with some and they weren't willing to listen, but like if you try to like explain the numbers to them of like, sure, like this pop quiz is like, because they would do it about even with stuff that wasn't graded, or where people were like, this isn't going to be on the final exam, this is for you to learn. Even in stuff like that, they would still like, it's still like the worst day ever for them and freaking out and like, just this is I'm failing everything and my life is over, and it's the worst form of catastrophizing that is so hard to even just see, even if they're trying their best to keep most of it inside. um, so for me, like, I know for a fact from just even as a third party having seen that more than enough times that like that's not fun. Like nobody would want that. Um, so like in my opinion, the idiots who are like, well, that's success and that's how you get success. It's like, no, first off, that's not success, and then second off, that's not how you get success either. Um, it may have worked out that way for that individual, but it also, without getting too morbid or dark, but it also leads to very significant negative outcomes for lots of folks, way more than it ever should. Um, and I would still argue that for the person that quote unquote got through it, didn't really. When it's just like when you're literally white knuckling it for however long that is, if it's 4 years of high school, maybe 4 years of college after that, and doing the whole thing for all 8 of those years, maybe even did that shit in elementary or grade school, whatever you want to call it, and that could have been another 8 years there. Like you're gonna do that for 16 straight years, and then you're gonna be wondering how and why it is that you're sitting here, um, you know, basically catastrophizing that your life is going to end, and if it doesn't end, it doesn't matter anyways because you're a failure and everyone hates you and everything's the worst, and like there's no point, and yada yada yada, and it's because there's a package set to come at noon, and it's never very, if you actually looked at it, it's never varied any earlier than 11:45, it's never come any later than 12:15, and you are set and planned to be home from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Like you're good. Like things are fine. And again, because you've never actually experienced any form of failure or disappointment or whatever, all these things that you're afraid of, you should. Like you literally should. It's going to be way worse than if it had happened way earlier. But like you need that package to be late at least, or early, whichever one's worse for you, I guess. Um, but you would honestly probably be much better off if like the package just doesn't fucking come one time, and then you gotta put your life together by figuring out what happened and where it is or whatever. Um, it's just to me it seems simple, but it's always easy, from across the fence. Um, but um, but yeah, it's again, hearing something like that, hearing somebody describe something like that, or seemingly even potentially more trivial, um, than that, um, in the same room as someone who, um, you know, uh, like didn't leave their their residence one time in 10 years and has spent, I don't know, say like another 5 or more years since then, um, working with multiple professionals to work through all that, to just try to even be able to get up, if you want to call it the courage, the will, the whatever, the ability to push through the fear and mostly face it, and deal with it, and bring it in and accept it and be like, this is happening, and uh, I hate this, and just being honest about it, and not being like, oh, everything's great, I'm loving this is awesome. Like, yes, I hate this, I want this to be over, and then hopefully when it is, you've gone through it, and you can start to move on. And I'm not a professional in that area. I'm not an expert in these things, but it I'm not one of those that believes in those people who are like, oh, you got to face your fears, even though that is how I got into this whole thing about how that's eventually how it worked out for me with flying. Um, but um, yeah, I don't think, I don't know. To the whole point I think that I was trying to make with that is that you don't want to kind of one up, and you also, when saying crosstalk or commenting on what somebody else might be going through or whatever, like, you don't want to be like, oh well, you know clearly, that of it took you a decade before you first left, and now you've been working for 5 years just to get to this room right now. Like, thank God you're here. Please stay. We're here for you. But like, you over there also, glad that your package has always worked out. Like, they don't seem quite on the same level. Um, but long story super long. With flying, I absolutely had tremendous fears, anxiety, etc. with the whole thing, on a number of different levels. Um, and like across the board, like yeah, you think about like the, um, crashing and dying, or there being a fire, that you guys seem to be creating in your state, in various parts of your state on a daily basis. So apparently you're used to fires, but the rest of us don't really want to crash and burn in actual fire. Um, so that part would suck. Um, and even though, obviously, outside of, if you go from any part of continental U.S., I think we flew out of, I'm assuming, New York. Um, Although I don't remember that, and I feel like I would have remembered that. So actually, we probably went out of D.C. And even though I feel like I would have remembered that, and I don't remember that either, um, because I've been to both of those places, and I felt like yeah. Anyways, but obviously that encompassed, quite a bit of travel over the, one of the largest bodies of water. Um, but the other travel, where you're mostly not traveling over water, I'd still be capable early on only. I'd still be capable, like, being on that flight, and having this irrational fear, uh, of uh, of of uh, of a water landing, um, and and having to deal with like and but within the confines of you know an enclosed space, and so having this tiny box that I would prefer to be bigger and be more spacious and not be so much aware of being locked in, um, now being thrust into a body of water that's at least big enough to handle a jet, I guess. Um, and then going under the water or whatever, and now having that water come into the cabin somehow. I'm not really sure how that would have all worked out since everything is so vacuum sealed, etc. But I'm sure they could have figured it out. But that was definitely a weird, like irrational fear, especially since there wasn't a ton of water that was traveled over, um, despite the fact that people that don't travel in or out of Chicago don't seem to know that even if you are traveling from Chicago west and then from west back east to Chicago, there's still plenty of times where you have to circle out over east of the city in Lake Michigan to arrive back at the airport, which is actually in a western suburb. There's also one to the southwest. It doesn't matter. Both of them, plenty of times you have to circle over Lake Michigan to the east before you can begin your descent and go into taxi, etc. Um, so I guess there only would have been one of the few times where it would have made some sense that we could have ended up in the water, but that's a very short period of time, and you're low enough at that point you can kind of see it all, and you're like, we're fine. We're probably gonna run into one of those skyscrapers instead. Um, so there was that, and my whole point of bringing that up is that during the interview process, I'm sure there were plenty of lies that I told looking back on it now. Um, but one of the biggest one to me, at least at the time, that I was keenly aware of, was when they were asking, they're like, "Hey, there's lots of travel." I'm like, "Yeah, travel's fine," because almost all of my travel up to that point, even entirely across the country, was not by plane, almost every single time. So uh, I, for some reason, had kind of gotten used to whether it was a train or a car or other type of car-like vehicle or whatever. Um, I was pretty much cool with like just being in that for most of the time, especially because for me at least, like a lot of the time you could be like, if there's like a very serious issue or you just like really gotta pee and don't want to pee your pants, like you let somebody know and you can pull over and take care of that. Which I mean, you can pee on a plane too most of the time, but um, the ability to like get out of the little box that you're in for whatever reason, whether it's peeing or whatever, like it's very helpful for somebody that was like me at that time, that was had those weird fears and anxieties and claustrophobic, etc. Um, but yeah, I think that when it was either when it was listed in the job description listing or whatever, or when I was first responding and was just trying to say yes to everything so that I'd be able to get it. Um, I think there was probably a dumbass part of me that was like, yeah, travel. So what, to like the suburbs or maybe to like a nearby state or something. We rental car or something like that, which there was that happened as well. Um, but then when they were like, yeah, I mean, you might have to fly, and they had already had that first assignment in mind for me, um, and it was that travel to Seattle that I was describing. So I was like, uh, yeah, no, I'm totally cool with that. And the first couple times out, I traveled with the um, with my team, um, and and I only did that. It was only, I mean, I did it every single week, but I only did that for in total for a quarter, so for uh, about 3 months, maybe a little more than 3 months. Um, and like way before it ended, I turned into the absolute like just business pro, where I was like, oh my god, these fucking people just aren't prepared when they come in here, and like Luckily, that was back in 2004. So I mean, it was post 9/11, but there were still like they had lines for us where if you wanted to go quicker or whatever, and you needed special um, access that I'm sure you travel as much as you do. You should be able to get some of that if you're going on the same what you call it, the same airline or whatever each time. It didn't take me very long at all to like kind of build up my miles and my status and all that jazz. Um, so yeah, I got to go into the. Actually, why don't I just keep it on that screen? Even though I got the timer going now, I did no intention of getting to the next hour of these things. But at some point, I will get one good fucking card out of this thing. Like I pull an untradeable duplicate MSP Jake Muzzin, uh, whatever, like 4 days ago from a silver, and now I can't even get a fucking 80 or 81 plus. It's insane. With all those good prime times, the teams in the week are pretty solid as well, and you technically can pull any of the event cards also, even though most of them I don't really want as an untradeable because they're garbage. Um, but anyway, to finish that up, I just basically outright lied about being totally cool with travel, and I absolutely was not. And I traveled with the team initially, and they were probably like, "What's going on? What's wrong?" Because I'm sure they saw that I was um, as much as I was trying to word signs because I've always been pretty expressive, and uh, I I don't know. I probably just like made shit up. I was probably like, oh, I just like it's early. I like breakfast wasn't good. I probably shouldn't eaten that thing that I ate before getting on or whatever. Um, and then um, just like just like an absolute champ. I think it took less than a month, which would have only been um, you know essentially four round trips. Monday out and then Thursday back. Yeah. So, oh wait, definitely no. Oh, really? That's interesting. Um, although you're technically not leaving the state though, so I guess that's a bit different. Um, like I still had to do the security, but I was in like the express line or whatever. Um, oh, and my story wasn't meant as like travel sucks. Um, even though I'm sure that's more or less what I said or how it came across, but I'm totally fine with it. I have no problem with it at all at this point. Um, and uh, after like uh, there was a there was a switching to the second firm. Um, there was arguably less, or obviously like less travel than compared to the gigs that were um, out every week, technically home on weekends, and told you could take, as I said, like coming in sometimes as late as 6:30 in the morning, our time on Friday, um, and being told like generously you could take the morning, and be in the office in the afternoon, and then we were finally like, we don't want to fucking come into the office in the afternoon. And for me, I was like, don't, I'm not sleeping on the plane, so like I just I'm just gonna sleep on Friday, and then it became a thing of they're like, well, you just have to make sure that you're prepared on Monday, um, and because my actual work was so mind-numbingly boring and like not challenging at all, and also mostly stupid, um, but was like confined within a larger thing that was all of those things, like in a good way, the good stuff. Um, that it was like for me it was hard for me to be like, oh well, okay, well I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna go kind of like just gonna sweep this little this little uh, piece of um, like of the floor up over here because there's going to be this big event going on, and things need to be swept. It wasn't even like I didn't even have a chance to even like kind of do that. It was more like nobody gave a shit at all. Um, you do you do 4 10s, four 4 to 10s. Don't know the reference. Um, oh, gotcha. Yeah, yeah, dude. I don't. You're only supposed to be on like a 30-second delay, and sometimes by the time I see what you've texted, I'm like, what about 5 minutes ago? I know I go quick and it's all tangential and all that bullshit, but still. Um, uh, yeah. So when I switched firms and the travel was considerably less, and it was both kind of more localized and also you know generally sporadic, and they were honestly I don't know, people like to say for better or worse. For my experience, it was for worse for me. They were super. I don't know. They were just penny pinching motherfuckers, basically. Love them to death. It's great work, great company, great people to learn from, all that fun stuff. But it was like Jesus fucking Christ. Like it's okay that I had a cinnamon roll for breakfast and put it on my expense report. And it's like, no, you don't get an expense report. It's like, okay, I literally just came from a firm that does the exact same work, but much worse than we do here. Um, and I had a per diem everywhere I went. Um, and like the only concern was because I was, oh, hey, Trev, way to, way to walk in the eighth hour of a stupid ass thing here. Um, oh, 4 days a week, 10 hours. Dude, yeah, I don't. I mean, I guess those early gigs certainly were very long hours, but and so I guess what I just described was basically a 4 day work week, at least for that quarter for those 3 months. Um, but I was it was absolutely a take your work home with you, take your I mean, back then it was a BlackBerry. Take your BlackBerry home with you. You have to be reachable at all times. Sort of bullshit. Uh, so like even if I got home on Friday and then slept and then I don't even know when I woke up, that it would generally require that I'd have something that I'd have to do before it was time to get back on the plane on Monday. Um, generally not fun. Um, and I don't mean like the whole like travel thing. I just mean like the whole kind of timing of it. So when switching to the other firm, and it wasn't intentional based off of the difference in travel and how they approached clients, etc. But switching to the other one and seeing how they were like, yeah, no, we don't. Clients come to us, we don't go to them. Like if we do have to go to something, it needs to be like, I mean, Jesus Christ, it's like you need a fucking like you gotta have a sit down with like with all the five families and have like the fucking Pope sign off on it or some shit. It was so insane, like the hoops that you'd have to go through to be like, okay, I'm just gonna like the clients in Indianapolis. I don't feel like making them come here. I'm just gonna go there for the day, and I'm gonna show them the shit. It's much easier if I try to schedule this out to like make them come here. We're gonna have to pay for that anyways, and then like I gotta I gotta suddenly be on their schedule and their timetable from like when they can fit that into what they're already doing for our thing that they don't admittedly care all that much about, even though it's saving them tens or hundreds of millions of dollars, because the numbers weren't as big back then. But yeah, it was just it seemed fucking stupid. It's like Jesus Christ, like can I just go? Um, but yeah, the whole like specifically like at Seattle, um, as I said, I very quickly learned that I didn't I didn't want to fly on the airline that they flew on. I wanted to fly on the one that I wanted to fly on, and I don't remember if the flight back home was always on the airline that I preferred, or if because we had to take that flight, if that meant that I had to go on their airline. I could see it working either way, but I think it would have worked out better for me and my miles and stuff like that if they were for some reason forced to take my airline on the way home because we did fly home together every time because it was the last flight out. Um, but I don't know how long it took me, but again, certainly within the first month, as I got used to the whole travels thing and all that crap, I realized that there was like a there was both like a how would you describe that? Like there was something was written down, not like as far as like law or rule, but like here's what you ought to do in terms of like acceptable places that were close enough to where we were working, um, to to for the hotel to stay at or whatever. Um, and then because it was such a large firm, we had like the best deals ever. So we had relationships with all of every brand in the world, um, and that included the airlines as well. But like, um, and even and the rental car companies and stuff like that. Even though we always just had town cars to and from the airport. Um, but they called them limos. It's like they were livery, technically. But I mean, looking back on it now, it's one of those things that I think is just kind of funny the way that people like to kind of talk stuff up. Because the first time they were like, um, I think I'd probably had ridden in. I think there were enough of us. We had to take at least two of them out on the way out or whatever. And then there was like a discussion about like getting back or whatever. So whenever the first time that it was proposed that like I had to be the one to set up like my own. Um, they're like yeah, just just call our taxi service. It's here's the online portal or whatever that you go to. I'm like for the what? Like in my head for sure. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? We came in a black sedan. Um, and I had been in plenty of town cars before that. Um, if I use the airline they preferred, it's not one way. Stop in Vegas, Phoenix, or sometimes Portland. Literally the opposite direction. What the fuck, man? From San Jose um, to the Bay Area? What? That's absurd. Well, the Vegas isn't that bad, I guess. But why would you if you don't have to? Um, and Phoenix is obviously stupid. But Portland, I actually understand just from my travels in that area. That's actually it's actually super common. Um, but yeah, I get that. But another minute, another stupid ass silver reroll for the lulz. Um, so anyway, long story short, they were staying in a they were staying in a nice enough place, um, but in staying there, especially because I learned that like either on the approved list or just part of the network that we had or whatever, I could stay at the W. And like again, this is 2004, so that actually meant something back then. Um, San Jose to Portland, then to Orange County. Wait, what? You don't, not the Orange County of LA, the other Orange County? Is that what you're saying? Otherwise, that made no sense to me. God damn it. I mean, at least it isn't one of the sets again from two exact same guys. One's from the States and plays for Rampage, and one's from Canada and plays for the version of the Ducks, the Goals. One's 21, one's 26. They got enough differences, even though, again, basically the exact same salary, all things considered. That sucks. This has not been fun. Yes, LA. I'm very confused. You're, but you're. Well, why are you going to LA if the work is in the Bay Area? I assumed you meant San Francisco. That was like the whole reason why I jumped on that part of the conversation and explaining my travels out there. Because I've actually vehemently refused to go to LA for any reason. I've turned down multiple jobs, so I was like, I'm not doing it. I'm not even going. I'm not even going for the interview. Because for instance I've interviewed for a couple days in New York before for another firm. Even though like I was gonna be working for the guy who ran the that group out of the New York office, spent some time in other offices, including the one in Chicago, and that was the one that I was going to be working out of. But I had to go to New York basically to meet him and his, I don't know, really kind of his number two, but then also a would be peer that he trusted way too much. Um, and that was the interview. So like there was at least three or four of us that came out at the one time, had to go out there for the interview. Even though again like the work for me at least would have been Chicago, and it was um, uh, still would have had clients, and so I would have probably had to go wherever that required me to go or whatever. Um, okay, so when you said the Bay Area, you meant San Jose as opposed to San Francisco or Oakland. I guess that makes more sense. But yeah, I hate your town. um, Although you said then to Orange County, and that sort of suggested you're flying into Orange County, and that doesn't necessarily mean that that's where you live. Um, but I'm not saying that I hate Orange County. I'm just saying like a bit of ignorance. Literally never been there, but have gone out of my way to not be there. Um, yeah, I have I've no interest in LA. And it's not like the same kind of like hatred that I have always had for New York. It's honestly more like a weird combination of like distaste and fear. um, uh, yeah, I mean, like even the people who I know or I guess knew that have gone and it worked out and they stayed. Uh, Again, like my version of like whatever you want to call it, success, workout, whatever. Like, nah, that ain't it. Like, not having that. Um, and there's way many more on the other side of it where it's like, I'm sorry, your pop up tent that you live in is only a few blocks from the beach. That's so so it's a silver lining, is what you're telling me. Yeah, it's a mess would be a fucking understatement, bro. Like I feel like I don't need to go myself to be able to know. Like it's enough. It's enough. It's enough being over there and being like, yeah. Um and and like again, it would definitely seem like one of those things like where there's certain people that I try to convince of other things, um, where if they, although I most of them I'm pretty open about my um, just pure lack of interest in anything revolving around LA. Um, but uh, yeah, if they kind of heard like what I just said, they would be like, wait, hold on, how come you like I don't do a holier than thou sort of thing, but I kind of try to be like, hey, like maybe can we like look at a different way to look at this? And it's like, not not every person who speaks Spanish and used to be referred to as Hispanic are actually from Mexico and therefore not Mexican, and they're not actually um, traveling all the way up to your suburb of Minneapolis to you know take your job at the I don't even know what the fuck. Um, but it's like whatever. Um, so when I like when I feel like I have to try to be like, okay, that's a point of view, sure, but the thing is, oh, thank God, fuck the Kings, bro. But or Sharks. I've been a Sharks fan. It's so brutal this year though. Um, so brutal. The whole I mean I said it on Twitter, but like the whole fucking division just doesn't even make any sense. I mean I guess like the Canadian aspect of it, the Vancouver is doing okay. And like I one of the other teams. I'm trying to think what the other team is. Probably the Avs, unless are they in Central with us? I don't even remember. The whole thing is just NHL seems so fucking weird compared to every other how every other sport has decided to kind of dissect their stuff, even including some of the ones that also have Canadian teams. The Queens suck. Who are the Queens the Canucks? I'm unaware of who the Queens are. Um, Brutal. Um, I I was just making fun of the movie that that depends on how you look at it. Some people helped spawn a franchise. Other ones said it was all the franchise spawned the movie. The reality is, from the people that I know that were involved, it was the whole thing was planned like to go together. Um, Calgary is in our division. Kings equal Queens. Got it. Um, yeah, Flames. The Flames seemed fine. Um, but like the Flames seem like they have the talent that the Sharks do. Who's their current goaltender though? Because like the whole division is fucking atrocious because there none of them can understand that their maybe once goaltenders are horrible now, like just the worst. Unfortunately, except for the Golden Knights, who because they got to bend the rules to suit them in a way that should have never been agreed upon. They get to have the Flower um, trying to compete with Hank for the the greatest senior citizen to ever attend that in a season. Um, but yeah, so I mean, Calgary seems like they got talent to put it together. But then again, like the Sharks do too. Um, and all the analytics guys are keep telling me about uh, how bad of a year EK65 is having. Um, like statistically speaking, and not like base stats, like the good stuff, the fancy stats. Um, like he's detrimental on both ends of the ice when on the ice. Um, it's like okay, um, still arguably one of the best defenders in the game though. Oh yeah, yeah. Rich, he's doing well. He's doing well. He'll get there, man. He'll get there. Same as Quick and Jones um and literally all the rest of them that were good for a minute or two or whatever, and then turned to shit. I mean, fucking Bennington can do the same thing, and the Blues can fucking eat a dick as far as I'm concerned. We're not allowed to have any positive views of any St. Louis anything, but particularly their sports teams here in Chicago. Um, Especially when you have college girlfriends who who when you meet are like, I'm from St. Louis, and you're like, all right, yeah, I'm like everyone else here, I'm from Chicago. Um, and then you, when you, especially once you eventually end up starting to date them, you get to learn a bit more. And then particularly when you actually visit down there, um, and it already seemed that way when you had seen it on maps. And I've always been a map person way before Google Maps and all that bullshit. And as I said, when we were traveling as kids and stuff like that, and I say as kids meaning all the way up until like 18 or whatever, I was the navigator. I don't even remember what the fuck we had, but like we had actual maps and then like books of stuff and whatever. Um, and I was like the one to be like, all right, we go here and then we go here and then this highway then we're connected to and then yada yada and like, all right, little dude, take care of it, we're good. Um, yeah, you guys. I mean, so as a Ducks fan, you're lucky to have Gibson, honestly, in that division. Um, he doesn't exactly make you guys look like your Stanley Cup runner-ups the way that the Flower can do to the atrocious Golden Showers. Um, but he's still definitely good enough um, to get some of your difference makers the ability to make a difference, which is kind of what it should always be about. Yeah, not just the Thomas guy, but other stuff too, and just in general area maps and shit like that too. Um, but uh, but yeah, Gibson, Gibson has a chance of getting there. I love the people who like the like every single clapback that I saw on Bennington bitching about how he deserved Rookie of the Year over Pedersen, and for the last so the year and a half leading up to and ending with the end of last season, I have always hated Pedersen, and therefore that extended out to like everyone who saw him as the second coming. Um, but like Binnington can fuck off, dude. Like he was nowhere even close in that conversation, and he's closer to my age than he is uh to Pedersen or Dahlin's age. Um, and Gibson is actually younger than he is. Um, so it's like, what are we doing here, guys? Just, it's like if you take, you know, if you take until you're in your early 30s to finally work your way up from AHL into a starting slot, mostly because your team is shit and the guy ahead of you is fucking terrible. Um, and then you make it work. Sure, you made it work, but like the you're not entitled enough that like the world owes you everything now because of that. Like if that was the fucking case, then we would have gotten rid of Crawford here, which we probably should have done at this point, and definitely need to do now, and just settled on Scotty Darling, because he also had one good half of a year after coming up through finally being sober and making it out of the AHL. Their egos got huge after their first season. Uh, I have I don't know who there is in that um it feels like it should be the Golden Knights, um and their first season being the team. Yeah, okay, yeah. So it was the team's first season, but it's not like they were all rookies. Um, they did they did steal one of our affiliates, so that was fun. Um, didn't end up with didn't honestly didn't end up with uh, too much value out of it. They got Cody Glass, obviously, which was a big deal, but um, yeah, I mean the rest of it was other shenanigans and um, contracts being what they are in the NHL. Like Seattle is, I'm looking forward to as much as I should not admit this publicly. Like I actually hated my time in Seattle that I was talking about before. The first time that I was there, and was there for most of the week for three plus straight months. It was the first quarter of the year, and everyone was talking about how it just constantly rains there, and like it didn't. It barely ever snowed either. In fact, the I thought it was fucking hilarious because the people that were working there were big into certain stuff, and they were most of them were constantly bitching about how they had to pay in advance for their access to the whatever the fuck like the ski mountains. I'm guessing plural, and they never opened. They never had like significant enough proper powder because it had not snowed. Um, and then like it barely rained either. Like I was totally fine um, walking in the downtown area, which was fun. Like I liked the whole like little slant thing. Um, not quite San Francisco, but it was that was definitely kind of fun. Where it was like, all right, especially because especially this is so bad, but especially because the hotel, the one that I was talking about, the W that ended up going on, which I was only really bringing that up because I felt like it was nice to stay there. Uh, certainly looking back on it, this stupid ass Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattresses that they had there were just the dumbest. But that particular W at Seattle was I liked them all back then. I was a big fan of Starwood. I'm not anymore. Um, I'm also not really a big fan of just the W in general anymore, but back then I was. And it was one of the overall hotel was one of the nicer ones uh, that I got a chance to stay in while staying at W's. Um, but that was more of the thing was just like the overall thing and the fact that like um, you work those kind of hours literally in the downtown space. They just it no one else was working those hours apparently. I don't know. It was like it fucking shut down. There was a subway, and I don't mean a train, like the fucking sandwich shop. And for some reason I feel like it closed at 9 their time, like Pacific time. Um, and yet it was just like an absolute fucking like chore to be able to like get everyone to be like on board with like me leaving because at that point I was staying at the W by myself. Um, I'm with the side piece, um, like none of the people that I worked with stayed at that hotel with me, and I loved that. Um, and so I'd be like, I mean, it's time to go. Like I probably had stopped working, like doing any actual work, like at least an hour, hour and a half before that or whatever. Um, and I was like, can I leave? I'd like to eat dinner tonight, like tonight, like as opposed to like some other day of the week. Um, and uh, so it was like a chore to like first off get them to all like agree to it or whatever, and then even if I really wasn't doing anything like particularly of value, now I got to go through all this like these checkpoints to be able to just like shut it all down for the night and stuff, and it was just what the fuck, and then you got to do that, and then everything is you've got your passes to be able to like get in and out, and especially because we were so late and like no one else really felt except for the executives really felt like staying that late, despite the fact that like if I told you the name of the company you'd be like what the fuck, like they absolutely should have been working long hours. um, but that just wasn't the culture, so and yet we were forced to do it, I guess. I don't really, whatever, it makes some sense but not as much as it should. um, so then, like, you're in a building that's mostly shut down, also, because it's basically just that company in that building, um, despite it being a huge building and also a huge company. Um, and so then, by the time you get through all of that, now I've got to go. I don't even remember. It probably wasn't that far, but at that point, now I'm going uphill back, east to where my hotel was, which was again great. And being not a morning person and having the morning being part of my walk being downhill, it's like I just let momentum get me there. This is sweet. Um, but on the way back, it wasn't a straight shot. Like where like the subway wasn't like on a direct path from where I needed to go back to the hotel, so I had to kind of meander over and like no joke, like literally like step around the teen vagrants. Like it was the worst. Um, uh, and like just for me at least, and I outside of again having to go way out of my way many many times to be able to avoid LA. Um, I, I I'm sure parts of it don't smell great. And there are industrial places, even some around here, and like in other ones that I've been to that clearly are not great. I mean, it's basically just pure sulfuric. But outside of like those anomalies and like industrial stuff that you can like understand, as far as like downtown like urban settings where there's no factories or anything like that, outside of obviously New York, where fucking idiots that put that city together, and to this day, no one's picked up on the fact of like, hey, the buildings that were allowed to move because we have decided that in this city the best thing that we can ever do is always knock down whatever exists and build something new that's much worse than the thing that was here before. And in doing all that, they never once thought like, hey, why don't we put in a couple alleys and let's put the garbage back there, as opposed to just throwing it on the street and having so much of it that even if they do 2 runs a week, uh, that's all it is. You're just like literally walking through garbage and it wafts everywhere. You smell it every fucking step that you take. It is so. It's just the worst, the absolute worst. And I people that get out of here, fucking YouTube just tried to cut off me watching my own live chat so I could review their change to their TOS. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to abide by whatever. Um, Seattle streets are brutal. Well, again, this that was 2004, so um, but and the whole thing at that time was these youths, the youth, um, they would because like I sometimes had to like find out like what the deal was or whatever. Um, but it'd be kids from the general Pacific Northwest, um, almost never from actual Seattle. It's like nobody was ever from there. Even the people that were like around us, who were either in finance or tech or fintech, like almost all of them were from other places, and the few that were actually from there, like they were typically younger, and like they had come when like the city first started becoming the Emerald City or whatever. Um, and there were like at least a couple that were from like the surrounding Washington area that's like close enough to Seattle and is has with the sprawl of Seattle up to that point had become like a suburb of Seattle or whatever. But all the rest, like all the fucking kids, the youth vagrants, who could be anything from fucking 12 to I don't know, maybe 19, 20 at most or whatever. It was almost exclusively 16 to 18-year olds. It seemed like, and it was almost um, and I don't know why it seemed to be more almost like more girls than guys, but it was it was kids who didn't know any fucking better and had probably heard or thought that like Seattle was supposed to be great or whatever. And it wasn't like LA. It wasn't like they came to Seattle because of the grunge scene or other aspects of the music scene, thinking that they were gonna like hit it big with that. There was basically no work as far as um, acting and stuff like that, or even theater for that matter. There was a little bit of theater, but very, very little. Um, and obviously, there was a ton of tech. Microsoft was still there along with everybody else, um, even though that was kind of in a little bit of an alcove. And then obviously there was all the finance, and then there was the finance tech with the fintech, and all of that. And there were plenty of other businesses and stuff like that too. But I don't know. I think that I don't know I honestly don't know what the fuck it was. I don't know if everyone just like saw some clips on MTV of Nirvana, which was like 10 years prior, and was like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I don't even play an instrument, and I have no musical ability whatsoever. Um, and almost like to the man, even though it was mostly chicks, like 9 out of 10 times it was um, usually their old man, but like their parents, you know, were like were super strict and forced them, at 16 years old to have like a whatever, like a 10:30 p.m. weeknight, weekday school night curfew, and they were in the Pacific Northwest, like any of the surrounding states around there, maybe in a more rural area or whatever, and they're like, "Fuck this! I don't have to do what you tell me. I'm gonna go do my own thing." And they're like, "You're that's not gonna work." And they're like, "Well, I'll show you." And then they just go, and then now they're just on the street. Um, and now, yeah, there's obviously the aerospace as well. Um, and now they're you know, and now they're all such bad heroin addicts that they're literally doing it like as you walk by, like out in the open, as sitting in bus stops generally. Um, and but like there's so many they're like sprawled out across the whole thing, and you have to like step around them just to get down the street. And in my head, I'm like, I just want to go get an overpriced shitty sandwich um, from anyways from from Subway. But and like I get it, like in general, if you're gonna live on the street, like there's you're not you're not gonna smell great. Um, so I get that. I'm not really um, chiming in on that part of it or whatever. And I can understand how like if you've either kind of grown up in it or if you become accustomed to it or if you're older, um, you might be more and you're not and you don't have the head stuff going on where like you know where you are. Um, yeah, I've heard that about Frisco as well. When I was there, it was mostly fine, but admittedly, as I said, I was mostly in Marin Valley, so yeah, it was um, and I mean, God love him. I mean, we made a lot of money together and stuff like that, but I mean, it was fucking. I think it's legitimately okay to say guys because it was at least 95% males. Um, on both ends, both on the tech side and the finance side, there in quote unquote Silicon Valley there in San Francisco. Um, but they're it was so absurd to me. It was like the place where they would live would it'd be nice. Um, I mean, but admittedly, it was kind of just like a slightly older, but probably you know like renovated you know townhome that was I don't know just kind of slightly bigger than a townhome, so kind of more um, like the Georgetowns and I just totally butchered that. That's not what they're called, but the in um, because here in Georgetown and here in Chicago we call them row houses, but the ones in New York like that or whatever they're kind of like that, like those people. So but they were living in places like that, um, where I was like, okay, you take that same exact thing and you put it in Chicago, like in good, um, you know affluent parts of Chicago at that time, um, that like are not a slouch at all from a real estate perspective, um, and like at best it would have been I don't know maybe like 350 to 450, um, and they were like 1.5 to 1.65, almost 1.7 for the same thing. And I was like, what are you doing? Um, and like it would, I mean, it was just me, but it was like it wasn't even fun. I'm like, your house is boring, dude. Like, like my one bedroom apartment on the lake um, in Chicago just eats your entire fucking house so easily. It's not even funny. Um, and I was overpaying, but comparatively speaking, it's like it's absurd. Like I'm renting because I'm stupid, and things didn't work out with the place that I had put money down on. Um, again, maybe for better or worse, whatever. Stop. I don't care about your goddamn terms of service, man. Jesus Christ. Um, um, but yeah, I mean, they weren't like, and again, like I don't, the house I grew up in is a historic home, so I mean, when we were there, um, like I was born in 19. I'm 39 years old, so I was born in 1980. We moved in 1983, and when we did that, I think around that time, 700 square foot condo, 350 to 400 in SoCal. Well, SoCal's fucked, bro. I mean, like all of LA is completely fucked. Um, I mean, it's like there's a reason why it's more economical to literally live on the street and um, either tend bar and or be a server, um, and like and still be able to like you know shower up and like go party and shit like that when you're younger, and then when you're older, you're like, all right, now I'm gonna start putting money down so that I can afford to get an apartment with roommates. It's whatever. Um, I, but also, I mean, just for me, like I don't, I don't know. I just, I, I don't think I could. I don't think I could deal with like I would have to probably live in gee, where would it be nowadays? I'm trying to think, but like geez, like for some reason I had Encino in my head, but I don't think that's right. Um, but like I'd have to live in a Hispanic district that's not like hardcore, not like so to explain this in Hollywood terms, so not like um, not where like the gangbangers house was, although the place looked nice, but not the neighborhood or the people. Um, but like not where like the gangbangers were living in uh, Training Day, but more so where where oh my god, now I'm gonna sound fucking racist because I can't remember his name. Um, Cause he's literally in every fucking every show and every movie nowadays. Um, but with the in the I know people hate it and think that it's a very shitty version of what LA is like. But in Crash, the the dude who I don't know why I can't think of his name right now. It's so annoying. The dude who is like the repair guy for the I guess he's a locksmith, right? That makes sense. Like they asked him to come fix the door on the um, when that place got broken into and robbed and vandalized, etc. No, so Ethan, I definitely know who Ethan Hawke is. Ethan Hawke being from Training Day, he's the white guy from that. I'm trying to talk, so you're always like 5 minutes behind for some reason. It's really weird. Um, no, I'm thinking of. I could look up his name. I'm sure, but he's Hispanic. Um, for whatever reason, in a lot of movies nowadays, it seems like he wants to wear glasses. I don't know if he needs those to be able to see or not. Um, but and that was actually one of his earlier roles. Um, and he to for me at least it wasn't like oh we have to play like a stereotypical whatever and then I'm talking about in Crash. Um, so again, like when you say like that's easy, like so we've moved past Training Day, right? Like so I'm not talking about living where the gangbangers lived in Training Day. I'm talking about in the movie Crash, the um, Jesus Christ, I can't even remember the name of the fucking hack director who was who was was a Scientologist. I think maybe he had stopped at that point. Um, but um, yeah. So whatever, like Paul, that's not right. I don't know. Um, Probably work better if I gave like any other movie that he was ever in. But more so was the point where like where he lived, even though, um, like supposedly part of that movie was about how, um, like for his daughter he needed to like move to a better neighborhood. But from like my perspective, I'm like this place seems way more chill. Like I'd much rather live there than in, um, like a hustle part of like, even if it's, quote unquote gentrified, but like mostly white, like part of LA where everyone is just like, oh Jesus Christ, like all about the hustle at all times, like just constant fucking like type A personalities, like, you know, you're either on the team or you need to like get off the fucking bus, and it's like, yeah, no, like you're a bartender who occasionally goes, um, on cattle call casting calls that has never led to success for anyone who has ever done that. Um, but please again tell me like that you want to talk down to me, um, when like it's not all about like, I don't know, it's not all about the money and the things that think that they want as far as success and fame and all that bullshit. But it's like I guarantee that you could like just kind of cherry pick, um, like any week, during like, you know 90% of my career before I retired, and it's like I guarantee I made more in that week than you know than you did in your, and at least in like the last whole year, if not the last 2 or 3 years combined. And yet you're the one that's out like every night with the bros and the hoes at the clubs, popping bottles, quote unquote fucking models. They're absolutely not models. I mean, they might actually be models as a career and life choice, but they're not attractive the way that people think that they are. Um, so yeah, I guess my point was I hate the whole scene, like every aspect of it. Like it doesn't seem like there's any pocket in any of that place that would work for me at all. Um, like it honestly, it seems like the best thing is like the dude who was like, yeah, no, I got like, I got, it's just this tent for now that we're in, but like we're gonna upgrade, and like, but like the beach is right there, and I can go to yada yada for, to clean up, and I go to yada yada for, um, for food and just hustling, but like respectable hustling in my opinion, but still somewhat shady. And and like constantly high. Um, so I'm not the second half of that was not meant to be glorifying that, but just in terms of like where they're at physically, like the location. Um, yeah, it's fine. It's good. It's perfect, basically, except for the fact that like you're gonna get killed. Like when when the rule is like the when the law is that every one of the other people that's in that area with you who's also in either a tent or other type of dwelling, um, is able, like legally able, to steal, take $200 from you every day, or is it every week? I forget which, but either one, both are bad. Um, and every single one of those people is allowed to do that, to you. So it's like however much you have, like you could have like 10 grand, and as long as each one of them only takes 200, none of them have broken the law. You cannot even call the police on that because it's not anything that is ever going to be addressed. That's fucking absurd, and just it's like what are we doing here, guys? Like, come on. uh, like that should not be life. Like, I gotta hear from enough people about how, like, well, life isn't fair. It's like, okay, but like, we can make it better. um, but yeah, I mean, you guys, the the homeless problem that you have there is um, it's not a solvable problem. There are a couple of proposed solutions. Um, and like, what kind of sucks is, I'm not the one saying this, but like, because I actually do have compassion, and when I, as I said, when I can have empathy, I do, and when I don't, I have sympathy that's actually much closer to empathy than the normal, like, pity. Oh, I have no idea what that experience is like. Kind of bullshit sympathy that most people toss towards others. Um, but honestly, like, the solution of, like, well, if you just take that very large number of people and do something, say just kill them all. That beef. I don't know if you heard that awesome suggestion. That, again, was not from me. Um, that's technically a solution. Yes, mental health, but unfortunately, there's degrees to everything. Um, but the kind of the as I was saying before, mostly when I was referring to Seattle for having that problem at that time in 2004, and seemed to be more caught up in the the drug and despair aspect of it, which is not um, not missing in the LA situation. But um, when people speak about it, um, yeah, and or, but when people speak about it, they don't, um, actually understand. Um, so when I was starting to talk about that for Seattle, I was trying to say, I said it, but it was kind of like, it was kind of like a whisper compared to all the other nonsense that I said tonight. Um, this morning, it's fucking noon already, 12:35. Um, but um, what I was saying was, like, as long as you know, whatever it was that I was talking about in reference to what I was saying at that time was, like, as long as you know um, where you are, you know, so it's not like there's not a form of, like, dementia, there's not a loss of, you know, sense of self or surroundings and all of that. I've seen that. It's terrible. Um, and there's it I it gets a bad rap, and I almost don't like, I as much as I the fuck. Oh, I gotta go, bro.